shonen.
It just works itself out.
Yup.
Shoot, this should be good. This will be a good prototype test to see how we should move forward with this series. I'm only doing one. I'll be like, yeah, we'll do it twice a month, and then I do that shit once every 6 months. You know that JoJo podcast supposed to be monthly, right? I'm very serious. Thank you for the follow. I heard it. I didn't see anything.
My love don't come for free. You tell me what you're doing to me. 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 You know that my love don't come for free, and you're scared, and I'm scared of me. You know that my love don't come for free. My love don't come for free. You know I started my own company. I still need you in my company.
I really think this was a good idea. I know I have to find another way to kind of.
If I would've died, would you die with me? If my shit was wet, would you lie to me?
I think we should take series with positive, negative, and middle connotation.
I never leave my boys because they ride with me. And she don't need to keep it.
I think the one that might like stump people is the Saint Seiya one, because I'm sure most of my subscribers.
Yeah, they don't know nothing. They're gonna be like, what? I ain't never read that joint.
When I look you in the eyes, it take control of me. You know I hate it when you mad at me. My love is deeper than the galaxy. Equivalent exchange the way I alchemy. From the east side better still for a freestyle better still. You tell me what you doing to me. 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 You know that my love don't come for free, and you're scared, and I'm scared of me. You know
Everything we all like, I'm like,
come for free. My love don't come for free. You tell me what you doing to me.
nah, the Ichigo gift I have is cool. You'll see what
What
it's
you doing to me? You tell me what you doing to me. You tell me what you doing to me. You know that my love don't come for free.
It's like the iconic pose, but in like 16 bits, right?
You know that my love don't come for free. My love don't
Sir,
come for free. You know I started my own company.
When it actually does work.
Company. If I would've ride, would you ride with me? If I would've died, would you die with me? If my shit
You
was
never heard the
wet,
thing with
would
the
you
Yu with
lie
swords
to
thing?
me?
You never heard that before?
I don't like to show the other side.
Nah, I mean, I've heard that people think it's very similar,
And she don't need to keep it
but
'cause she
I
ride
never
with
heard
me.
nobody call it Yu Yu Hakusho with swords before. That was new.
Part of me. Tell me, can I love when
That
it's
might
a
be my
part of me? Do you remember being ugly?
I've even used the line to piss off.
Everybody wants you when it's hard on me. When I look you in the eyes, it take control of me.
It was actually a joke
Hate it when you mad
I
at
saw
me.
on, I believe, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, Little Karibo.
Galaxy.
He made the joke that I like Bleach better when it was called Yu Yu
East
Hakusho.
side, the east side better still for a freestyle. A freestyle.
That's literally all I have to say. All right, we can start. What it do, baby? Yeah. I'll put this over here. Over Riruka, the baddest bitch in Bleach. I said what I said. I said it. You heard me say it. I didn't stutter. It's her. She's the one. Shout out to the Fullbring arc.
Oh man.
How's everyone doing? How y'all doing? You never heard Yu Hakusho Sword? Yeah, that's something I've heard, and then, yeah, the line from Lil Karibo. I liked it better when it was called whatever. So we're gonna talk about a myriad of things. We will be discussing like various things about the series itself and having a serious discussion, but then we're gonna like transition slowly into the perception and how it changed and whatnot. because Pat and I were around, right? So we can actually
Yeah.
we can do that. We can contextualize like the era, so to speak.
We was there. Y'all niggas wasn't there. We were there.
Y'all too new. Y'all too new. But yeah, the GOAT again, yes. Nah, Yorushi bar none. Hey, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. But all right, say hi to YouTube, because this is going to go on YouTube at some point. I'm a 3, 2, 1 to restart it and act like I just started starting the video. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the first episode of Revisionist History. This is going to be a series of streams I do once a month with the guys where we take an established, finished, so a completed series, and we're going to talk about the perception and the way that people speak about it, and we're going to talk about whether or not it deserves the kind of like connotation, the kind of perception that it gets, and if it's changed. And today we are starting with the greatness of, I must say, Kaite Tubo. I reversed it. Taite Kubo, and that is Bleach. So
You know what? That's something he would do in one of his chapters too.
yeah. How you doing, Pat?
I'm all right, man. You know, we had our top 30 stream yesterday talking about real anime.
Mm-hmm.
It was refreshing. Now we're here to talk about real shonen.
Yes, sir. It actually looked like your list was the consensus favorite in the chat, from what I can tell.
Really?
So I think you won. I don't think they knew what I was talking about, so they didn't care about me. And then they were but they were cool with with Vincent and Siamese. But all right, let's hop right in.
Y'all niggas got niche taste, so
Yeah, me and Simi are like, I like this thing. I'm like, bro, what? Did you just cast a spell on me? What was that? What was that entire sentence you just said? So I feel it. But the first thing that I want to discuss is actually when and how you started Bleach. And you guys in the chat, you can share that with me too. Even if it's just recent, like I picked it up last year or whatever. Because I can, like, I'll start, and then because I remember mine vividly. I actually was in New York when I saw Bleach for the first time. I was at my cousin's house, and it was Ichigo versus Kenpachi in the English dub on Toonami, I believe. And I'm like, hey, yo, this call, what is this? This call, what is this? Ichigo swung that sword against him, and he hurt his own hand, and I said, I need to know, bro. What is this? My cousin KC, he put me on. So I was like, all right, cool. But the crazy thing about it is, I had actually heard about Bleach that same year when I was doing something called Bronze Star. So like down here when you want to become a lifeguard, when you are doing your final 3 steps, you go Bronze Star, Bronze Cross, Bronze Medallion. I might have mixed the order up. And actually, one of my friend's brother was like the instructor for the class, and he was talking about something called Bleach. But I was an anime guy, but I was just like, why is he talking about detergent? And then he was talking about, he's like a big ass sword, and he cuts these things with masks. I'm like, it's very unserious. But when I watched my cuts, I'm like, oh, that's what he was talking about. And then I started reading it, because I was always a manga guy, right? So I read it, then I watched, and I was watching it. But yeah, how did you get into it, Pat?
Finally, a series I started before you. Damn. You know what's crazy? I found out about Bleach through Adult Swim too.
Okay.
So I'm over here. I think it was like it was about to be the end of the year, and this was like 2007 or 2008. I can't remember which year exactly, but it was about to be the end of the year. It was late at night, and I went downstairs to warm up some food. And like back then, like I would just leave the TV on Cartoon Network just because, like, you know, I wasn't checking for any other channel. And I'm watching the series, like, as I'm warming up my food, and I see this nigga with orange hair with a big ass sword. I'm like, wow, that's a little different. His sword is humongous. That shit bigger than him.
Yeah.
And he fighting another nigga with red hair. So
Ooh,
like,
you got Renji, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, he's clearly the villain because he got them tattoos over his eyebrows, so he can't be a good guy. And then I seen him, you know, he talking to Ichigo. He got a regular sword, and Ichigo's sword is huge. So I'm like, okay, I know how this goes. Ichigo gonna swing that shit clumsily, and he gonna be like, oh, your sword can't reach me because it's too big. Little did I know, that nigga start talking about something. You don't even know your sword's name. I'm like, what? What you mean? That nigga said, how? Zabimaru, that shit changed form. I was like, yo, wait, what? And then he hit Ichigo on the shoulder and pulled it back, and all that blood started coming. I was like, yo, like, his sword just transformed.
Yep.
And I'm over here like I had completely forgotten about my fucking food at that point. Ichigo on the ground, he get back up, he started breathing heavily. Next thing you know, the soundtrack started changing. The air started getting heavy. He started moving in on Renji, start moving all fast, cut this man. I'm like, bro, what? What is this? Then next thing you know, Byakuya get involved, and then his sword broken. I'm like, bro, I ain't even see him move. Like at this point, I'm so into it.
No, that was one of those like better speed blitz moments where I was just like, hey yo, he broke it. I said, oh shit, he quick.
And then Ichigo turned to face him. Next thing you know, Byakuya was behind him. He's falling. He talking about something. You're slow, even when you're falling. He cut him again. I'm like, bro, I haven't seen him move. What's going on? What did he do to him?
Mm-hmm.
Then the episode ended, and I was like, nah. I rewarmed my food up, and I went upstairs. I was like, what was that show? Bleach? Yeah, I'm watching this. I think I watched like all of Soul Society in like 3 days after that.
When did you start reading it?
I actually started reading Bleach around the time I started to decide to read Naruto.
Okay.
So like after like all the fillers in Naruto were done, I was like, all right, let me start reading Naruto. And then like, cause Shippuden was dragging his feet when it started, I was like, I can't take this. I need to start reading. Mm-hmm. And I was like, you know what? I might as well start reading Bleach too.
9 arcs, yeah. Yo,
so I would say like probably like 6 months after I started the anime, I started reading it.
Okay. Yeah, because I definitely like seen that, and then I went like, because that's kind of how my formula was a little bit back in the day. It was like I would see a cool scene or something, and then I'd go look it up. Like, oh, what is it originally? Because I was always kind of a stickler for original medium initially. Like, you know how like even with Dune, I'm gonna watch the Dune movie on the weekend, but you know I read the Dune book before I watched it. That's just how I am. I'm just wired that way. I can't really help it. But in the chat, they were talking about Bleach. You ever Bleach, Naruto, Get.com, watch Bleach.com, watch Naruto.com, OnePiece.com, and the latest episode they used to always have an HD. I remember that. That's a throwback. That's the one manga era, yo. That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy. And this is era sometimes where like when I got ahead of the English part, we had to watch it in 3 parts. And 3 parts that YouTube video like 480 on a small screen. And it was and this was also the area of anime AMVs, so I was going crazy with the Linkin Park Bleach AMVs, bro. What an era, man. What a time. And this is when the subbing groups used to do the named attacks and actually put an effect on it. So when you get Getsuga Ted shown, the text would be black and would have like the god.
Oh shit! Oh man, you bringing back so many memories.
Yeah. When the aspect ratio made anime, my life changed. Honestly, I feel like the aspect ratio. Trust me, bro. Trust me. But I actually, you told me the first scene you saw and whatever, but like, was your first impression like you're just impressed? Like you're like, oh yeah, I need to peep this.
Oh, for Bleach?
Yeah,
I was enthralled. Mm-hmm. I could not believe like there was a series where niggas had swords. They called the name of the shape. Mm-hmm. That shit was fucking amazing to me.
Yeah. What would you say was the first iconic scene that you saw that really like sticks in your craw to this day? We're like, damn, I'll never forget this.
First iconic scene.
While I do think the Kenpachi stuff, like that's in my head, like when Ichigo swung, I'm like, damn, that's rough, buddy. And the Speed Blitz, it was honestly Byakuya's Bankai. I'll never forget the first time I saw that. I was like, that actually might be the coolest thing I'll ever see until I fucking die. He said, you also forgot. Like Renji, Renji was already beat. He had to do that. He dropped out. He said, Bankai.
That nigga said, I got Bankai too.
And all of those Sakuras were all around him, and I said, I don't know what's happening, but he's the one. You see him in the background? He's the one. That's the guy. And he never wasn't my favorite from that moment on. So, because I was still like feeling him out, but once he did that, I'm like, yeah, I like him. He's cool.
That nigga's the GOAT. I would say for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching this shit. You know, the first couple of episodes was like daily life stuff. So like I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to sift through this to get to the meat and potatoes that I saw on Adult Swim. So like once the Soul Society started kicking off, I started getting excited. I'm like, yo, we about to go see that nigga again. Ichigo about to have a training arc. They get there. I'm like, all right, cool. They're gonna rescue Rukia. Bruh, little did I know, this nigga Kubo had a little mini civil war internal strife arc getting planned for me while I'm watching this shit. I get in the Soul Society. This nigga Eisen talking about some. Don't you think things are moving a little strange? I'm like, what you talking about, Willis? It was like, what you mean? What's going on strange? He was like, why are they moving up the execution, doing all this? I'm like, they got an op in their midst? Then this nigga started talking again and stuff. He was like, oddly convenient for the alarm to go off, huh? And I'm like, that nigga again is somebody to watch out for. I don't trust him.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, Hinamori go into his room. She fall asleep there. She oversleep. She wake up. She going to take a shortcut to get to the lieutenant's meeting. Next thing you know, she scream. I look up. This nigga Eisen dead. I said, nigga, what is going on?
That was crazy. Like, yo, who bodied him?
But wait though. She upset. She crying. I'm like, damn, a captain just died. What's gonna happen next? That nigga again show up. He like, oh, this is quite a mess. I'm like, yo, this nigga did that shit.
I honestly thought Gin was the easy way out. I didn't think it was him. I thought it was a red herring.
But you know, like back then I was like 13, 12, 14. Like I didn't have critical thinking like I do now. So I was like, he did that shit.
You know why? You know why I could do that, Pat? Red herring was one of the earliest like kind of like literary terms that I was aware of before like ad hominem and stuff. Like, oh, when they're trying to mislead me, like I knew what that was pretty young. That's why. That's the reason why.
Okay. But me, I was like, that nigga did that shit. And then Hinamori started having flashbacks of when she was talking to Hitsugaya, and he was like, be careful of Gin, especially when Eisen go out alone at night. I was like, yeah, it was him. And then Hinamori was like, was it you? And she pulled her sword out, and then they started fighting, and then Kira blocked it. He was like, I'm the lieutenant for Squad 3. I can't let you attack my captain. She over here like, move! Like, the desperation in her voice making the hairs on my body stand up. Next thing you know, she like, snap! Toby Yume! I was like, oh! They fighting! Then nigga Kira was like, okay, so you want to be my enemy. That nigga jumped into the sky. He said, raise your head. No, I'm going to say it in Japanese for y'all niggas. Then nigga said, Omote o wagero, wabiske. I said, yo, that shit look cold.
Yup.
And then Hitsugaya broke it up. And then I was like, damn, yo, this anime is the one.
I actually remember also like I probably like hold on I know I'll say it, fuck it. I made a short story that got published in like I know like TDSB, that's a Toronto District School Board right like around my area. Mm-hmm. And I actually took the concept of the Gote 13, but I applied each like squadron to a different pantheon of gods. But I low-key just like I took that formula and I ran with it. I said, look at me. But now the chat has some really good ones. I want to read a couple of them, right? Because Lost Child said Ichigo training with Kisuke and giving him that speech from Zangetsu. And I actually had asked my cousin this, and he said it was the fear speech. Like anytime you dodge because you're afraid to get hit. I'm like, okay, yeah. When Kenpachi stabbed through Zangetsu, that was so crazy because Ichigo, I remember he lightened his spiritual pressure and he's like, did I not tell you Not to lie, you got excited because you thought I couldn't release my blade. What a boring ending, and you walked away. I said, "Oh shoot, that was cold." Slice up building a house, not playing. I love how Gin showed up at Soul Society just to pack away Ichigo squad. Yeah, that was good. That was good. And I'm good now, man. I'm good. I'm just chilling, fam. According to some of the material, Sangetsu was supposed to introduce his real name, but a certain person blocked him from doing so. Interesting. But yeah. Well, Bisuke was whole more niggas than the show. That's not. Well, Bisuke is such a good ability for that world, though. To make anything
Yes.
double. Is it double
Yes.
in a weight? Or
Yes. Every single hit that he makes contact,
Mhm.
it doubles the weight.
Okay.
So like it's twice as heavy. Then he hits it, it's twice as heavy as it was when it was twice as heavy. Then he hits it again. The same concept.
Yep. I definitely did that, Nara. You said you're not gonna act like we didn't try to drop Sense of Sakura. I'll pick up a stick.
Nigga, wow. Man, these niggas, no, hold on.
I'll pick
They
a
don't
stick up.
understand, bro. They don't understand. In a world where niggas fight with a sword in their hand, this nigga drops his sword and he's stronger than everyone. They're
Oh
crazy.
god. I was really a Byakuya side. You guys don't understand. Like I used to try to walk with an air of nobility. I used to try to walk a certain way. I was using nothing but flowery and very like extravagant, over the top language that I like obviously don't have to talk that way. And I'd be like you, and then I win a race like you are slow, even when you are. When I was honestly a character, like I was a nigga who would score a goal and hit the gear second pose, right? So I was different. With that being said, before I get to the next point, I actually want to ask you something because I have an answer. But what's something about Bleach that you think people just do not notice in general, like something that no one really talks about or really notices about Bleach?
One thing people don't give Bleach is due for. I mean, I guess like we're gonna touch into it with
Mm-hmm.
Kubo's strengths, but when you read the manga, this nigga Kubo is a master of telling you a story with his art.
Yep.
Like when it comes to like using facial expressions to show you how a character is feeling or what they're thinking without having to put any text, he's so great at it. You can see in like in the beginning, like the daily life arc, when Ichigo started asking Rukia about like the compact souls, and then she like looked to the side and like kind of clutch her arm a little bit because it's uncomfortable to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, bro, like there's little stuff like that that people don't really like pay attention. Like when Ichigo, for example, when Ichigo is upset or has something on his mind and he doesn't want to bother his friends or his family, he puts on a big smile. And like normally Ichigo has like a scowl on his face or he's frowning and stuff like that. So then when he smiles, like the people that know him best, they kind of back off a little bit because they're like, oh, there's something wrong with him.
Yeah. What my answer good answer, but my answer is I think I've told you this before. We talked about it. I think he's actually pretty goddamn poetic.
Yes, he is.
Like cause obviously I want to kind of just get my knowledge back up as much as I could because it's been a while. So I rereading stuff, revisiting stuff. I actually watched a couple videos and stuff too, and I'm thinking about how he's describing certain characters like Aizen, the gaze into the sun, because you're not supposed to look at the sun. You will burn your eyes out, right? You can't see nothing. Take away your senses, like how it all connects, and like, Requiem for Your Soul, Swing Back the Pendulum, how we name certain things and how we like will describe certain characters and certain captains and stuff. I'm like, he's actually pretty goddamn poetic, and I didn't notice that until very recently, like pretty much like end of last year. That's not something I actually really picked up on when I was really like going through Bleach. But I think he's a poet, honestly. I'm not even gonna cap, cause I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. Oh yeah, even like when one of my favorite quotes actually comes from Bleach is again talking about being a snake. I can't remember exactly how he says it. My skin is cold, and whatever I love, I swallow whole. Like he has a lot of like little phrases and quotables like that, like very poetic ones. So you gotta shout out to him, man. Shout out to Cool for that. I really think the foreshadow to the Thousand Year Blood War proved that for me. Yeah, he foreshadowed that well. And before the Thousand Year Blood War, now there were way things where foreshadow was crazy. I feel it. But yeah, that's my answer. I think he was poetic. I think people don't give him enough credit for kind of being poetic. So, but yeah, let's talk about some of our favorite characters, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll talk about like I guess we're gonna go like top 5 ish, whatever. Yeah, but give me some of your favorite characters and why.
Oh, I already know. Top five. Oh, and this nigga drops the sword. like, I think people don't understand. Like when you talk about a captain in the Soul Society, the first person you should think of is this nigga Kushiki Byakuya, bro. Because he does
Let them niggas
everything
know.
well. Right? He does he got Shumpo. He got Keto Mastery. He's good at sword abilities. He mastered his Bankai and his Shikai. Like, bruh, he's so well rounded in all areas. It's crazy. The nigga is really in his own class. And of course, the GOAT, the chosen one, the prodigal son, Kurosaki Ichigo. This nigga's so raw. Like this
Speak
nigga,
on it.
he pulled up, fucking Chad getting beat on. He kicked the main nigga, grabbed his
Oh,
phone,
is it the phone?
called
And he
the
called the
ambulance.
ambulance? That was cold. That was cold.
And
That
then
was
nigga
cold.
said,
That was
"How
cold.
many do you need?" He said, "One, two, three, four, five ambulances for all these niggas." I'm like, bro, it's so wrong. Then we going back to the Kushki family. Kushki Rukia. Man, you talk about majestic. You
Mm-hmm.
talk about hilarious. You talk about a great supporting female character. Oh, Rukia is one of the best female characters in the history of Shonen Jump. I don't care what you say to me. She's goaded. She's funny. She got great moments in interaction with Ichigo. Like their friendship is
I will give you
basic.
that. She is funny. I did not remember reading that funny, bro. When I was reading, I'm like, bro, she had me dying over here. She's funny as fuck.
She's funny as shit. Man, on
She
top
likes
of
cute
that,
shit.
she's
Yeah, I forgot about all
beautiful.
that.
Yeah, she like the champion shit. That shit is hilarious. And she cute. And her fucking Sampak toe. So they know Shirayuki. She got 1, 2, 3 dances and her Bankai. Ah. And a Ron Car Sexton. Rim Joe Jagger Jack. This nigga, he one of the rawest niggas I've ever seen. I swear, bro. Every time this nigga up to mischief, the way this nigga Kubo be drawing it, he show him from the back, and then he show another panel where he turning, and then he show the last panel where he show his face when he turned and he's smiling, bro, because he up to no good. But the nigga stay on that
Nigga
shit.
said chair, so I'm like, I'll be stopped, man. The ice and chair. Like, keep going, keep going.
And that nigga Grujo so cold, bro. His rivalry with Ichigo, one of the best I've ever seen. No cap. A 3-part series of battles. Hall of Fame status. And to round out the top 5, we have the young prodigy, the GOAT, the Ice Master, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Nigga, no, hey, this actually, well, we're gonna get to that when we get to it. But this nigga right here, he is a prodigy, and niggas be lying. He don't got more L's than he got dubs. He got more dubs than he got L's. Niggas be lying on his name. They need to respect him.
I feel that.
But yeah, that's my top 5.
All right. So in the chat, this things are I saw Kenpachi, I saw Genichimaru, Khan, Grim, Aizen, Ichigo was a true menace. Yeah, that was raw. The true Legacy reveal was straight up stated a long time ago, but Legacy itself. I think that was like one of the few things that even like in like when I wasn't really into Bleach anymore, I'm like he actually foreshadowed this nigga being like a part, basically everything you can be, a human, Fullbringer, Visored, Shinigami. Like I actually always thought he did well with that. And oddly enough, when the Yowatch reveal came, I'm like, oh shoot, it's Old Man's on. Get to I just it all clicked. It all clicked.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Griever, you coming, bro? I don't know where you at. I know you're a super Bleach guy. I wanted you to come through. So if you're gonna slide, just let me know. I don't know if you're like out and about or busy, but if you're in chat, you're in chat. But yeah, so my favorite character is Byakuya. Come on now, that's the GOAT. That's my favorite. I still think I guess I say my hottest take in Bleach was that I think he was stronger than Kenpachi until the last arc, until he was unlocked. I think he would.
No, I'm with you on that.
I'm not necessarily saying he would win every time. I probably give him like 6 to 7 times out of 10 if they fought. But once Unohana unlocked him and he got his Shikai and Bankai, yeah, completely different story. Miles, right now I'm talking about. Right now we're just discussing our favorite characters, but this is a series I was talking about where I'm going to go through completed series and talk about the connotation around them, and then yeah, I'm gonna give you the real griever. At me on Discord, just at me. But yeah, so Byakuya's my favorite. I like his backstory. I honestly like. You know how people get mad at Garp for how he struggled with the Ace thing? I honestly think this is a hard thing to grasp with, and based on the promises that he made and how he sees his responsibility and duty, I don't think it was easy for him. I still think he was wrong for like allowing to let Rukia die, especially when things got suspicious, like moving the time up. I think that's especially when he should have whatever. But I do think he did his very best to atone for it, so I forgive him for that. I won't lie to you. Obviously, I'm standing, so I'm gonna forgive him. I'm gonna forgive him. But
nah, you're not wrong, bro. I mean, we're gonna get to it.
I think he's the
best comes out.
the best rounded captain. I don't think that's really debatable. I think out of all the captains, he's the best in terms of being well rounded. And this is something I want the chat. If you don't agree with me, let me know. But I truly want to know this. I think Byakuya has the best Bankai mastery. That does not mean he has the best Bankai or best Bankai ability. But in terms of how all the forms and the ways that he could utilize it, I think he's showcased the best mastery of a Bankai. Do you guys agree with that or no? I'm curious. I actually want to know. And what do you think, Pat?
I agree with you. Because this nigga got a different fucking Bankai form for every occasion. Like, of course, he got the regular shit when, he not really fucking with you. He just, Bankai, Senbon Sakura, Kageyoshi. That shit fucking lift up. But then, when that nigga was fighting Ichigo, he was like, Senkei. Bruh, when that shit turned into a fucking arena and had all the swords surrounding them, I was shook for Ichigo. I was like, man, is he gonna trap him in there and then just wail on him down like that? But he was like, nah, I only use this form when I've sworn to kill somebody with my own two hands. I'm like, yo, damn. What else this nigga got? He got the fucking Hakute, where he could just compress all that shit into one attack. Then he got fucking Gokei. I was like, bro, that's it. Then he got the one he used in the 1,000-Year Blood War. Yep. But what's it? Senjiken? Oh my god! Like, ain't nobody else in the series got this many Bankai forms.
That was my point. Like some people are saying other than Yamamoto. I'm not particularly mad at that, but I kind of only seen Yamato like once use it. Whereas with Byakuya, I've seen him use it so many times in so many different ways. Cause like I think about like normally. What's up, Green? How you doing, bro?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, I had to have him here for Bleach. There's just no way he couldn't be here. I'm so happy that he saw everything.
Yes, sir.
He had to be here.
I'm not so active on Twitter, so I missed that message for a little while, but all good.
Okay. I'm gonna get some of your thoughts on some of the things we spoke about in a second, but actually, do you agree with what I'm saying or no?
When it comes to Byakuya?
Yeah.
I do. Like, Byakuya was a fan favorite. I mean, one of the big problems is with the 1,000-Year Blood War arc is that they meant to
kill him.
You can tell that Kubo meant to kill him for the big shock value. It was an ace death. It was a Whitebeard death, right? Like, that's what he was trying to do. And the editors or somebody basically went, fuck, no, we can't do that. That's our merchandise. That's our fangirl, and so he had to retroactively bring him back. I don't think that makes Kubo a bad writer. I think that's the problem with the community, and that's the problem with editors and shit. But it definitely Byakuya. I do agree for Bankai mastery, he's in the top 3 of the captains easily having the most mastery because he's got all these forms. His whole thing is, his pride in I'm part of the noble house. We have Bankai. We always have Bankai. We are the ones basically who invented Bankai. Like he thinks he's, so. It does make sense. Other than maybe you could argue guys like Ukitake or Shunsui who have been there for a lot longer.
Well, I mean, kind of based on what we've seen, it's kind of. I guess it's kind of more of my question. Because like, I'll give you like my case, right? So now I'm up to my next character. I'm still on Byakuya. That's my bad. But because I'm like, okay, he could just literally toss them at you, or just stand there and go at you. Okay. Yeah. I can double the speed if I use my hands to control it. Okay. Now I can use the what's the form called when he puts all the swords around him?
Senkei.
Senkei. And there's the Gyokai one I think it's called or whatever, the one with G. that he used to mess up the Black Espada.
Zamari,
right? Then we saw that when he saw in the 1,000-Year Blood War, right? And also, he chose not to let all the swords fly at Ichigo, which means he could do that if he wanted to. Then you have the Shute Hakuteiken when he made the wings. I'm like, who else have you seen take their Bankai and be that versatile and can use them in that many ways? Who? I'm not saying it's the best, strongest, and it's the greatest Bankai, but I'm talking about mastery.
I agree.
On screen that we actually witnessed.
I'll agree.
Okay.
I'll agree because the only ones who actually have multiple forms for their Bankai, like more than like 2 or an attack, would be Shunsui's Bankai and Yamamoto's. So we're talking 2 of the strongest, oldest captains, and Byakuya. You know, he's there in the conversation of maybe, as you said, not the strongest Bankai or anything like that, but with the most versatility, with the one that experimented the most. I mean, we can argue we didn't get enough to see because, of course, Bleach was getting axed. That probably Kisuke probably has worked with his Bankai like to the letter, but we don't see that, so we can't confirm or know that. So I would actually, you know, Mayuri fucks around with his Bankai a lot, but really it does the same shit every time. So
yeah,
you know.
I don't agree with you at all, Coogan. I think all of those 3, I think all the people you named there are not, I guess Shunsui and like Ukitake, I get why people are saying it, but what did we really see? I guess is my question.
Yeah, what we saw.
Maybe I'm remembering incorrectly because I never actually understood his Bankai. Because I'm like, it's not hhis sword, it's the girl's sword. It's like I never fully understood what he was doing.
His Bankai is like a theater play, and he has 2 swords. The Bankai that he uses is his, but the other one is the one that he kept for Nanao.
Yeah, like he kept the sword. The sword, his Bankai has nothing to do with Nanao's sword. His Bankai is his Bankai. It's just his Bankai is a kabuki play. It's a 3-act kabuki play.
Okay.
And that's the way it works. And honestly, it's broken as shit. That's why Kubo said in like his version of an SBS, he could have beat Aizen with the Bankai. You know, because Aizen had no way to defeat that Bankai. Because that Bankai, it's supposed to kill Shunsui and kill the opponent. It's basically like, sacrifice my life and you're dead too. Everything in my realm is dead. So, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, the only problem is like the range. Like he has to be in an isolated area, so he can't really use it all the time.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just let me see. Sorry, I just want to see what everyone's saying because people are saying, yeah, you're right, Naya. Mastery, I think Mayuri is equal. See, I'm with you on this, Reaver. It's more like science tinkering more than it is mastery. I think he completely understands his sword. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't call that mastery more than it's more like manipulating it with science. I agree.
That's tinkering. That's
I was lead talking about the most of my opinion. Senkei goaded. I forgot about Omanyama. Byakuya arguably could be the captain commander after Shunsui. Personally speaking, he would have been my choice, but I'll speak about that. I'll speak about that a little later. Yamamoto, I'm not mad at, because especially when he was like everything that's been like burned with the flames of Ryujin Chaka, like I'm not mad at that. But I mostly wanted to know based on what you saw on screen, because he only kind of used it once and he lost. But Clans, I remember hearing that he was getting death threats about the Byakuya thing. I don't know if that was true. I never confirmed that, so I'm not gonna say yes or no. I don't know. But okay, let me go through my other 4 quickly. I spent a lot on Byakuya, but he's my favorite, man. I love that guy. He's one of my all-time favorite anime characters. So right after him is Gin Ichimaru. He's my favorite.
Nice choice.
I love Gin because I have this weird ability. I have 2 weird abilities with anime sometimes. I could sense a trap. And I could sense when somebody who has a certain like negative perception around them isn't really like evil. And the best example that I could use is is Itachi and Gin. I'm not saying they weren't they're the most virtuous people, but I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think Itachi's a bad. Something's wrong. I don't think he's really a bad guy. Ichimaru, I'm like, I feel like he's really on our side, and the more and more I used to see him and Rengiku pass a certain type of glare and look, I'm like, bro, he's not. There's something going on. So when the reveal came, when he said, actually, wait, when he said Bankai, Kami Shiri no Yari, and after he put the thing through to Aizen, and lied about the fact that his ability actually breaks it at the molecular level when he puts a piece of his blade into you. I'm like, I knew it, and then he died.
The man literally hid his true strength to fake a Bankai.
Mm-hmm.
He halved his own strength in Shikai just to make sure that his Bankai looked dangerous and people would believe it was a Bankai, just so he could hide what his Bankai really did.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's some shit. That's some Machiavellian schemer right there.
Yes, it is. But yeah, I really like Gin. I really like. I told you guys the quote earlier about when he was like dying and he talking about like his skin turning cold when Rengi was running towards him. I love that quote. It's one of my favorite quotes. Actually, Shunsui has Shunsui, which is Jesus Christ. Koyaku has one of my favorite quotes where he talks about, yo, once two sides enter a war, I don't care what you believe in, none of us are right. I'm like, he is spitting.
Yep.
Yeah. That's bars.
That's that wisdom. Yep.
That's bars.
True.
So
it's true.
Third favorite character is Mayuri. I don't even think I need to explain. that nigga raw. He looked great. He entertained me. He is a mad scientist to his core. He's like, he has that cold heart, like the ice of cold, cold. Like his heart is cold, man. Like I love that. I like scientists. I don't particularly care about like morality. They're just trying to push and advance technology and their medication and whatever abilities that they have. So I really like him. He's one of my favorites. Followed by Kisuke Urahara.
Nice.
Shout out to Mr. What did you call him? Sandals and
Mr. Hat Claws.
There we go. Urahara has like that personality trope that I really like, where he seems kind of aloof and whatless, but he really knows what's going on. And when we did the swing back to Pendulum, and I really saw he was involved, like, nah, I really like him. And that fear speech with Ichigo, all I sense from your blade is fear. That really is a raw ass moment, bro. So he's my guy. And Pat knows who my fifth is. I gotta shout out the best Espada. The greatest. He wears Kobe's old number. Number 8, Sazela Paro Grande. That's my nigga. He's cold. I love that guy. Pink hair, glasses on. He rebirthed himself. He's a sick man, bro. I love him. I love him. That's my favorite spot. I don't care what no one tells me.
I don't know what you rate your Twitch streams, but I mean, if we're going into that 18+ zone with your like of this guy, then we gotta know.
Listen, man. I honestly thought he was the hardest to. I mean, if Mayuri didn't come, like, he would have been a problem for anybody because his abilities were crazy, he's tricky. But I really, really, really liked it. Nah, it wasn't Okura. I didn't think he got to be able to get it. I really, really liked him, and I thought that the fight he had with Renji and Arrow guy, wow, Uryu and everything was really good. And then when Mayuri came with Nemu, and he had to put him out with that new experimental drug, removed his organs, and like even if Mayuri just came without actually doing the surveillance he did because he planted those whatever the fuck on Uryu, he had to make preparations to come. If he came the way he like normally, he might have still lost because of the organ stuff. Like that's a really dope ability. Like shout out. He really was a problem. Go back and read it. He was a problem, bro.
I will admit there is one good thing about one thing that people tend to disregard about Bleach is the fact that the Shinigami have Shikai and Bankai, but they tend to forget all the unique abilities when you had the Espada and the Quincy and all this stuff. There was a lot of, some were lame or like fire powers or standard
Burning
stuff.
finger.
Some were but some were fucking unique, and I will give you that to Espada number 8. That was different.
Yeah.
You know? And that's what you like to see. A little bit of originality never hurts.
Yeah. That poor motherfucker girls give birth to himself in a fight. Like, what? That's Raw. Who else? That's Gas Pack.
Yeah, didn't Nemo basically do the same thing in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc anyway, sort of? Like, I mean, she came back in the end.
I think he took the brain out and did something.
He took the brain out, then Nemo exploded, then he was like, all right, I'm going to make you again.
Yeah, Hachigo or whatever. And then, but yeah, it was honestly, though, like, for real.
That nigga, Sazoil Portal Grant said, sit, fornicas, and fucking put the sword in his mouth. I was like, yo.
Yeah, I love that. I'm sorry. He just moved me. Like, I don't know. I guess a lot of the scientists, so to speak, in this series, they be moving me, bro. If I had to throw an honorable mention, it actually would probably be. I don't know if I don't know. I like Riruka, bro. What do you want from me, bro? I like her. I like her. I just do. I like her. So I'm good after that, man. We good, bro. But yeah, give me your favorite 5 characters, like Reaver and Bleach. Why?
Oh, all right. This is gonna be offhand, so I'm gonna probably,
I sent you like the topics and show notes if you need to refer to it. Though.
Yeah, and I've been reading it, but I mean, 40 minutes of prep. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go with in no. Can I go no particular order?
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So first off, we're gonna mention a few that you already mentioned. Kisuke Ura-Fucking-Hara.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be real. That dude probably up there is one of my favorite mentor characters in Shonen Easy.
Okay.
He had the deal, what you brought up with the fear attitude. I liked his nonchalantness, but I liked his idea of, even though his advice was sound, like the battle against Renji in the Soul Society, and fucking Kisuke basically is like, put it to you this way, a revolver can be shot 6 times, a missile can only be fired once. The power of an attack is actually proportional to the amount it can be used. Everybody has an endurance and a stamina. That, like, even though it didn't actually work the way Urahara said it, it was still sound logic, and Ichigo learned for 10 days from this guy, and just all the shit that he did. Like, I let you fight them to teach you a lesson, you moron. Like, you can't rush into the Soul Society. Like, when he was serious, he goes, you try to, he goes, all right, you can knock my hat off, but if you really try to come at me with a handle, I'm going to fucking kill you. You know, and you believe that motherfucker. Like, he had that swagger to him that I feel like, other than guys like maybe like Rayleigh, and that was way later in One Piece, you don't really get that level of like swagger from the mentor character. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not as pronounced. So definitely Kisuke Urahara. I have to put yeah, exactly. I got to put Shunsui on there.
Okay.
Only because, for a few reasons, not because he became the captain commander or anything like that. Just because lore-based wise, him and Ukitake are basically talked as being top shit. Like, even though we don't see it, and I admit that's that whole power scaling shit. If we don't see the feeds, bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Point is that Shunsui is touted to be one of the original captains, one of the strongest. Yamamoto himself kept stating it, and we did get to see that his bankai is fucking broken. If he does use it, and
y'all later on, like when that comes up, y'all gonna have to explain it to me in detail. I really don't.
It's fun. Yeah. It's pretty. Yeah, Pat probably knows it better than I do. So yeah. So, but either way, I just like his character. I like his relationship with the Now, and then Lisa later on. I like his nonchalantness. I like the way he fought Coyote Stark. I like just the way, like, he didn't want to fight Chad. He was like, listen, let's sit down and have a drink. There's no reason to fight. Like, we don't know why you're here. Like, he's not all military and like there's an invader, they must be eliminated. You know, he's not a robot. He's got that flexibility. Him and Ukitake were the ones to go, yeah, this Rukia execution, nah, we're not feeling the vibe. We don't give a fuck about the rules. You know, there's just a lot.
The only ones paying attention. Like,
yeah,
shit is wrong. Something's going on here. Everybody else just like, going through the motions, following the rules. They're like, hey, why are we moving up the execution for Rukia?
Something is up. Someone real quick. Someone said out of curiosity, does anyone like Natora? No, I don't dislike him, but I don't like him, like, or love him. Like, I'm pretty indifferent. I'm neutral. I'm neutral.
He's there. The problem I have with him is the fact that he jumped in after we had battle-worn Grimmjow and Ichigo, and then tossed them around and thought he was top shit. And I was like, buddy, you just beat up a 10% version of our MC. Like, that's not a feat. I'm sorry.
I don't like him because he's a hypocrite.
Okay.
Yeah, he is too.
I think that plays into like his denominator of death and like
like
character,
As a character, I will admit a lot of people say the Espada were bland, but they actually fit all the as you said the.
It's like the ways it's something to do with the way that humans can die. So like
the epithet that he represented, you know. So and that's a little deeper than like it's easy to write a story. You have like 7 deadly sins, the 7 deadly sins, you know, the 4 archangels. Like it's really easy to write stories about justice and honor and stuff. When you go into like the 5 stages of grief and stuff, people are lesser known about that. So it
he
more
did sneak Nell. No, he a bitch. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, he did. He is a bit of
like
he is a bit of,
my bad.
So yeah, I would put like Shunsui because we got a lot more screen time with him versus Ukitake, but I always like those two as a pair. They had a good bromance and all that shit.
Sneaking Rado.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes, sorry, so I'm still. I'm not gonna think about. Do I like it or not? I don't know. I'm neutral.
There you go. It is what it is. Third, somewhere I would put Yoruichi. She got to be on there. Let's represent our females. She's a badass female. She was a captain.
Yoruichi.
Toe to toe. She's definitely like she's one of my top waifu just in all of manga. Easy.
Hey man, she awakened me during my puberty years.
There you go. See, that's what I'm talking. And you know what the worst part is? Every time when I was a teenager, everybody said like if I liked Yoruichi, I was a furry. Now everyone's like, no, Yoruichi best waifu. I'm like, where are all you fucking furry sayers at? Like, get the fuck away from me. Like, I liked Yoruichi back when it was not cool to like Yoruichi. Don't give me that shit. So, but yeah, Yoruichi for a multitude of reasons.
Back in my younger days, I said them titties stadium.
Yeah. See, me, my thing is like I like them titties, but I also like my proportions. I want my titties and my ass to be proportional. Like, if it's too big an ass and A-cup titties, it's not doing it for me.
I totally agree with you that because when I talk to niggas about, like, ass and stuff, like, it's the hip-to-waist ratio is actually what matters to me more so than, like, the size of the ass like that. So I actually agree with that. Totally.
Yeah. So Yoruichi is perfectly proportional. She's got the badass. I love her English VA. Like, perfect. Like, I like her in other things, but she just really delivers the... I can believe that she's a Catwoman. You know what I mean? Like something about it. And she just got that swagger. She's there with Kisuke. Kisuke, of course, being one of my other favorite characters. They got that sort of
rapport.
Maybe. Yeah.
I like their interpersonal relationship is really good.
Yeah, they're dynamic. Like it's clear to most people that they're clearly involved in some way, but it's not really. And it's what I like about Kubo is that he doesn't need to show us that or tell us that or anything like that. Sort of like, once again, to use a One Piece reference, Rayleigh and Shockey. It's like, yeah, they're husband and wife. We found that out in an SBS, but it's like, it's not relevant to the story, so it doesn't need to be stated in dialogue, you know? It's just like, let it be. We know what's going on. So, definitely Yoruichi. I got to go with another one of yours now. I got to go with Gin.
Okay.
Gin is fucking solid. Gin is, like, one thing that I don't know... I'm not 100% on this, but I can't recall it ever being done, is we have the villain turned actually not really a villain and was doing it was a double agent the whole time, was trying to beat the bad guy, and nobody knows. Literally nobody. That never happens. Usually the main character knows the secret. Or
somebody knows. Or
Rangiku should have...
Yeah,
right. Somebody should have found out. Gin dies. Everybody hates him and thinks he was a villain to the end. Mm-hmm. Nobody, like Rengi doesn't hate him, of course, neither does Ichigo and stuff, but they still don't know that he did that nobody saw him fight Aizen.
That's true.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw him fight Aizen, try to win. Nobody did this. I've never seen that, especially in a mainstay shonen. Maybe it's happened in seinen and stuff, but never in a shonen have I seen a character going this long, turn, nobody knows about it, nobody sees it, and nobody knows about it even after the fact. Because sometimes you have that, you know, but nobody knows about it. And that to me, like Gin, and you already said the other reasons that Gin's awesome. But Gin is just, Gin was raw. And I laughed that Kubo tried to make him like as unappealing as possible, and fangirls loved him. And he's like, wait, what? I drew Lord Voldemort. What are you doing?
to throw another like kind of tropey thing that I tend to like there's certain tropes that I actually tend to like more often than not. And it's the character with the slanted eyes that has a piercing. And
they don't open their eyes.
But when they do, they have like a piercing glare. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I think of like Fuji. Actually, Fuji, Prince of Tennis. I think of Gin, like characters like that. I always tend to like them because when they open their eyes, it's like their gaze is stabbing you.
Yeah, Fuji's a good comparison to that, because when Fuji opens
genius
like
Tensai
that man, like. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, you thought I only had 3 counters. You thought, oh, he invented a 4th counter? No, I got 5. 6, 7. It's like, fuck, this man, he never stops.
So genius. And
but yeah. See, this is hard for me because I love a lot of Bleach. Honestly, there's not very many Bleach characters I dislike. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be easy to say Aizen for a lot of reasons, right? And it'd be easy to say Ichigo because I feel like the reason I almost want to say Ichigo, and I know it's kind of bland, picking the MC, but the reason is because when Bleach was going on, and probably Pat, you guys remember this, is that back then you had the goofy dumbass. You had Ash. You had Little Yugi. You had Naruto. You had Luffy. You had the dumbass 14-year-old protagonist who was not cool, who was goofy. Let's be a minute. He was like a Disney fucking character. And that's what our MCs were. So unless you were watching Death Note, you didn't have anything else. Even Edward Elric to a point, which was a little later, but even Edward Elric was always, like in early episodes, was bitching about being short. So you always had that. Ichigo was actually a serious character. We got that later with like Olga from Beelzebub and stuff like that. But in mainstream anime, when it first came out, we didn't get that type of character in most of our anime. So Ichigo was different, serious, cool. And I was just like, and I was drawn to Bleach way more than One Piece, Naruto, anything like that, because this guy was not a dork. He was he was serious. He didn't have like believe it, I'm gonna be the best the Soul Reaper there ever was. No. He was like, dude, I am thrown into a situation that I don't want to be a part of, but people will literally die if I don't help. It's like, shit. Like, this man is just an honest, good person, and he doesn't have any of that shonen dream shit, which isn't a bad thing for a lot of shonen, but so I think I sort of have to go with Ichigo.
I'm not mad at that.
Just because when I was a teenager, when Bleach first came out, and I got introduced to it, I was like, finally, I can follow an MC. I mean, when we were teenagers, of course, things were like, oh, I'm not into Pokemon anymore. I'm not into Sailor Moon anymore. I'm not into that shit. You know, you were going through that weird phase. And it's like, oh, but I still kind of sort of like anime and cartoons and stuff. And then you had Ichigo show up, and it was like, okay, I can get behind this guy. He's wearing gangster sweaters. He's fucking, you know, in the openings, he's fucking spray painting shit. He's like beating people up.
These program protagonists with a present father.
Yeah.
Sorry, that caught me off guard. I was thinking about that.
Let's be realistic here. Let's be real. Actually, I was going to talk about Ishin for a moment there because I also like Ishin a lot. I do too. Cool, I like Ishin. But anyway, yeah, I'll give it to Ichigo.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on Griever's point because, like you said, at the time period, there was a lot of MCs where it was like
I want to be the best this or the best that, or I want to be this. I want to be the 10th Vongola boss, whatever. Even if you didn't want to, but yeah.
And just to be clear, that's not bad. Like I like Ash and stuff, but it's like it was too many of them.
Yeah, and it's like either they were like that, where like they were really obnoxious and they had like an overarching goal, or they were like kind of like the wimpy kid that was trying to gain courage, like Suna or like Senna, or like, you know, characters like that. But Ichigo was different, and it was like he was different in a sense where he prioritized his family's needs, and his family dynamic was actually way different from anything I'd ever seen up until that point, where like the chat said his father was actually around but his mother wasn't.
Bonjour,
and like their family relationship was fractured. Well, not the relationship fractured, but the dynamic was fractured because their mother had died, and then like all of them had specific roles that they had taken up because of the fact like Karin wasn't really good at like womanly things or household chores, so she resolved herself not to cry so that nobody would be bothered by it. Yuzu took on all the household chores. Fucking Ishin was just like trying to be happy all the time so that, you know, they would never feel down when they were in the house. And Ichigo took on the role of protector, where like, you know, he made sure like he would never cry, never lose, make sure all his family was straight all the time and all that stuff. So like, and that kind of stuff like stood out to me.
I just want to piggyback on that for 1 second, because a character that was underutilized, Tatsuki, because she was the one to tell us all that information that you just said. Like, he was the bright little kid. He was a shonen MC. He was Luffy. He was Naruto. He was all of these guys. And then all of a sudden his mother died, and he didn't smile anymore. And he got gruff, and he got tall, and he got mean because his mother died. And that was a level of realism to a shonen MC. Like you don't just be the happy-go-lucky. I'm fired up. Believe it when your parents. And it's different for guys like Naruto, who never
had
actually
parents
never knew his parents. It's a little different. Not saying that's not sad.
No,
but
it's one. It's one thing. It's one point Sasuke said to him. They're like, I actually like. That's still a fucked up thing to say. Like, he's still suffering, bro. Like, but I understand it's different.
Yeah, it's a different level because if you grow up without a mother, but you grow around a loving family, it's like, yeah, you'll always be like, I never had a mom, and that I feel that way. But to literally know your mom for 7-8 years and then have her murdered in front of you,
and your brother who you look up to is the one that bodied them. That's a different type of thing.
Yeah. Like, so Sasuke's story was actually good in that respect, and it's comparable, as we said, to Ichigo's because they both knew their parents and they were murdered in front of them. So there is a
Ichigo probably blamed himself because the Grand Fisher.
Decoy. And he said that he yelled at his dad at the grave, and this is what early Bleach was very good at doing. It was dark, but being the right thing, because he was like, "Why does no one blame me?" He's been walking around with this guilt for his whole teenage life, being like, "Why does no one blame me?" And his dad just hits him on the back of the head and said, "Your mother would hate us if we blamed you for that. That wasn't your fault. You were a kid, and stuff." And it's just like it was. As Pat was saying, that was an emotional, like the family dynamic in Bleach is probably one of the best in shonen because it's grounded in a level of realism without everything needing to be so centrical to them.
Just for anyone else in the chat, like understand that I know we're speaking about things that are actually kind of pretty common that permeate through a lot of shonen and stuff, but remember that we're kind of contextualizing the time period that we were in. So a lot of these things were novel at the time, or at least for us, and then they could have became more commonplace as other series may have taken from it, or whatever the case may be. Just remember that, cause I always talk about like Luffy losing to Crocodile twice. I had never seen that before at the time.
Right.
Like I understand these things are much more common nowadays. You'll see the MC lose multiple times. But we're contextualizing the time period the same way. Like I really love to watch videos about like video games when somebody speaks about the arcade era. I was not alive for the arcade era. I was born in '93, so I like when they can show me and tell me what was going on then, because they're saying things that are very basic, but I understand you're talking about like the mid '80s. So it's different.
That's right.
Just keep that in mind. But let's talk about some of our favorite moments. Like favorite moments in Bleach that you have. You don't have to go in particular order. You don't have to like list a certain amount. Like what are some moments in Bleach that just really stick out to you? And actually, I'll start with one. I did Byakuya's Bankai being a really big moment for me. I'll do another character moment like this. I remember this being funny because I remember reading the chapter and going back to check. I checked. That's how I knew this really resonated with me. And it's actually when Kenpachi's like, did you know a sword is stronger when he's swinging with two hands?
Bruh.
I'm like, has he never held this sword with... I'm like, oh my God, he has been swinging. He fought the captains with one hand. He fought Ichigo with one hand. I'm like, oh my goodness, they did not swing with two hands. I was like, oh shit, like that moved me. I won't lie to you. I'm like, he's not... Like, it was simple, but he's not wrong. I was crying. He's like, all right, if I keep doing this, I'm going to die. All right, some kendo. I'm going to swing with two hands. And he won. I said, I don't know. That might be the rawest thing I've ever seen. That shit was cold, bro. That's a moment that really sticks with me.
I think that's a moment. I think that's a moment, just really quick. I think that's a moment that people either love it the way you were saying, or they fucking hate it. It's like, oh my God, I can't figure out two hands is stronger than one. Duh. I've seen both sides of that coin. Nobody's in the gray.
Yeah. I feel you.
But they don't understand. He's been swinging with one hand this whole time.
It's true greatness. Let's be real.
It is.
It's crazy. I got one more. I'll pass it on to you, Pat. But
okay.
I will never, ever, ever forget this, because I'm like, that. If that was me, I would be defeated too, bro. Ichigo fighting Ukuiora. He's like, yo, if I beat you, it doesn't matter because you're the strongest one. He takes his sword, holds it, lets it scratch the part where his number is. He's the 4th. It's mana. Ichigo's like, nigga, there's no fucking way, bro. Do you see the hope in his eyes die? Yeah. Oh my god. Cause okay. I know they're not playing with me, but he gotta be 2 though. He's 4. I said shit. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. Good luck.
Hey, look, it's I spoke with you about this multiple times, but you know, at this point in time when we got to like the Espada stuff, this was when like I had just started high school.
Mm-hmm.
So like now I understand like critical thinking and red herrings and stuff like that. So like we used to be in the Bleach forums all the time, looking at the picture of the Espada at the table, and we just be like, who's number 1? And then people were like, oh, it's got to be Ukiura. It's got to be. And I was like, wait, no, it can't be. Because that's just way too obvious. Like, he can't be number 1. Maybe he's 2. Mm-hmm. I was like, 2
I was convinced 3. He was 2.
Yeah, I was like, maybe, I was like 2 or 3. Because I was thinking, like, Baragon. I thought Baragon was number 1. And I was like, okay, he's definitely got to be number 1. Because he's old nigga. Old niggas always go to the anime. So he got to be number 1. Like, I was looking at Ukiura. I was like, probably 2 or 3. Yeah, you know, he's probably up there. And then when that chapter dropped, it was earth shattering. Because when he was like number 4, I was like, there is no goddamn way. There's 3 people stronger than him.
and you cannot convince me that Harabelle's stronger than him. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
Nah, she probably not.
He 3.
But they also didn't know about the Resurrection Part 2.
Yeah. That's a good point. But still, okay, yeah, fair, I guess. But yeah, hold on. So I said real quick, Yami was way weaker than his number suggested, right?
No, he was
Yami
supposedly physically the strongest as number 0. He had the most physical power.
Yeah, that's what we've been like. We spoke about it before when you weren't here, Griever, but like. We kind of think like the 0 has to do with like physical strength and Reiatsu, like not actual like ability.
That's all it was. It was like loosely confirmed, but not really, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what.
Because he sucks, bro. There's no way he's stronger than Stark.
Kenpachi and Byakuya kicked the shit out of him. Like
they were both kind of like post-fight within the spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I go off screen, ranks are based on Reiatsu. Yeah. Okay. Did I know that? I think I did know that. But okay.
The ranks are actually the ranks are based on what Aizen decided. But Reiatsu was a factor. But Aizen decided, and that's why Ukiura said that even Aizen somehow has not seen this exactly.
That's
Aizen now? A big question is: does Aizen actually know that now? The theory is coming out that Aizen did know and still ranked him as 4th. But there's no fucking way. Him in his second release is weaker than Haribel. I refuse to believe that. That makes no sense. So I think Ukiura was actually correct. Aizen did not know.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But Pat,
that's where I'm going.
Give me some moments, brother.
Oh yeah.
Some moments. Where to begin? It's just it's so many. But like, well, the start with was when Aizen actually was alive. Like, I'm watching the Soul Society arc, and, like, you know, Ichigo and Byakuya just had their fight. I'm trying to calm down from the turntness. And then next, you know, Aizen pop up out of nowhere. I'm like, bro, what? Wait, what? I'm like, I'm over here thinking this is an illusion. And it was like, Jin's like, there's somebody here that wants to see you. And it's Aizen. I'm like, what? And then Momo hugs him, and then he stabs her. And I was just like, bruh, that can't be Aizen. That's not the Aizen that I know. I was so confused. And then he's the guy come over there. He was like, she looked up to you. She trusted you. And he was like, listen, Hitsugaya-kun, admiration is the state furthest from understanding. I said, oh my God, he's a bad guy. I was so blown away, bro. And then the nigga went to the Sokyoku Hill. And then, like, you know, Unohana and Isane, they did the little keto to tell everybody what had happened. And Renji was like, is what I just heard true? Did you really kill Momo and Hitsugaya? He was like, why would you do that? The Aizen that I know would never do that. And he was like, the Sasuke Aizen you knew never existed to begin with. I was like, bruh.
Yep.
He going crazy. And that was one of my favorite moments. And then the other moment that I was spotlight is literally like right before what you said, Naya, was like the number 4 reveal. Because I was watching the anime at the time. And then like the episode where Ichigo was feeling Rukia's spiritual pressure drop, and then Okuro's at the top of the stairs. I was like, no, not this nigga. No, I was like, no, not now. Cause like at the time, fucking Chad got bodied by Noitora, and then Rukia beat Arunyero by the skin of her teeth. And then like now Ichigo's the one that's gonna get packed up. I was like, no, please.
Don't
And then
do it.
Ichigo was like, he started to walk away. And then Fukuro was like, Rukia's dead. I was like, bro, don't say that, please. Don't say that. Don't tell me that.
And you really like her, so like that was definitely
I was so upset. I was like, what? No, they can't be. And then he was like, you're not gonna fight me? And then Ichigo was like, I have no reason to fight you. You haven't hurt any of my friends. I was like, no, he's scared. I'm scared too. You don't want to fight him. And he was like, oh. Or what if I told you that I was the one that brought Orihime to Wekamuno? Listen, I need the chat to understand. When you watch this scene, when he said those words, Ichigo did not react. He didn't flinch. He didn't do nothing. Next thing you know, he dropped Nell. And before Nell hit the ground, he had hit Ukiura with Zangetsu.
This man.
And the soundtrack started spinning on the precipice of defeat. And I'm over here like, oh my God. And Ichigo was like, I knew Orihime didn't come here on her own. He's like, you know people calling her a traitor because of you?
Yeah.
And Okira was like, well, duh. If they wasn't, then I did something wrong.
Yeah.
Ukura was cold, bro. He was cold.
Like the soundtrack playing, Ichigo backing up. He like, no, you're going to have to stand back a little bit. Because I'm going to have to go full throttle from the beginning. He's not going to let me go through. I'm like, yeah. But nah, that moment will always stand out to me. That was one of my favorite moments.
Yeah. Give me some Griever. Give me some moments.
Okay. I'm going to start off with a quick lesser one, which is back to the training arc of Bleach with Kisuke, is Zangetsu's speech to Ichigo when he first released Zangetsu. Is, at the end of the day, this does not make any sense in manga logic, but it makes sense in the real world, is there's only one of you and one of him. So what is there to be afraid of? Why are you running away? Stand firm, walk tall, and shout out my name. And it's just like, this dude makes fucking sense, boy. Like this man's saying the truth. It's like there's one opponent and one of you. What's the problem? You got 2 arms, he got 2 arms. You got 2 legs, he got 2 legs. Like there's nothing here. Why are you so scared? Like anime logic and ki and chi and all that shit for reasons, but still, like this is logic. So I love that moment when he first gets that, and Tessai, who now we know is top tier, is fucking sitting there shitting his pants over Zangetsu, like holy shit. And then I can't really pick a moment in Sogyoku Hill. Like there's so many moments there. There's Ichigo stops the Sogyoku. You know, that was a huge and then Rukia is just yelling at him like go away, and he just like, no, I'm not doing that shit. That rescue part was amazing. He had the cape, he had the thing, it looked badass, all right? Let's be real. It looked badass.
Him packing all the ice capsules with no Zanpakuto was cold.
Yeah, and I was about to say, then we had the number 1 theme, of course, playing, and he's like, it's impossible. He's not using his Zanpakuto, and he beat 3 vice captains with them trying. Then it was the clash. I see your moves, Byakuya Kuchiki. And it's like, oh, shit.
I saw every step.
Yeah. And it's like, holy.
You're about to make me watch that right now.
Then we got one of the best fights. I will always argue one of the top 10 fights I've ever seen in anime. Not because of animation or anything, just because of the right length. We got to see all the moves. Just everything was solid. That was a great fucking fight. And then also on Sogyoku, what do you have? You have, and this has never been done. It's been done since, but never before. We have the theme song playing. We have Now You Feel Like Number 2.
Bro.
The fuck just happened? and Aizen stops the main character's theme song with a finger. That shit was raw as fuck. We got the reveal of Aizen. Still, in my mind, the greatest shonen arc of all time, Soul Society, because of the Aizen build-up, all that shit. Nobody saw that coming.
It's an absolute classic.
That's right, and I mean, just overall, that shit was, yeah. So all those moments are fantastic, and if I had to just pick one more really quick, it would be still in the Ukiura fight, but the Vasto Lorde. You guys are talking about different sections of the fight, which I do agree, but I gotta say, the whole, like, all right, Ichigo can't win. Like, it was looking like despair. Ichigo couldn't win this thing. It was Luke versus Darth Vader in Empire Strikes Back. He was not strong enough to beat Darth Vader. He lost. Bitch lost. And it's like, but where's he going to go? There's no backup. There's nobody here. Uryu's half dead. Fucking Orihime's, like, what are we going to do? Yeah. And this man, just all of a sudden, she's crying and stuff like that. And I know for some reason people don't like Orihime. She's fine. And then fucking boom, he turns.
I like them too.
She's a really good character.
I like them too. And then he goes Vest. And she, you know what I like about her character? She's also insightful. She knew right away she caused this, and she knew that this transformation, sort of like a Skull Greymon shit. She knew the shit was wrong. She went, I caused this. This is wrong, and she tried to stop it immediately. She didn't care about her own life and stuff, and that's why I don't like when people say she's a bad character. But that Vasto Lorde, and when he just like. The sword came out, boom, boom, all the mountains go. He's cutting off arms for fun, and he's just doing that shit. That's the same as the whole. One more moment, really quick, is the Dangai Ichigo. Okay. Nobody talked about that. Him coming back, Ishin training him and stuff, and then he just comes out and he's just like, I'm just way fucking stronger than Aizen, and it's like, I like that.
There was something about him taking him by the face.
Yeah,
just like that. This is only reserved for people who could arm my. Anyways, I said, throw that nigga in the ground.
We need a Dragon Ball Z sized wasteland, and we're going there. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Yeah. Boom, bitch. We are doing this right here, right now. He waves off 90 level Kitos. He waves off everything. It was. You know why it was solid? Is because by all accounts, if it wasn't for the Hogyoku, Aizen basically stated that Kisuke, Yoruichi, and Ishin working together would have defeated him. But because of the Hogyoku, he kept transforming and shit. Ichigo just starts reaching this level that's like, I don't give a fuck about all your fucking Frieza level transformations, bitch. I'm still going Super Saiyan and I'm going beyond. And it was, So all those moments, like Bleach has a shit ton. Pat was right. Bleach has a shit ton of great moments.
It's so many. I want to shoehorn one more. Because I wanted chat to understand, like, because of the way the Aizen reveal happened and, like, the age I was at the time, I didn't like Aizen for a very long time. Because I was thinking to myself, he's only nice because of Kyoka Suigetsu.
Okay. I know you're going.
Yeah, so I was like, if they could somehow get past Kyoka Suigetsu, and he's not shit for real, probably. Because I don't think he's stronger than Byakuya or Kenpachi, or he's stronger than Kyoraku or Yamamoto. But then, they started fighting in fake Karakura Town. It was all the visors versus the captains that were there. And then Gin started narrating the fight. And he was like, all your schemes, they ain't good enough. You want to know why all those Espada that were strong as hell rallied under his cause? Because he's freaking strong. He was like, Aizen's strong because of Kyoka Suigetsu. That ain't it. And I'm watching him body all these guys without using Kyoka Suigetsu, and I'm just like, okay, bro, fair enough. Maybe he is that strong.
Like, wait, he cold without absolute hypnosis? Hold on, real quick. Miles, how you doing, brother?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yes, sir.
You were good.
What's good?
I'm all right, man.
Hello, Naya, Griever, Pat. What's up?
What's up?
Just chilling, brother.
Yeah, go on. I don't want to cut you off yet, but.
I just really wanted, because there's one thing, like, we've been talking about the Aizen build-up, and of course Aizen, I think, is one of the best shonen written villains, like the reveal and everything like that.
I agree.
But the big thing is that we had that conversation at the very end where he finally lost his cool against Kisuke, when Kisuke was just calm and collected and like, it's shit. But then, and we think, okay, Aizen is now, like, that's the end of Aizen. But then one moment, because people don't like the arc, and I understand why for a lot of reasons, but at the end of Bleach, this motherfucker was toted Chair Sama, and this motherfucker was sitting there. God himself was coming down with the Almighty, and he's like, "Welcome to my soul society."
He said, "My soul society."
he said, and then he blew him up, and he went, "Oh, thanks for getting rid of that chair. It was a nuisance." This motherfucker. And then the most mean thing I've still seen, and I love using this, is, you think you're seeing Kurosaki Ichigo. Fascinating. I'm like, this man, Koikatsu Uegetsu, works against the Almighty. This man is still top dog. I love it.
When were you under the impression that I wasn't using Koikatsu Uegetsu?
Bro,
Sticks in my craw, bro.
Said that line, no, y'all, the chat, y'all need to go watch that episode again, because when Shinji asked him, he was like, "Since when have you been using Koikatsu Uegetsu?" And he was like, "Well, let me ask you this. Since when were you under the impression that I wasn't using Koikatsu?" I was like, "Oh my god,
this motherfucker!"
He's really
the biggest
different.
troll I've ever seen. Bro.
Yeah, this man built different.
Wait, did you guys always initially like Aizen, or was it like a thing that grew?
Pat just said that he did
that's
not
what I was
like
just
Aizen.
saying. Like, at first, I didn't like him because at the time when I started Bleach, I was just becoming a teenager, and then like, you know, his ability was explained like it was complete hypnosis. So I'm thinking to myself, oh, he's not really that strong. He's just strong because he has complete hypnosis. But then when he was fighting all the captains and visors and fake Kurotan and he's bodying them, and Guinness narrating, he was like, Koikatsu Uegetsu is just the icing on the top. He's just really that strong. I was just like, okay, you know what? I was wrong.
And that was so good because the community at the time was basically saying like, oh, he's got a broken Zanpakuto. And Gein's like, nah, fam. Nah, that ain't the reason Aizen's
broken. Yeah, he's broken. Not the
this man is just, you know.
It's like that adds to his brokenness. Miles, I'm going to send you the show notes. I forgot to send you that. My bad. I am a little more organized than I seem. I know I'm an 8, but I'll be right. I'll be typing up stuff. I'll be prepared.
Wait, say that again?
No, I just sent you the show notes on Discord just so you can know like what topics we're gonna talk about.
Okay.
See, go ahead. Give me some
I'm not gonna lie. Before I get the moments, I just want to say I actually didn't like Aizen until my last reread.
Okay.
Like, so I think this is like, I've never seen like this. Like, I think my best comparison is like, I've never seen Code Geass. One of my good friends has. And it's like, I think it's kind of like the Lelouch effect, where it's like, it's kind of annoying when you have a character that can seemingly get out of every single fucking situation ever just cuz. And that's kind of how Aizen came across at first. It's like, oh, this guy can do whatever because it's fucking Aizen, right? And then you kind of don't get his like motivations, nor like why he does certain things. And I think that elusiveness kind of just came off as like annoying to me. But during the reread, I was like, oh no, there is a lot more depth to this guy. And I think what really sent me to like him is the Bleach poems.
I told you I'm not a poet, bro.
Like, have you guys? I assume we've all seen or read the Bleach poems, right?
I don't remember them, but yes, I remember.
I know this one. I think it's volume 9. It's the 25th one, and it's the flower on the precipice. And just that poem alone, literally, it's like it's from Aizen's point of view, and it kind of like just shows like about like his like ideology, and it's just explained in that specific poem. And I think that just to me was like, okay, yeah, this guy's a G. And it's just kind of like that idea of like, fuck you, fuck the Shinigami, fuck you guys. All you guys are complacent. I'm just gonna keep moving forward because that's all I am and that's all I ever will be. And I like that. And that's why I really like Aizen now. Going into my
just really quick, Miles. I have to agree with part of what you're saying. It's just like the problem with Aizen's character in that regard is that Aizen was never happy once he reached the top.
Yes.
You know, and the thing is that Kisuke never cared whether he was on the top of the mountain or not.
Yes, I agree.
And so Aizen envied Kisuke that what he didn't like. Sometimes some people sort of say like he envied his intellect and stuff. And sure, maybe Kisuke is the smartest character in Bleach, fine dandy. but it's not that. It's that he envied one thing about Kisuke that he envied is that Kisuke didn't care whether he solved the mystery, like the meaning of life or anything. Kisuke failed. Kisuke was like, all right, well, I failed. Move on to the next thing. It didn't bother him in the way that Aizen was never satisfied. He was like a constant hungry person who, no matter how much he ate, could never be full. And it's just, So I think he got a good, like, you're right to almost not like Aizen at the beginning. You know what I mean? And you first read through it. Yeah. I do see that.
And I think that kind of goes again with the Mayuri point, right? With the perfection, where we have an actual character. I mean, you can make the argument with like Salaprazo if he really reached perfection or whatnot, but Aizen did, right?
Yeah.
Like this guy did reach perfection, and then like what was the state of it? And like that kind of goes into like his last sentence, like at the end of Bleach, where he's talking about like Yuha's plan, and it's like how Yuha wanted to get rid of like death, and it's like, well, then that kind of just makes life pointless. And that's kind of like how he's like saying, like, I can tell you that because I've reached a point where like this shit is meaningless because I'm just above it all. Where he says, no, what's important is courage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I like that like turnaround.
I will say that nobody actually, I'm glad you brought that up because nobody seems to mention the fact that Aizen actually did gain a level of respect for Ichigo and nobody brings that up whenever they talk about Aizen as part of his character development, is that he did actually find that Ichigo beat him, and the reason Ichigo is strong and stuff is because it's something that he's lacking. Because as I said, he's above life and death at this point. He does not care about that shit anymore. He's above almost everything, and as you said, it's like what really matters in life. Like Yuha was basically Aizen from the Soul Society or the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. He was like, you haven't developed. I'm already one step ahead of you, sort of. And Aizen must have felt like Kisuke in that moment because it's sort of like, Yuha, you are me last arc. You have the wrong answer here, man. Like,
and I think Yuha's great. I feel like we're getting, but I just want to say, I think also people kind of misinterpret like Yuha's like. I feel like if anything, you should pity Yuha. Like he's a pitiful character. You know what I mean? Like yeah, he might be one of the most broken characters in all of Bleach with Almighty, and even that, like anything with time related is dumb. Like kind of in my opinion, but he's pitiful. I think he's supposed to represent like the peak of humans, where it's we fear death as humans, and he's the epitome of that. He wanted to get rid of death. He's a being that literally cannot survive without others. Yeah. You know what I mean? His initial like appearance at birth is this thing. He can't see, he can't hear, he can't taste, he can't move. It's nothing. And he had to gain powers by using other people. And that's kind of also shown with all Quincy's. Quincy's are like the race, I think, that almost every single person showed a very fearful reaction to dying, which you don't really see with the Espada or even Shinigami.
That's a good point.
I mean, that's true.
You know what I mean? Like Bambino would rather be a zombie than die.
Shinigami and Hollows, they're already dead, sort of, to speak.
Yeah, but they have the reincarnation
and Quincy's are human,
which is weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, give me a moment
though. Favorite moment? I'll probably just have to go OG Mayuri speech on perfection.
Oof, that's a great one.
That's just so good.
Especially as a scientist,
Yeah, and then I think another one that's underlooked is Kilgaze. This is just very short, but when he's talking to Ichigo and he like mentions Uryu's bows are stronger, and he says, "Oops, I may have sewed too much. Speech is silver, silence is golden." And he's like, "I'm not saying anymore." And I don't know why. That's just a hard line to me. That's a bar. Because, like, villains just always go talking, and he's like, you know what? Let me take a back pedal. I said too much. And I just really like that.
Okay. Give me some of your favorite abilities and fights in the series. And Weaver, I know you brought up Byakuya Kuchiki versus Ichigo Kudasai.
Yeah, I think any fight with Byakuya is good.
Most fights, I would argue that Bleach is one of the most solid in terms of fights consistently. There's not really boring fights in that series.
I know what you mean. Like you're thinking like any real engagement in terms of combat was somewhat entertaining, if not engaging. Like,
Yeah.
is it really like a super dud fight? I kind of agree with that. I think I kind of agree with that. I can't really think
Yeah.
of one fight where I'm like, even at some of the earlier Renji, even though it's more simple, I'm like,
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Renji versus Ichigo in the Soul Society was emotional. It was physically impactful. It had a lot. Yeah. Kenpachi versus Ichigo. Like, Soul Society was stacked with fights. Let's be real. Mayuri versus Uryu. That was a great fight.
Renji versus Bayaki was fucking fantastic.
Renji versus Bayaki, and that was a one-sided low diff, but it still held weight. Like, the thing about, so sometimes, like, you can have a great fight and great drawn in a manga, but I feel like emotional impact and the reasons the combatants are fighting adds to that fight.
Shout out Kirigam. Shout out Kirigam.
Yep, yes, sir. Yes. Could be go. The reason that I like that fight a lot is actually really to do with the ideology clash of the concept of family of Ichigo versus Byakuya and the concept of purpose. That's actually what really makes that fight so good to me. I tend to look at fights kind of multi-layered. Like, trust me, you can give me like, I remember Newgrounds. You just animate stick niggas going crazy. Like, this is fire, but like there's no context to me. But it's good to look at. But like,
with Sonic versus Mario sprite fight.
Yes, like all those Super Mario Bros. Z awesome was gas pack on Newgrounds.
So good.
But it's like Ichigo literally is like, bro, it doesn't matter what force in the world comes at me. If they're trying to take my sister from me, I'm fighting against them. And he could not comprehend why Byakuya would allow Rukia to get executed. He didn't care about that. No, he was not trying to hear that. Like, it was like, he's not even fighting against me. He's fighting against like Soul Society and the rules and whatever the case may be. I can't remember I can't remember it verbatim, but that's to me the crux and why that fight means so much. Because I always think about in fights, like, what does it mean for each character to lose, and not even a sense of like, if I lose, like, you invade my country and everything's over. It's just like, what does it mean personally, from a pride and ego standpoint, and all of those things. And for me, this was the fight that had that level of emotional weight and impact. I don't think Ichigo versus Aizen has that. While I do think that, like to me, Ichigo is a proxy stand-in for Soul Society because he's basically the one who never saw Kyoka Suigetsu. And that's why he's like the champion child. We learned out later, obviously, his potential of growth and the fact that he's literally everything in one is part of the reason why he's so strong. But while that fight is cool on spectacle, I think it lacks that impact. That's why that fight don't move me, really and truly.
I agree.
I don't think
it's a good fight. It's not.
I actually agree with that. I don't think it's a great. I really don't think it's a great fight. I think what we kind of enjoy is just kind of seeing Aizen get knocked down the peg for the first time. That's what
was what that fight was meant to do. The face palm is a moment. It's meant to do that, right? Like, so.
Question: If Gin succeeded, do you think that would have been better?
No.
I don't think it would have been better, but I would have been.
Actually expected,
but that would have been crazy though, because it's like, what do you do if you break down the molecular level? Like, you're done. You're done. You're cooked.
That would have also broken a few things, because if Gin had succeeded, then it would have. Then technically,
Kamamaru's a Hall of Fame Bankai spammer, and he sounds so raw every time he does it. That Bankai is so trash.
He does. He constantly says,
Kokodu Tengen Myo.
The worst thing is if Gin were to have succeeded, then technically speaking,
BTW, just keep talking. I'm real quick, but keep talking.
And Yoruichi, they should have succeeded, like, because he even admitted they beat him, but it wouldn't have, you know what I mean? So
again, see, the thing that's the hardest thing with Aizen is it's so hard to take just certain words he says as credible because he's literally dicking around so much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
A lot.
And this is like a huge like conception that I've always hated, like the concept of like hacks versus like Reiatsu in Bleach, right? Yeah. Like, can you really block every form of hacks leading up to Reiatsu? Because one of the major points people always use is the Aizen and Soifone thing, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Soifone didn't hit Aizen.
True.
She thought she did.
No, she did. She hit him twice.
No, remember, she was under the illusion. She didn't hit him.
Well, yeah, but so I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Thought she hit him twice, and she didn't actually. But
and then the only other instance is the Kenpachi and Ichigo thing. But I just attribute that to Ichigo just being truly fearful.
Yeah, but see, no, I do believe Aizen's reasoning in that regard. I really do. Like, because by that logic, it's sort of like I forget what anime to use here, but it's like you give a toddler fucking Soifon's ability. Does it kill fucking God? Yuha, or let's use Yuha Bak. Does Soifon's technique work against Yuha Bak? Does it? Like, really? Because that seems pretty easy to fucking spam him twice. You give that Bonkai to Yoruichi, or not even a Bonkai, the Shikai to Yoruichi. Yoruichi stabs him twice, done. You know, like you know what I mean? So I do believe it's got to be Ryatsu based. It's not that the way I always looked at that one was Soifon didn't actually pierce him. Here's the thing: it's not that it is a 2-hit kill, no matter what. But can you pierce him? That's sort of the thing. Because if I sort of like you brought up Ichigo Kenpachi, if Ichigo doesn't cut Kenpachi, it don't matter. It don't fucking matter if he's got Soifon's Zanpakuto or not. If you didn't cut him, you didn't pierce his flesh, did you truly hit him? Will the mark appear? So I'm under the impression that Soifon couldn't pierce Aizen if she wanted to from the get-go, based on Ryatsu. But it's not about the 2-hit. It's about the can you even damage him in the first place.
Well, actually, I mean, let me not chime in like I was listening. What I miss?
But then I guess my thing is like, I guess then what would be the actual limit of like how much Ryatsu needs to be a difference? Do you see what I'm saying?
What's the discrepancy? You mean?
Yeah, because like even when I look at just certain like things of like,
think about it this way though, man.
Aizen had only twice the amount of a captain, right?
No, that's what he had much more than that.
Yeah.
And
remember
his just 2 times is the baseline for the
but his war potential was because of his Ryatsu specifically.
Yeah.
You have to remember that.
I'm saying
that's one of the problems with Bleach is like things like Ryatsu is not quantifiable, so we don't really understand it fully because it's not something that Kubo really he doesn't really go in depth about. Same thing with like Kido. Like we know Kido exists. We know that there's defensive Kido and offensive Kido, but there's no like explanation of like how it came to be. If there's like, you know, a way that you should go about learning this, we just know that there's an academy and then you can use Kido in situations and stuff like that. So like when it comes to the power system in Bleach, there's a lot of cool ideas, but they're not really fleshed out.
Yeah, okay, but then like here's my example, right? Let's look at Mayuri versus Perinda. Can we really say you think Mayuri would have like his hacks works on Perinda, which I feel like wouldn't make sense if the Ryatsu hacks thing happened. Because Mayuri definitely would probably have average level Ryatsu because he's all science, and Perinda's literally the left hand of God.
By that lot, but wait a minute.
You see what I'm saying?
The parts of the Soul King evolved as the fights went on. We saw that with Gerard the Heart. We saw that with whatever it is, the right hand, and we saw it with Pernida with the intellect. So it wasn't just the intellect that was increasing; it was the Ryatsu. So I would argue because they beat Gerard like 28 times, and that fucker kept coming back bigger and badder like the Hulk. So he kept growing. So
that shit was also very annoying.
I would argue that the left hand of the Soul King did the same thing.
A lot of these series just tend to have that though. It's like if you're just not strong enough, it doesn't really matter what your ability and techniques are. You just can't hurt them. But the Soifon moment was like, to me, was crazy though, because I was like, yeah, I actually saw that coming because of what Kenpachi had said initially when he was talking about Ryatsu. But Ryatsu is pretty hard to quantify because I still think it's kind of hard to tell to some degree, I think, who has the most and the least, in my opinion, because most of my friends think Kenpachi has the most spiritual pressure because of the eye patch thing. And apparently that's not the case. His war potential was not based on spiritual pressure. It was more on his fighting prowess or physical abilities or combat. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah.
So, something like that, right? Actually, this just remind me. For Ichigo, it was his growth rate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Kenpachi was combat, or like, was it physical strength? What was it?
It was combat ability.
Combat ability, yes.
And then for
Urahara was like his unusual means.
His mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yamamoto, because he's the fucking strongest, I guess, right? Was he one of them?
Yes.
No, it wasn't Yamamoto. It was Ichibei.
Oh no, Yamamoto wasn't a potential yet.
Ichibei was wisdom.
Oh, Ichibei was wisdom.
like,
It was Ichibei.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Urahara was like his unusual means, which is like he'll do whatever it takes to win.
And he has like, because he's like, because like I want to talk about this a little bit later, like Mayuri's mind versus Urahara's mind, and who you kind of think is smarter. Because I think I have a controversial take there, because I don't think Urahara's smarter than him, but I get why he gets that perception.
Here are actually the 5 from the manga is Ichigo with latent ability, potential to be far more powerful and dangerous than the average combatant due to his mixed heritage. Kenpachi Zaraki due to fighting strength, his monstrous physical strength and capabilities combat-wise, as well as his fighting skill. Ichibei was wisdom, his ability to think and act strategically using his vast knowledge, experience, understanding, and common sense and insight. Sosuke Aizen, Ryatsu, his monstrously powerful Ryatsu, capable of disintegrating other beings and repelling the overflowing power of the Soul King himself. And Kisuke Urahara was means and mind, his ability to outmaneuver his opponents.
I just want to say the Ichibei wisdom thing's kind of bullshit, because I don't think he really showed like vast amounts of wisdom. But
I think the wisdom connotation comes from the fact that he named everything in Soul Society.
Yeah,
he's one of the oldest. But I definitely agree with you. Like, it's not. I'm not gonna look at him like you're a dumbass, but you didn't prove to me that you're like this old, wise, all-seeing, knowing.
I will say that Ichibei should have killed Yuha Bak. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree.
Like,
1000%.
There's no reason that it's like I erased your fucking Bankai. It's like, no, bitch, I named you. I erased you, bitch. Like I don't get how his powers overrid Ichibei's. You know, that
because he was already the Black Ant at that time, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So once he became the Black Ant, okay, I erased the Black Ant. You can't do that anymore because now you're a Black Ant. You're not Yuha Bak. You don't have the Almighty. You're done. That should have worked and it didn't, and that still bothers me.
But I think it was also one of the discrepancies where it's also because Yuha isn't his true name. Remember, Yuha is a name he took for himself because all those worshippers called him that. Maybe. So I guess that may be why.
Maybe.
Is that if that we don't know, but I think that might be possibly why.
Just real quick, what fights and abilities you guys already mentioned? Just out of curiosity.
We just went on a tangent of Ryatsu versus Hacks.
Right, well, I'm gonna go. You know,
wait.
We did Byakuya and Ichigo already because now you did that one. I'm gonna actually go one that I don't think is gonna be brought up is Renji Ichigo.
Okay.
Because it has the same reasons we were talking about, the emotional impact. Renji and Ichigo are actually fighting for the same thing, and yet they still need to come to blows over it because of their different way of doing it. Renji blames Ichigo for it all happening, and Ichigo goes, well, that's why I need to fight. I need to save her. It's like, you're making things worse. No, you're making things worse. And they were at this conflict of points in the same way that Byakuya and Ichigo were. Like, Byakuya was resolved because of different reasons, but still like, and the reason Byakuya fought Renji too was sort of like, Ichigo's keep fighting for Rukia. Everyone seems to be fighting for Rukia in this way, and the fights were much more emotional in the Soul Society arc as a result. So I think the Renji versus Ichigo fight, where we first got our first Getsuga Tensho, technically, where we first got our, Renji lost. We beat a lieutenant, and the fight was really cool. It went on for a long time. It was like Ikkaku was a good fight, but this was like we were starting to get Soul Reaper territory, like some real power scaling. Mm-hmm. It was emotionally relevant. We had the moment with, like the advice from Urahara worked against Ikkaku, but it didn't work against Renji with the whole 6 revolver missile logic and stuff because Ichigo was just not strong enough at that time. It was nice to see the main character falter, even in the middle of a rescue multiple times. So I just think that fight is underappreciated for what it represented.
Okay.
I'll try and do 2 that like I don't think we're gonna talk about. I really like the Nell versus Notoria fight. I know Nia was trying to say like talk about him. He's a bitch for sneaking, but that's him, right?
No,
I think
I don't even hate sneaking, so I don't know why I said that.
He's a bitch for sneaking.
I
You're a bitch for being a hypocrite. Like that much is true.
I think all the espadas are very good, and I think they're all very broken. And I think that we have to realize that like they were matched just against their hard counters, and that's why a lot lost. Like if Zamimaru fought anybody other than Byakuya, he probably would have won.
Or once he takes control of your body, difficult because he has 100 million. He's like, bro, what's your 52 eyes gonna do, bro?
Kenpachi would have lost that fight. You know what I mean?
I don't know. He might have.
I truly believe. But I mean, yeah, it's Kenpachi.
He might have overpowered his Amor with just physical strength, like bitch. I don't know. I feel you though. I hear you saying. I hear you saying.
But the Notoria nail thing, I like it because Notoria always wanted to die, which is interesting for a hollow, because a hollow's mere existence, especially in a Espada, is they eat to get stronger, to survive, to do more, right? And this is a guy whose main goal is doing all this just to die to a good fight. And I think that goes well with his Mantis name, and like how in real life Mantis, like male mantises die to like female mantises after they have sex and shit.
After they mate, right?
And yeah. And I think that with his like relationship with Nell of like, you're a female, so he automatically has the inferiority complex, and she actually is stronger than him. Mm-hmm. So it's like, you're stronger than me, but like dying to you, which I want to do, would be kind of disgraceful, and he hated her. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I think that dynamic there in their fight, I wish it went on longer. I wish it was like more of a conclusion, but I liked it. I liked that a lot. I liked the little backstory I like with Grants. And then the second fight I think is good, which might be controversial. Tozen versus Kamamaru.
Oh, Kamamaru.
I think is a good fight. I think Tozen is one of the best written characters in Bleach.
Interesting. Talk about it.
Honestly.
That's an interesting take. Yeah.
So, and I think a lot of why I like him too comes somewhat from like the light novels. And I haven't finished it yet. I'm reading Can't Fear Your Own World now. But it goes far more into Tozen's backstory, and I like.
Wait, you read the light novels?
I'm reading them now.
Because I know they have a lot of information that's apparently canon. So I don't know if that's. I never really checked it.
I think the only two I think that you have to read. One is the. Oh, fuck. It's like Strawberry and something, which goes over Renji and. It's Strawberries and something because it's Renji's and Rukia's marriage. And then there's one called Can't Fear Your Own World, which I think is the main one most people know, which is right after the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, and it goes into one of the main villains is one of the noble clan people, one from like one of the 4 major clans. It goes into what the Soul King is, and it talks about a lot of other stuff, Tozen's backstory, yada yada.
Never forget Tozen's binoculars, wild blood.
That is actually true.
Is that true?
That is true. That's true. Yeah. That's true. That's actually true. That's actually true.
What?
That's actually true.
I think it was seen to Ryatsu.
He did.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off. My bad. You go ahead.
But yeah, so only Can't Fear Your Own World and the Strawberry ones, I think, are probably the most canon because I'm pretty sure Kubo worked well. I think there's one like Spirits Are Forever, which goes over like previous Kenpachis and shit. And I think the writer for Can't Fear Your Own World is the same one. I don't know how canon that one is though. Okay. But
because I heard things like Grimjaw has a Segunda Etapa now and all kinds of crazy shit. It's not true.
Ukiyo is the only one that has a second Etapa because it's a specific thing for his clan. Oh. He's like part of like this vast Alorde Black Bat clan, and it's only something that he can have.
Interesting.
No one else can have one. But I know like Grimjow, Holly Bear, and like Neller, and they like do other shit. But yeah, Tozen's good though, and like, I just like Tozen's thing, and I can't remember the full conversation with Kamamaru, but it's just like we as a community we need to be better. Visions of like how like justice and revenge blend so well together. Stupid as fuck. And he said it was a thing with the society. He said, "No, Kamamaru, me being complacent and staying in a world that harmed my best friend, that is vice." And I just really like that because it's like when you hear him in the beginning, he has all this talks about justice, and you kind of go in like the stereotypical route, like, oh, I want to be a good guy, I want to save lives. When it's like, no, my justice is completely different from what all you guys had. You guys were under this wrong impression, but it's like, no, I had this plan from the beginning, and this is what I did. I have never strayed. You guys were just wrong about me. And I really like that. And I like that he is a true believer in Aizen, and he's the only one that cannot be affected by his illusions because he's blind. And I thought that's a really well thing. And then this is the one part that I do know in the novels. Shuhei talks to Aizen because they're like putting Aizen back in the fucking prison thing, and he's like, "You killed Tozen." He's like kind of like saying "fuck you," and Aizen's like, "No, what I did was an act of mercy," and it like pisses him off. And like I guess Tozen told Aizen, he said, "If I ever feel remorse at any point, kill me." And because like he slightly felt bad towards the end of that fight, you kind of saw him like kind of like going back to the good side. Aizen killed him because that's what.
Oh shit!
Tozen
Y'all could hear
forced him to
that? I
promise.
forgot y'all could hear that. My bad, guys. No, you're spinning. By the way, you're spinning. Sorry, I watched a J
but that's
video.
just it. I really like the Tozen thing, and I do think that Tozen's thing of revenge is very good because. Yeah, because then we have the Kamamaru thing, and the Kamamaru became immortal, and then that nigga got murked too, and I just like that. It was a nice full circle.
Nah, actually, like I like what you had to say. Like that was well said. It's not moving me, but I feel it though.
I think I'm in the same opinion. I think I'm in the same opinion. It's not moving me,
but it's well taken. Like, I've never thought about it that way, so I'm not mad at it at all. It made sense.
No,
to me.
I always thought Tozen went from fucking I'm a justice man to I'm a revenge boy, and that's basically what it was, you know. So
okay.
That's fair.
Yeah, but wait, who didn't go?
I didn't go.
Go ahead, brother. Then I'm gonna move on to the next point because we've been here, but we're only on the second thing. We've been here for like 2 hours.
So, my favorite fights in Bleach. I mean, most of y'all know me already. Like that 3-part showdown with Ichigo and Grimjaw. It's just, it's not enough that can be said about like how iconic this shit is. Like I honestly believe this is the best 3-part series matchup that I've ever seen in Shonen because the first time we lay the foundation, Ichigo struggling with his inner hollow, and on top of that, Grimjaw came through and bodied Rukia, who is his best friend, right in front of him, and he couldn't do shit about it. And then when Grimjaw was starting to get bored and thought Ichigo wasn't worth his time, he hit him with a Getsuga Tensho across the chest, and he was like, "What the fuck was that?" And then when he was about to pull out his sword, and the fight's over. So then we go to the next fight. Ichigo been training. He got his inner hollow under control, and he's using the mask, but he hasn't mastered it yet. And he whoops the shit out of Grimjaw for those 12 seconds. Then the mask breaks. Then now he's getting his ass whooped. And then Shinji come through and interrupt the fight. Well, Rukia came first, and then after that, when he broke out the ice and he was about to kill Rukia, Shinji interrupted it. And then the stage is set for the last matchup in Hueco Mundo. Listen, this was the fight that I was waiting for the entire time the Hueco Mundo arc started. Because I'm just like, I know Grimjaw is not going to let it go in like this. He wants Ichigo bad. But I'm thinking to myself, but then how does Ichigo feel about it? And then when he brings Orihime to heal Ichigo after he got stabbed by Okura, fucking, he gets up, and then Orihime's like, I'm not going to heal him. And then Grimjaw like, what? He was like, I'm not going to heal him because you're going to hurt him. And Grimjaw's like, listen here, bitch. You better heal him. And then Ichigo stops him. And he was like, Orihime, heal me. And then heal Grimjaw too, because he just sealed Okura away at the cost of his hand. And Grimjaw's like, I don't need your pity. And Ichigo's like, it's not pity. You wanted a fair fight. Or wait, are you going to use that as an excuse for when I beat that ass? I'm just like, oh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am a sucker for cheap provocation. and that shit had me on 10. I was ready. That fight, animated, manga, it doesn't matter. That's the best fight in Bleach. I'm telling you, it's the best fight in Bleach. You had that moment where they got fucking pushed up against the wall, and then Grimjaw was ready to stab Ichigo, and he's like, it looked like you could hold your mask a little bit longer since last time. Did you get stronger on your way here, or was you training since our last fight? Either way, it would suck if your mask broke like last time. And Ichigo grabbed his hand. He was like, it would suck if my mask broke like last time. Don't make me laugh. And he flexed his spiritual pressure and the look on Grunjo's face of shock. And then he slashed him across the chest. And he was like, what would really suck is if you can't hold that resurrection. I'm like, bro.
Yes,
You talk
sir.
about people with real beef.
That confidence bag Ichigo was different.
Bro, I'm telling you. That shit goes so hard. It doesn't matter how many times I watch it. Every time I look at it, it's like two guys who are evenly matched going at it so that they can prove that they're the top dog against each other. I just love that fight. And then, real quick, the second fight that I really, really, really love is Byakuya versus Somari, because that fight has everything. Like, it has everything that I want. Byakuya shows up. He's like, Somari's about to kill Rukia. He's like, are you the one that did this? He's like, no.
No, but I'm gonna finish her off.
But I was about to. I was about to kill her, though. And Byakuya was like, that's all I need to hear. And then they start fighting. And he started using his ability. He used his ability on Byakuya's hand. He can't control his hand. So he cut his hand since it's not listening to him. He was like, you make quick judgments. Then he used it on his leg. He sliced his leg because it's not listening. And he was like, what is your name, Captain? And he was like, why would I, a captain, give my name to an espada? And he was like, because we're equals. And he was like, that's arrogance. Yeah, the difference between me and you is the gap between heaven and earth. That is a fucking bar. I need y'all to understand.
Best captain. That's the best captain.
I remember we talk about this. There's something about poetic, like flowery, condescending shit talk that hit, because a scanner has this too. Where the way he does it, it's not just straight up raw. It comes with this air of nobility with it that just hits different. We keep going. You in your bag right now. Talk about the goat.
Oh, bro, you dropped. Did you drop a coin or something there on the ground? My own attack hit me. No wonder I took some damage right now. That I packed quite a punch.
Askinor goat. But man, Byakuya, when he fucking said that shit, Somari done had enough of him. He was like, all right, this nigga is too arrogant. Then he used his resurrection. He started controlling Rukia. And then Byakuya got to fend her off. And he was like, don't move. And he put the blade to Rukia's throat. And he like, drop your sword, nameless captain. And at this time, I can tell Byakuya is fed up. He done had enough of this thing. He drops his sword. I'm thinking to myself, you don't want him to drop his sword. Don't tell him to do that.
I said, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Drop that fucking sword.
But then he drops his sword. And then as soon as the sword hit the ground, he pointed his finger at Rukia. He was like, Bakudo no Rokujuichi. Rikujo Koro. I'm like, oh shit. You know what time it is now. Then he picked the sword back up.
6 bars of light.
In front of me, sovereignty means nothing. Bankai. And then you can hear Somari like gulp. He's like, oh shit. He's like, Senbon Sakura. And then when he fucking sees the Senbon Sakura blades, he's like, I'm gonna use all 50 eyes of my body to control the blades. And Byakuya's like, bro, just stop. On your body, you got 50 eyes, including the 2 on your face. With those 50 eyes, how do you plan on stopping 100 million blades? Said Goke, Senbon Sakura Kage. Like, a new attack?
That's what I'm saying. Stop playing with him. He called you the nicest. Stop playing with him.
Byakuya is fucking
1000%.
Yeah, don't feel.
And actually, one thing I want to mention about Byakuya really quick is one of the movies. I forget which one. The one where everybody forgets. Fade to Black, I think it is, the one where everybody forgets who Rukia is.
Actually, that's the first one, right?
I think so. And
Nobody? Yes.
Yeah.
Memories of Nobody. Okay.
Memories of No. Yeah. And but
the
Byakuya,
first anime movie I watched in theater, I think.
Yeah. Ichigo goes to Byakuya to his house afterwards, and he goes because Byakuya questions right away, even though he doesn't know who Rukia is, doesn't know who Ichigo is. He even questions it, and when he goes in and said, "Your wife is Hisane," Byakuya doesn't immediately attack him or anything. He's the first one. It's not Renji. It's not anybody else. Well, Kisuke technically, but nobody else actually believes. Not Hisagi, not Renji. Nobody else believes in Ichigo that Ichigo's this person. Not Toshiro. Nobody else. Ikaku. But Byakuya goes, Hisane was born in the Rukangan district, section 46. Thank you. Boom. And they're like, why did you tell him that, sir? And he just walks the fuck away. Because he's like, something's going on. I don't disbelieve the look in this man's eyes. Byakuya raw. Mm-hmm. Byakuya got that shit.
Bro, and then the icing on the cake that vaulted this fight into one of my favorites. It's top 2, honestly. I actually like this fight more than Ichigo versus Byakuya. But the reason I love it so much is because at the end, when Zomari's about to die, he's just like, why do y'all Soul Reapers persecute us Hollows like this? Like, we're the bad guys and you're the good guys. That shit not fair. Mm-hmm. Who decided that y'all get to play justice, judge, jury, and executioner? And then when he dies, Byakuya's like, bro, I don't honestly care about any of that shit. I killed you because you pointed your blade at my pride. I'm like, yo.
Big brother.
I'm a sucker for sibling relationships, bro. So when he hit me with that, I was like, yeah. He's the GOAT.
When they're done well, and I think Naya can tell this right now, Seven Deadly Sins does the brother relationship raw. It does it really fucking good.
Being Amish Nebula.
Go,
Amish Nebula.
There we go. Yeah, like when you get familiar, and Pat was saying this about the whole Ichigo family dynamic. When you hit the brother, the sister, the when you hit that on point, it elevates the series easy when it's done correctly. Just something about the familiar bond just works.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna throw this out here, and then I'm gonna move to the next point. Actually, no, I'm gonna move to the next point. Fuck it. What in your opinion? I want you guys to name one thing for each. What is your favorite thing about Bleach, and what do you think is the worst thing about Bleach? Give me one of each. I'm gonna start with you, Pat.
Oh,
my favorite thing about Bleach.
If you had to pinpoint one thing, and I don't care if it's a character, an ability, a moment, a concept, the artwork, anything. What is your favorite thing about Bleach if you have to choose one thing?
Oh, my favorite thing is the cast of the characters. Like, there are so many characters that are unique and have their own thing going for them, and they never really felt tropey to me in a way. Like, some of them like kind of fall into certain tropes, like stoic cool guy and then like meathead power hungry guy, but like they feel so full of life. Like, the cast in Bleach feel like actual people at times. So that's what I really, really liked about it. And there's so many likable characters. There's a character for everybody. Like, if you like Bleach, you're gonna find somebody that you like. There's no way you're not. And I think the worst thing about it, I would say it didn't become a problem until like the later arcs, where it's like you think a fight has concluded, but it really hasn't. And that was starting to blow me a little bit, because I'm like, bro, we're not done? Like, you would read a chapter, like the Griever brought it up, the Gerard Valkyrie. I was over here thinking he was done for like 6 different times, and he kept coming back. I'm like, bro, enough is enough.
Well, he's a miracle. He's a miracle man.
I understand that concept, but
that arc did that too much, though. It didn't matter who they were fighting. You think it's
Byakuya said a miracle doesn't happen twice. And then nigga did it like 7 fucking times. I'm like, enough is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go next. My favorite thing about Bleach is actually, at this point, is actually what I think, with the poetic undertone of it. I love how he names his... Actually, no, that's a lie. That's the second thing. I still think Swing Back the Pendulum is one of the best backstories, flashbacks that I've ever read. I love it.
Really?
It reminds me of when I played Birth by Sleep Kingdom Hearts. It was the connecting game that just made sense of so many things that was happening. Even though it didn't give me all the answers, I'm just like, I get it. The stream of logic is flowing through my brain. I get it. I understand. That's why Venus looks like Sora. That's why, you had Ventus Heart. It all connect. It came full circle. I'm like, okay, now we can move. So that's why I really like Swing Back the Pendulum as a backstory. Like, it was moving me. As for the worst thing, I could honestly point to several things, but I'm actually going to piggyback something off what you were saying. I really disliked in the very last arc how many times, like, the Quincy's to me didn't make any sense because they just get back up. Like, okay, I'm a fucking lucha libre. This nigga cheers for me. I body him. Oh, don't die. You're the best. I'm back. Like, bro, how many times that happened with the Quincy's in the last arc?
Can I say one quick thing about him, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
James, the little guy, was a Stern writer. Master Masculine was the ability.
That doesn't like change my opinion because
I know it's still dumb. It's still dumb.
My point is that it's not enjoyable for me to watch somebody do something incredibly smart to win a fight, and it's like, oh, miracle, here I'm back and I'm stronger now. Like, what the hell is that? It's so trash to me because sometimes I'm like, yo, hold on, that was a good maneuver. I like what you just did there. That was smart as hell. It's like, oh yeah, my what's that guy's name? His death tolerance or death something. What's his ability again?
Asking.
Yeah. What was it ability called? Lethal dose.
Death
dose. There you go. And I'm just like, bro, just not moving me, bro. Like, you're not winning because, like, it's just I don't know. It's hard for me to explain, but sometimes I could look at something like that made sense, but I realize that as a viewer, watcher, reader, or gamer, I have to experiencing it. It's not.
It's like
fun.
A pay to win.
It's not
They're like
fun.
Pay to win They're literally pay to win characters.
Yeah.
Like the biggest, like, most egregious example of it was when Shunsui had his match.
Oh.
Yeah, and like he finally used his Bankai. Like, this is something the entire Bleach community had been waiting for since like the entire serialization, because he's touted as one of the best captains, and now he's the captain commander. So he uses it, and it's a really fucking neat Bankai. Like, I really enjoyed it, and it didn't defeat what's his fucking name?
I don't know, the sniper guy.
Lil Barrow. Yeah, Lil Barrow. So yeah, it didn't defeat him, and I'm just like, okay. And then we find out, like, the little backstory with Nanao and, like, Shunsui. I'm like, I mean, this was kind of unnecessary, but it's cool, I guess. Like, it's kind of Deus Ex Machina a little bit. Like, she gets the ability that she needs to defeat him, and then she uses it, and it still doesn't defeat him. Like, he gets sent back down to Soul Society. And then after that, that's when he fucking dies, when fucking Juabash fucking recalled all the Quincy's and stuff like that. I'm just like, what are we doing? Why are we having all these moments?
I'm gonna throw that in there for Bleach. Oh my God, for Vince, because Vince said that's the one thing he didn't like. A lot of the Quincy's only died because Sting recalled his powers. I think that's a good point.
But I didn't like that.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. But honestly, that like Young Gambino, like you have to understand, like, with me personally, I always enjoy when a character outsmarts somebody. I don't care what the strength discrepancy is. And just, like, I hate when, like, the reason why the character ends up not dying or losing or getting back up is just because of some nonsense. Like, to me, the Quincy just kept getting up because you got to get up. I'm like, bro, this is not moving me. Like that arc, just, like, I get to a point where I'm like, anytime I thought the fight was over, I did the opposite of Pat. I'm like, this shit not done, nigga. I'm going to get back up and become, like, pure energy or some nonsense. And I'm like, it's not moving me, so... But all right, Miles. Favorite and least favorite thing about Bleach?
Since Pat already did characters, I'm gonna say I really like the Shikai Bankai system,
Yes.
and I like how it ties. It's a power that directly ties to, like, a character's personality and their soul.
Yes.
And I don't know if this is, like, actually canon or this is what, like, fans have said, but, like, the idea that Shinkai are the personalities that people present to the world, while Bankai's kind of more deal with, like, your actual personality. I don't know if that's true.
I've never
But
heard that, so it might be a fan thing.
That's a
but yeah,
fan
but it
thing, I think.
okay. But
It sounds
yeah,
plausible
I
though.
just really like it. Yeah, like
Yeah, it
I
sounds
think it's
good.
really cool. Like I think that I know Naya, you said you don't really like the Banka the twos or he limited himself with it.
Yeah. That's probably my biggest problem with it, because
I
seeing Tensan Zangetsu for the 4th time when he tried to pan it out and do it, I'm like, bro, I don't care. I saw it already. It's not moving me. Keep it
Shit,
pushing.
that
I
shit
think
moves me every time.
I think
Well,
my
that
only
was
The
because
only one that moved me every time is Senbon Sakura.
let's
Senbon Sakura every
let's
time.
be real. Let's be real though. That was because the Quincy Powers didn't want to give up their hold on Ichigo either. Like, and to be fair, that you can argue that part. The reason that we saw Tensa Zangetsu in its true form is because we never actually saw real Tensa Zangetsu in the first place.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's I mean, if it doesn't move you, it doesn't move you, but it does. It is explained at least.
Yeah, and I think at least for you, Naya, I think I still would have to, even though you like think it's limiting. I think we should still at least give respect to Kubo that he didn't ever break the Bankai system. Like there was no point where
I
he
could
was
agree
like,
with that. I could agree with that. He
Quincy's
did.
are so
There's
strong, let's
actually
give
a
a
third
second
release.
Bankai. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
He stuck to
also
his
I
guns.
think, and then also with that, I think what was more bad is that we didn't see more of the Shinigami techniques used. Like
Yes.
Kido
That's
not
also one
being
of my things I didn't
like
like.
Shunsui used like he created his own Kido sword slash. Like why don't we see more things like that? Why don't we see more like Shunko, like with Yoda reaching Soy Phone having like Kido martial art like techniques? Like why don't we like do shit like this? Like there were so many other like cool things that could have been added to the powers that I feel like was just very much missed out on.
Yeah,
And I
I
think that's
never.
probably I think that was probably the worst thing, along with just the convenience of like matchups. I think
Yeah,
those are the two things.
I never liked that he didn't delve deeper into Keto and like properly explain how it came to be and how do you learn it. He just said that there's an academy and then they just use it. Because when they use Keto in battle, like
It's
when
good.
Byakuya be like Hadono Yon, Yakurai, I'm like, yo.
Wakudo no Roku
Well,
Kuichi,
they do
Riku
explain
Kojo.
keto. Keto is basically calming your presence. It's basically like meditating. You meditate your spiritual pressure into a form, sort of like basically think of how Dragon Ball characters, like how Gohan was teaching Videl how to fly.
No, I
Like,
mean, no, we understand the concept, but the problem is he doesn't flesh it out enough. Like he doesn't
no,
have
fair enough.
characters like talk about like the inner workings of keto and like like
Okay.
he explains that when you use a keto without an incantation, it's a lot weaker, but when you say the whole incantation, it's a lot stronger. But he doesn't really explain the significance behind the incantations and like how it ties into the history of the Soul Society and why most of them don't use it often. Like Hitsugaya, he's a prodigy. He's never used a keto. Like I don't understand that.
He's a guy who's not a prodigy. I'm sorry.
No, he's a prodigy.
He's way younger than any other captain in history.
Ichigo's younger.
That's what I always say.
But
He's
Ichigo-
15.
Hitsugai is dead. He's a child.
I will.
He is 10. Fuck.
I will actually go into that later. I actually want to talk about it. It's something. It was a secret. It was a secret topic I was saving, but we'll get to that later.
Going back to powers, I do think same with Quincy's. I think Quincy's were very underutilized with actually knowing other abilities. I feel like they were just very much using their shrifts too much. That's why I think Kyoge is the best Quincy, because he's a great start to an arc. He had the jail, and he was going crazy on Ichigo and the Espada.
Oh, that was the guy who looked like he was straight out of Germany, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But maybe check out the Super Eye Patch Wolf. I'm actually gonna talk about that video later.
No,
Griever,
fuck him.
Griever, no, but it ties into the Bleach's downfall and how people's perception into it works.
He's still a loser.
Oh, no, I'm not here to hype him. I'm here to talk about the video. I'm not here to hype him.
I know. I'm just putting it out there. He's a loser.
That was Pat.
Who was that?
I didn't say that. He's a YouTuber. But he had a video called "The Downfall of Bleach" that has like crazy views.
These anime YouTubers suck, bro.
I believe it played into the downfall and the perception of Bleach. But Griever, give me your favorite thing about Bleach and the worst thing about it.
Well, everyone has mentioned some of my favorite parts about Bleach, so I'm gonna go off of one that is sorely missed in Shonen Jump right now, and it's the fucking artwork. I don't want to hear about the white backgrounds and the black backgrounds. You know what that does? That makes me focus that the goddamn motherfucker can draw a goddamn cool character. That's what it does. If I'm not paying attention to a fucking shaded house in the background, I'm looking at the character models and I'm going, this man fucking knows how to draw. Like, why do I give a fuck about the buildings in the background or the clouds in the sky? I don't give a fuck. You know?
Thank you. Thank you.
You know? Thank you. Like white and black backgrounds, I don't give a fuck. It added tension. It was always hype. 686 chapters later, and I still got goosebumps when we had Aizen on a white goddamn background. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead.
I think the best white background is the Ukiura second stage one. By far.
Perfect. A perfect one. But Kubo constantly did it, and the thing is that it never got actually old. People make fun of it, but when did it actually not make you hype? When did Ichigo going into a Bankai form in a white background, full color spread, not make you, or full page spread, not make you fucking go, hell yeah? You know, like it never got old, so if it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it.
This actually ties into the next point, and I was gonna bring that up actually, Griever, but I'll let Naya bring us to it.
I mean, it's a good segue. Right into it. So we're talking about Kubo's strengths, and does he have the best art of the big three in your opinion?
But the worst part.
But yeah, oh shit, you didn't say that. My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah. I still got to do my worst, and this is gonna be my Bleach fanboy self saying the fact that it fucking ended. I'm gonna be a little.
Hey, I'm here for it. That's the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm not here for that. Move on to the next. Move on to the next goddamn point. What's that nigga's strengths? I'm not gonna hear that.
I'm gonna take 2 minutes of your time just to say why, and that is because
it better move me, bro.
Okay, Bleach was one of the big three, right here in the West.
Yes.
Fantastic, great, fine, dandy. But Naruto always superseded because of a bunch of fucking now we call them weeps. Fucking losers, idiots who were doing the Naruto run. It's the fucking Sonic the Hedgehog run, you dumb fuck. Get cultured. So, anyways, I'm already pissed off with the Naruto fan base. Then One Piece came along. Yes, it is the GOAT. One Piece is great. It hit, it missed, but it is fantastic. It's gold. Bleach somehow got under the radar in that regard, but still Bleach, once again, for the reasons we talked about the MC, Ichigo being good and stuff like that. Bleach, did it fall down in the Fullbringer arc a little bit? Upon reread, it's not as bad as I remember. You know, just like Whole Cake Island is a lot better in One Piece if you read it not week to week, but you read it in its entirety in a sitting. It's a lot better. So then we got to the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. Yes, was it convoluted? Yes, are there problems? But you also have to remember that Kubo was sick. The editor was fucking bearing down his sword, and the series was getting axed. These are all facts.
I think he also tore his ligaments in his wrist too.
Yeah, he was hospitalized. He got injured. He was sick, and there was a bunch of shit going on around that time. Yes, maybe he could have done it better. Maybe he should have done a better job. Blah blah blah. We could go about it all day, but the fact of the matter is that Bleach was still my solid series, and once Bleach ended, that's when all the other series started to go away. Beelzebub was gone. Food Wars was going downhill. And Naya remembers Seven Deadly Sins was reaching chapter 300. The downfall of one of the worst downfalls of manga of all fucking time fucking happened. And all the good series that I was enjoying, my shonen, my battle mangas, were all going away. And it all happened the year after Bleach was gone.
Okay,
and it was just
he got you know what? That's very personal. I'm not mad at that.
All right.
I'm not mad at that.
All right. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, I'm just saying that Bleach ended and it deserved better. I think, I'm not saying I wanted it to go on for 1,000 chapters or anything, but I think had they given, and manga, because we know we're dying, Japanese industry, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, if
I agree. Bleach deserved a better send off. I think but I think Shonen Jump is maybe going to rectify that. Maybe.
And I think I know we're going to get into that, but at the end of the day, I'm glad it's back. Blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, if Kubo had been given a proper hiatus, like they give, we won't talk about the series that Naya doesn't like to talk about.
No, it's not really a Naya stream if I don't bash Togashi at least once.
Togashi is shit.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, sir.
Togashi shit. Hunter x
Quota,
Hunter is
quota
trash.
met. Quota met.
Let's go. So if they can give that man a fucking hiatus saying he releases one chapter every 3 years, for God's sakes, give Kubo better artist, better story, better everything. If they can give that man fucking like one every 3 years, one chapter, give Kubo 6 months, let him go in the hospital, let him recover, and then let him come back with 50 chapters proper to end 1,000-Year Blood War. We end Bleach on 721 chapters. It would have been a way better ending. The other chapters, like the last 20 chapters, wouldn't have been rushed. We wouldn't have had all this bullshit with the Bankais. And I think you could have stretched it out to 750 chapters odd, and it would have been fine. So that's my one problem with Bleach. Let's just go.
Okay.
I agree.
Fair enough. All right, let's get into Kubo's strengths, right?
So, like he was saying with the art.
But also, does he, in your guys' opinion, have the best of the big three? That's
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
But this is how I felt about Bleach, right? Mm-hmm. I've always felt like the difference between Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach, like when we contain it as the big three, Bleach is a series where the characters dictate the narrative, not the narrative is what the characters are aiming for. So what I mean by that is like, you know, Luffy and Naruto, they're trying to be Hokage and Pirate King. But with Bleach's case, it's like because of what someone did, now is what we have our story based around. So Rukia gave up her powers to Ichigo, and then now we have to go to the Soul Society because she did something she wasn't supposed to. Then Aizen's actually a villain, so now we have to get ready to stop him. And then like Fullbring, Ichigo lost his powers, so now we have to find a way, like so on and so forth. So because of that, I feel like that dictated the way Kubo would draw the series. Like you have when characters are introduced, Zaraki's introduction, when he is introduced in Soul Society as a threat, the panel is literally just him, and you can barely make out the rooftop. He covers the entire page. And then when he's ready to fight Ichigo, it's a whole page, like a double spread, and it's cut in half, and it shows Ichigo, and it shows Zaraki at the top, because he's introducing himself. The characters are what makes the fucking series pop, and he knows it, and he accentuates it in his artwork. And it's just so fucking cool to me. Like when Ichigo and Grimmjow about to fight, and Ichigo goes Bankai, and Grimmjow's chilling on the roof, I'm just like, bro, look at them. They look so fucking cool. Ichigo using Tensa Zangetsu for the first time, Ikkaku using Ryumon Hozukimaru for the first time. Like every single time there's a marquee moment in Bleach, he uses his artwork to make the characters pop. The backgrounds don't mean shit. They don't mean anything. You're supposed to focus on the characters, and he does that to a T, and it's beautiful.
Pat, you don't need backgrounds when your characters look that goddamn cool.
Yeah, exactly. The fuck do I want to see backgrounds of a city when they're in a war? I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the house with the nice red roof and the blue shingles. Oh, that's a nice color design. I wonder what's in the kitchen. No, I don't give a fuck.
Wake Up Mundo's a literal desert. I don't need to see it. I'm good.
I don't need I don't need to see it.
Okay. I'm kind of. I mean, not. You go, Miles. Go next. I don't have a answer yet.
Well, I guess with the art thing, art's always gonna be hard. Like, I think.
Are you like a character design? Are you a Margaret Wolf like Hungerfold like? From
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay. I like she's credited as the first person from her the novel Molly. I think it's called Molly Bond. Molly Dawn or Molly Bond. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. But I think she's the originator of the phrase "beauty is in the eye of the beholder."
Yeah. Okay. So like, because like, I would argue if we're talking backgrounds, Kishimoto does a very good job. And it's just kind of like what you want. I personally like Kubo's style because I think his usage of black and white beats out everybody by far, bar none. I don't know how this motherfucker can use two colors and somehow make everything so beautiful and so expressive. I think his character designs are probably the best. And like, I've heard the argument, people try to say like later on in Bleach, people kind of have the same like faces and shit. That's not true.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I never have.
Like, certain like expressions, like when Ichigo drops from the fucking sky, and Byakuya says, "Save the Soul Society," and you see the rain, the lighting, and you see Ichigo like one of the few times where Ichigo looks so determined yet kind of pissed off.
Oh man, that's one of the greatest chapters in the history of Bleach.
It's a mixture of determination and like resolve from Byakuya's quote unquote death, sadness, but also rage. Honestly,
Yes.
I honestly think it's I felt that panel. I did. Truly.
That's good. Ichigo, after he has his talk with his dad,
I thought Byakuya was
and when after you, I honestly might. I really like I forget the name of the flashback with Ichigo's
everything
mother, right?
but the rain. Let's go.
That is such a good flashback.
That's not poetic, bro.
That's such a good flashback. And then the moment when Ichigo's done talking to his father, and Ishin's like wondering what is going on through my son now that he knows who he is, and Ichigo just looks at him and just says thanks, and he dips, gets his sword like that. I'm like, yeah, it's over. Like
it's you. All right.
It's so good, and like that's why like I think with the expressions things like that is done well, and like this like I don't want to like demean, but like Kurigam, right? If we look at people trying to say her art's bad, her art one gets really good, and I enjoyed it all the way through. But I think you've mentioned this, and no one can draw eyes like this woman. The best panel in Kubera with usage of eyes is the moment that people thought Brilith came back. And Agni said, "You didn't lose your memories." And that small bit of those two with the red eyes looking at each other back to back.
Yup.
I was like, "Oh my
the
God."
Real CBL, certified bread lovers.
That
yes, sir.
shit was fucking crazy. I was like, "What is going through your guys' heads right now?" And that's why, like, just going back to the Bleach thing. I personally think Kubo is. I'm a Kubo fanboy though, but just his use of black and white. His character expressions, like all that, I just think he's so hard to fucking beat.
I'm not mad at that.
And I think his strong point is his art. And I think this is like a weird one, but I think another strong point is kind of like his usage of like explaining and telling his stories without like having it there. Because I think like a lot of his shit, like a lot of his shit kind of.
Thank you.
Yeah, like
niggas is reading, man.
Like a lot of his shit kind of goes into like outside culture knowledge or like words and things that you have to know, but like it's like I think this kind of goes into his downfall, but it's like niggas don't read nowadays. Like I'm sorry, niggas can't read. Like niggas don't know how to read. Like Bleach is a story that if you just pay fucking attention, everything is there for you.
Yeah,
just focus.
Yeah. Absolutely.
People need literally words thrown at them to understand. People literally need saying, Ichigo is everything from the first chapter. Like, no, nigga, we don't need that, okay? Give me the hints. Give me the small little things, okay?
You don't have to. It doesn't have to be explicit. It could be implied. Implicit.
Yes, he writes very implicitly.
The best example.
His visual style definitely. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the best example of this, right, is when Ichigo fucking confronts his inner hollow for the first time when he goes to the visors. And he's asking him, where is Zangetsu? Mm-hmm. And because of the nature of Ichigo's inner hollow, who's madness and destructive, and he's so unpredictable, we don't know anything about him. He says, I am Zangetsu. But as the reader, you're just like, what the fuck is he talking about? You know? Like, we don't believe him. We're like,
that's such a good moment.
Exactly. You're not Zangetsu. Stop fucking around. And he tells him, he was like, Zangetsu and him, the old man that you know, and me, we were always the same. We're your power, but you just wasn't able to control your power, so I took control. And he's telling him, the king and the horse, what's the difference between them? Instinct. The person that rules the horse is the king, and the horse takes over and rides for the king. So if you can't do your duty as the king, I'm going to take over. And then we don't understand the full magnitude of this conversation until later on the final arc, where he's just like, the Zangetsu that he thought he knew was Yuabach, and fucking the inner hollow was actually Zangetsu all along, but we just didn't know.
But even with that, Pat, he was always there. And that's what
always there.
his mask was there protecting Ichigo throughout the Soul Society. When Byakuya put Ichigo on a fucking t-shirt, as he should, best captain, that nigga came out screaming like, I am about to put him in a body bag. He said, he did Getsuga Tencho. He said, is that black Ryatsu? And nearly took his arm off. Then we keep going in, right? And then once we hit Waco Mundo, I don't think people understand this, right? When Ukiyor puts this nigga Ichigo down, right? And White comes out, like, that is such a scary moment because I think we also have to realize this, is White can talk. Yep. White is a very, like, talkative motherfucker. When he sees Ichigo, that's all this motherfucker wants to do while he beats your ass is talk to you, right? The moment he steps out on Ukiyor, no words are exchanged. He screams and then proceeds to give Ukiyor one of the worst beatings in all of Bleach. He was fucking pissed. He's like, this is my king. This is my king. I am the horse. And for what you have done, I am going to murk you in cold fucking blood. And I was like, this is goated.
The reason I don't like the fucking downfall of Bleach Super Eye Patch Wolf video, because Vince showed it to me so that he can see if like the points that he was making was true or not, which majority of his points were fucking false because he didn't pay attention when he was reading.
Right.
And he was like, it's Deus Ex Machina because all of a sudden Ichigo can't get up, and then next thing you know, he turns into a fucking Vaster Lord and conveniently defeats Ukiyor when he needs it. Did you not pay attention when Ichigo defeated White, when he defeated Zangetsu inside him? Zangetsu told him, I will let you use my power for now, but the moment you die, I'm coming out. He said this. He said he was going to do this.
We had a lot more foreshadowing to a lot of the reasons that people think are just bland anime power-ups.
Yeah.
We had a lot more foreshadowing than people give Bleach credit for.
As Naya even said, the fact that Zangetsu looks like Yuha. Like, I don't know what like niggas want more about Ichigo being like Quincy. Even when he's talking to Aizen specifically omits what Ichigo is. He said, you were born of a Shinigami and blank. If it was a human motherfucker, he would have said it. Like, why would Kubo leave that out? Obviously, it's something else. So I think people just need to learn how to read. But yeah,
I feel it. Hey, is it your turn, Griever?
Sure.
Greatest strength, and if you think he's the best artist of the big three.
I think out of the big three, easy, yeah. I mean, like, because character models, once again, as I said to Pat, and Pat already said it, he already had his speech, and it was basically, if you draw really well, you don't need, if you draw your characters really well and they're really unique and people like the look of the characters, why the fuck do you need backgrounds in the first place? Are we telling stories about a brick shithouse in a fucking cloud? Or are we telling stories about the goddamn characters? Let's be realistic here. Like, once again, even though people give shit to like Fairy Tail and stuff, I love Rave Master, and I actually really like Fairy Tail. And Mashima can draw backgrounds like nobody's business. That man,
he really can.
But let's be realistic. He can draw like fucking nobody. He's got some shit. But the thing is that he never let that take away from the characters. When he wanted to grand scale and go, look at this island, he made that island look sexy. And when it was about the characters, the background was there, but it was trees and dirt. It wasn't it didn't take you out of the moment. It's a big problem with Black Clover and My Hero Academia. They try to draw the same detail to the backgrounds as they do the characters, and it's a mess. Looks more like a poster than a goddamn manga. So it's like, all right. So I would say, yeah, like Kubo. I miss having Kubo in Weekly Shonen Jump. For if nothing else, just simplistic art. Dr. Stone does it, and I'm happy for it. But I need more of that shit. I need less detail in my backgrounds and more focus on my goddamn characters.
I think ultimately you kind of play to your strength. But for me, I'll say this, right? I'll start with the big three thing. He's not my favorite artist of the big three. It is Oda. However, I'm not mad at anyone who thinks he is technically the most sound artist. I really like Oda's art style because it's very distinct and it's over the top, zany, and wacky. That's a personal thing. It resonates with me. But if you look at me and tell me Kubo's a better artist, I'm not about to fight you to tooth and nail to the death. I'll just tell you, my preference is actually Oda, but I'm not mad at that. Kishimoto's the one that I think is the weakest, but the weakest out of the three. But as for Kubo's greatest strength, I'm not gonna go long. I do think he's a good visual storyteller, and you guys know how many times you guys hear me rag on Togashi for all them damn fucking words. Now he's not my favorite manga visual storyteller. It's Akubo Atsushi, but I think that he does a good job. I really think that he captures like certain facial expressions really well, where someone will say something and the character will have a look and I know exactly what they feel, but they didn't say, "I can't believe Toshiro said this to me. I am upset and saddened by the words that came out of his mouth just now. How could he fix his lips to tell me something so mean? My heart had like I'm not trying to hear that. Just show me the fucking panel." And I move on. Yeah. So shout out to Kubo for that. Honestly,
for very simple things to accent on that point, Naya. For very simple things, you have characters like we were talking about, like Gin, who doesn't open his eyes. When he opens his eyes, you know we're business. Aizen takes off his glasses. We know he means business. Fucking Byakuya, when his eyes widen, we know shit is real, and it's. You don't
because he's so calm and composed all the time. So anytime he's shocked by something, you know it really threw him off kilter.
Exactly. Like the point of, and I've always argued this, and it's a big thing, is that art. It doesn't actually matter the art quality, but at the end of the day, the medium they chose was a manga. Mm-hmm. So you should be able to tell me, like back in the era of silent movies, which I've watched many of. You should be able to tell me a story because your art is visual. You didn't write a book. You wrote a manga. So you should be able to visually convey to me story, not without dialogue. I'm not saying that, but there should be a happy medium where I don't need dialogue.
My preference, I mean, I always say I'll settle for 50-50 text and visuals. You're not going to give me 80-20 text visuals. I'll slap you. I'm not reading that shit. Write a light novel. Fuck wrong with you. So
exactly.
Togashi,
yeah.
Togashi.
Yeah, but okay.
Half the art is fucking the dialogue bubble.
I want to talk about.
I don't understand the shit anyways.
Like Togashi will really take a whole page to tell me, you know what? I don't trust that guy. I'm like, bro, I cannot take you seriously. You suck.
It really makes me mad when he does that because when he was doing Yu Yu Hakusho, he didn't do that, and his art is actually really great.
He really didn't, and I'm starting to understand more and more every time you talk about Yu Yu Hakusho over Under Hunter, and I definitely agree with it. But let's talk about misconceptions about the series of Bleach and what do people misremember, get wrong. Do you think people are just pushing agendas or propaganda? And do you think people dogpile on Bleach because it's popular to do so? Do you think, or do you think people generally dislike it? But let me start here. Real quick, right? Because I watched a couple of videos kind of in preparation for this, and basically there was one video that debunked the downfall of Bleach by Super Eye Patch Wolf. I do not have any smoke with the content creator Super Eye Patch Wolf. I think he has good videos, he has okay videos, he has bad videos. Just like anybody who's been on YouTube long enough, just like myself, I have some shitty videos, I have some great ones, and I have some that fall in the middle of those two things. It is what it is. He was really wrong about a lot of the information he disseminated to the masses, and I believe that video has over 1 million views. I'm going to check in a second. I could be wrong.
It does.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it does.
I think so.
Gosh.
And if you look at
I gotta put a red circle in my videos and be like, "This is shit," just to get some views. Like, what the hell is this shit?
Well, people love hating on Bleach. It's a fun thing to do.
And I believe that if you look at the comment section, it's just people like kind of agreeing with him. Now, I admit that I remember seeing that video, and I didn't fact check anything, but I didn't necessarily disagree or agree with him. I'll speak personally, right? My biggest problem with Bleach and the reason that I turned on it in the last arc, not even the full bring, the last arc, is the same reason I think Naruto's it's actually a lot worse, and we'll talk about that in February. But my problem was that I invested so much love time, affection, emotion into Bleach, and I just believed that the 1,000-Year Blood War let me down. So I felt like a lot of those years, a decade if you will, of just love fizzled out into nothingness. I understand that it got axed, it got rushed, and blah blah blah. I'm not mad at that part, but I really started having problems with issue with Bleach before that moment, and I was just let down. So when I speak about Bleach with that negative connotation, understand as a fan, I just thought that he didn't deliver. Sometimes when I talk about a narrative, I use the analogy of running like a 400 meter, 800 meter race. And I think to myself, what is the fucking point of you leading the entire race for you to burn out, run out of stamina in the very end, and everyone passes you and you come last? Yep. I really, really, really put a lot of importance on the end of a narrative. Throughout time, I learned to settle down and sometimes enjoy the moments, the journey. And if I enjoyed 80% of the manga and I didn't like 20% of it, let it go to some degree. I have learned to find a little bit of a middle ground. But what validates my time experiencing the narrative to me is how it concludes. And I just didn't like how Bleach ended ultimately. So I was disappointed. But at the end of the day, I still like it a lot more than a lot of things people will never actually like. Really like it more than that? Like, it really is that. I know because I talk about it negatively more often than not when it comes up. People thought I hated Bleach from start to finish. And it's like, no. I hate Erased. That shit's garbage. That's putrid. That's how, like, you'll know when I really, really don't like something. Like Togashi. I roast him every day. Every opportunity I get. But yeah.
That's shooting fish in a barrel, let's be real.
But yeah. What are the misconceptions about Bleach and things they get wrong and misremember, though, for real? Because you brought up a couple of things, Pat, earlier.
But right before Pat goes, I just want to say that I never knew that part about you, Naya, with your opinion towards Bleach. And I would like to say, just really quick, that makes me feel a lot better about and make me almost like respect or value your opinion more when in terms to Bleach, because it's not that you dislike Bleach because you're one of those like, oh, Naruto's so much better, or for any reason. It's just like you're hurt that it got shit last arc, and a lot of people felt that way, and I get that now, and I didn't know that before, so it's nice information to have. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, but Pac, you go.
The biggest misconception of Bleach, and I don't know why this narrative started, but it's the narrative that Hitsugaya is not a prodigy.
Okay.
By all intents and purposes, by the literal definition, he is a prodigy. Like, I don't really get where this came from.
I know where it came from.
But when I started seeing it, I was like, wait, what? And I started doubting myself. I was like, am I remembering things wrong? Because like back in the day, like I was a really, really hardcore Bleach fan. Like I'm still am, but I've cooled down a little bit. But like when people would talk about Bleach, like I was always there. So when somebody started saying it on Twitter, I was like, that's wrong. This guy is definitely a prodigy. And then like when I revisited the series, I was like, hold on a second. Because I was actually paying attention. The first time we see him fight, it's against Gin. He actually had Gin on the ropes. And Gin was forced to use Hinamori as a fucking a human shield to get him off his back because he was pressing him. Then the next time he fought, he used his Bankai, he got waxed by Aizen. I was like, all right. So he got an inconclusive fight, and then he got an L. All right. Then we go into the start of the Arrancar saga when he fought Xiaolong Kufang. I'm like, I know people not really trying to hold this against him because he barely won when he was fighting at 20% for the entire fight. And the moment he went to 100, he one-shotted him. Mm-hmm. I was like, all right. So he has the W right there. Then, the next time he fought Luffy. He got caught off guard in the beginning because he rushed things. But then he actually won the fight. He trapped Luffy in a block of ice. And if it wasn't for the Negacion coming when who came to pick him up? Ulquiorra? When Ulquiorra came to pick him up because the distraction was done, Luffy was going to die. He was going to freeze to death. So that's another victory. Then we get at the start of the fake Karakura Town. That's the next time he fought. When he fought Haribel, he won Like I don't understand. Like he won the fight, and then after that, Aizen.
I kind of disagree with that, but go on.
No, but Wonder Wise came, and then they used the Negacion, and then they freed the fucking Rancars when they were on the ropes, and then that's when they had to have the visors come through, and then it turned into a tag fight, and it became prolonged. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, he just won like 3 straight fights, and people saying that he loses all the time. Then the next time he fought Aizen, he confronted him, he lost. I'm like, wait a second. The only person he loses to is Aizen. So why are people saying that he's overrated when he's winning all of his fights? But I don't know.
I can explain. So I think this kind of goes with what Naya was like in a super eye patch. I don't know who that is, but I think with social media and stuff, we're living in a very present time where people really would rather listen to popular takes and take them as their own rather than formulate their own opinions.
Agreed.
So content creators really, this is why I don't like a lot of content creators, is because they are so loud and wrong about a lot of things, and like their community just takes that as gospel. And so I literally came in the community when I was younger with King of Lightning, right? And I still watch some of his stuff, but I can unironically tell you, people hate Hitsugaya because of King of Lightning. Unironically, this guy literally made a Hitsugaya sucks videos. Like it was whenever Hitsugaya came on screen during 1,000 Year Blood War Arc, he would just shit on Hitsugaya, and it literally became a meme. And then how like
Cole
after
is
time,
popular.
yeah, and things start off as a meme, but then people forget the original point of where they come from, and they take it as truth now. So a lot of people nowadays think Hitsugaya sucks. I don't think Hitsugaya sucks. He's just like one of my least favorite captains because I just like so many much more. But a lot of people just take it. Cole says Hitsugaya sucks, therefore he is. And I think it's because, Pat, you actually know how to read, right? So
yes.
people look at
Yes,
ties
he
as losses.
Does he really, Pat? Do you know how to read?
Yeah,
I taught him yesterday, bro.
People take ties as losses, right? He didn't beat Gin, so it's not a win. He lost to Aizen, so that's a loss. People say Xiaolong is fodder, so it doesn't matter. Then you have Loopy. Who cares about Loopy? Loopy's fodder. You know what I mean? Because Grimjaw beat him when he came back. So the Holly Bell thing is weird to me because they had the whole counter thing, and then like when she got unfrozen, she was unharmed. So I still think it could have gone either way if you continued it. But I'm not mad that you say he would win. But then going even further, then it's like I really like Hitsugaya from the 1,000 Year Blood War arc and ongoing because I like when he's like, fuck this shit, I'm weak. I'm going to go straight to the basics and get my shit right.
Yes.
And he did that.
I love that.
Actually became cold. Him and the Quincy fit was actually fire. Like, great fit. And then his own... This is what I think goes into Bleach is his Bankai and its usage of it is cool. A lot of people hate it, and Cole ragged on it very, very hard. It's like one of his famous like rants, I think, along with his fairy tale rant, where this is a Deus Machina because that's not how his Bankai always worked. The thing is, we never knew how his Bankai worked. Xiaolong
exactly. He never said anything.
And we were going off the preconceived notion of a Rancor for the entirety of Bleach. Hitsugaya never once mentioned what happens when his flower petals go out. Never once. So people see that and say, Hitsugaya just got a buff to get strong because he was so trash. Like, no, dude. He was just actually sweet. And even though I would argue Byakuya should be the next captain commander, realistically, it would probably be Toshiro.
Yes. Because this is what people don't understand. Like, when Hitsugaya was in the Rukongai district, he was having dreams of Hyorimaru, and Hyorimaru was calling out to him while he was asleep. And his spiritual pressure was so great, it was keeping everyone distant to him. It was literally the same thing that was happening with Stark. But in Hitsugaya's case, it was less extreme because he wasn't killing the people around. Well, he kind of was. He was killing his grandma, but she didn't actually die. But it's literally paralleled the same way. Like with Stark, his Ryatsu was so great that he couldn't be around other hollows. They would die in his presence. The same thing was happening with Hitsugaya. And later on in the series, because his power is so great, but he's so young, he can't really control it that well. And he knows this. So he goes, like you say, he goes into the basics and trains, and then when he unleashes his fucking Bankai the full way for the first time, it's cold as fuck.
Powerful as hell.
I'm a sucker for ice and fire. So as soon as I seen he was ice, I was already gonna stand.
Oh, fair enough. And just to be devil's advocate for a moment, I do like King of Lightning's videos. I do like Cole. I actually got a chance to talk to him once, and just briefly. And the thing is that as a YouTuber who's been on YouTube for longer, I wish my subscriber count showed that I was on YouTube as long as I have been. But just to be on there, on the thing is, he's been reacting to multiple series, plus getting his degrees and shit for years. He isn't a Wikipedia. So in the same way, I remember watching Cole during the reaction you're talking about with Toshiro, and I believed him, and I was pissed too. Until you go back and check the chapter.
I was too.
You know, so he went on a rant, and I've actually done this on stream about One Punch Man and other series. I've gone on a fucking rant with misinformation, and then been feeling like a fucking moron afterwards. Now, what do? Do you make an apology video because you're human and you're wrong? No, of course not. You're live reacting, so you just move on to the next chapter and stuff. So the thing I like about King, just to say it, is the fact that he does admit when he's wrong. He makes jokes about the Judge Top 5, thing. He made T-shirts out of it, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, I think that wasn't. I don't think anybody should ever take that one seriously.
No, exactly. So I do like the fact that he is a fair player. When he is proven wrong, he freely admits it, and then he'll usually make fun of himself for it. So there is something to be said there. But yeah, I never got the whole Toshiro was not a prodigy thing. There's a whole fucking movie called Diamond Dust fucking whatever Rebellion or whatever about him for a reason, you know what I mean?
There is no way you have characters in this series like Kyoraku saying in 100 years Hitsugaya is probably going to be better than me, and have Hitsugaya come in first in the last popularity poll that Bleach had. He was the most popular character.
Yeah, but Japanese people love them little cheaties.
Yeah, you telling me Kubo did all this shit, see the popular reception, and he not going to make him a prodigy? Come on now.
Okay, can I chime in here for a second?
Go ahead.
No, Naya. No, you can't.
Yeah, it's my stream. What the fuck am I asking you? Two things. I'll be completely and totally honest, right? Just because I know this is unrelated. I do not know King of Lightning personally. So I'm not casting any aspersions of his character. I don't like his content. I never did. I'm not a fan of it. It's not entertaining to me. I don't like how he presents it. And one time he talked about micro character progression for Sanji.
I remember.
And I thought it was the dumbest fucking shit I ever heard, and it insulted my goddamn education post-secondary. Okay, so that was the way.
Fair enough.
I will say this. Pat has definitely gotten me to change my perception on Toshiro, because there was a lot of misinformation on him. When you really go back and you look and you check, yes.
Yeah.
He may not be the genius amongst prodigies, but as far as Soul Reapers go, he is a genius. He's a prodigy. He's going to be dumb strong. Yeah. That is true. I just think to myself that Ichigo was literally 15 years old, and he learned a Bankai in 3 goddamn days. That's genius. But also the story leans into the fact that not only is he an amalgamation of everything he could be in this universe, he has a natural fast progression rate just as a result of who he is. That's his gimmick, right? Yeah. That's his gimmick.
Uh-huh. His growth rate is stupid.
You put it aside. Gin was also touted as a genius. There's multiple geniuses throughout Soul Society. You have to contextualize it in a vacuum, case by case, and look at them in their own sense. So I definitely agree with that. Go ahead.
And you had what's the lieutenant's name?
Kainochiba?
Yeah, he was a genius too. There are multiple geniuses in the series. This is not like the only genius. There's like a half a dozen of them still in the main cast alone, you know?
Yeah.
So it's not like
And I think that's because also like a lot of the people are adults and centuries old. So most people, when people always hear the words prodigy, they only look at the young people. But it's like there, as you said, a lot of the characters are prodigies. Byakuya was a prodigy.
Yes, they
That's why
said
just
that he
as an
was the
adult, he's
greatest
just so
head
strong.
of the
It's
Kuchi
actually
family ever.
I'll quickly bring up a series that one that's like PPPPP, the piano one, is actually something that I experienced as a young kid. Is the fact that if you have like 5 or 6 year olds and they're considered prodigies, like let's say someone who could sing a 4 octave range and then their balls drop and their voice changes. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like they're a prodigy at 8, and then everyone's disappointed by 14. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you're already on the top echelon. You need to keep getting better. No wonder these kids get into drugs and alcohol, like young actors, child actors and stuff like that. So there is a certain level of that stuff almost going on when people think of prodigy. It's like you were saying, young people. It's like, well, you could be 20 years old and still be a prodigy. You're still good at what you do.
It's a really well taken point because I could only understand this from one realm in my life because I was only an athletic prodigy, right? So I understand I understand the concept of being touted as a genius because I got that for soccer, right?
Of course, he's 6'8" monster.
I'm not 6'8". Stop. I'm so tired of y'all. Kyle talking about me 6'8". I'm not LeBron's height, bro. I'm 6 even. But anyways.
Okay. So Nye is 3 inches taller than me. That's what I'm hearing. That's all I'm hearing.
I am 184 centimeters, bro. But okay. You could be a genius basketball player, for example, at 13 and never tap into your latent potential for a myriad of reasons. Mentality, not training hard enough, people, being on their, let's just use an example, quote unquote, Rock Lee gimmick, outworking you. And like you said, you could be a genius because of what you could do at 8, and by 14 you're disappointed. That happens a lot. So a lot of times we only tote young people or people who are doing something really young as geniuses. You could be a great shooter at 9 for whatever reason, but you don't practice, or maybe by the time that you're older, maybe you don't grow that much, and you don't learn how to shoot over people. And now there's so many things that could.
You're great.
Yes.
You're great for 9 years old, but that's your ceiling.
Yes.
And people advance. There's a million cases of that.
I absolutely agree with that because I know a lot of people who are really prestigious in something like baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, nobody can pitch like you at the age of 9, but you picked up marijuana at 14 and you're a bum. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's all kinds of examples like that. So I still think Toshiro is actually a prodigy. In hindsight, I did not think this my whole Bleach reading and watching career. It's a hindsight through talking with Pat. I see it, but I still think Ichigo is probably the greatest genius in Bleach in terms of becoming a Soul Reaper. But then again, Ichigo does not know any Kido. I don't think I saw Toshiro use Kido. But still, but it's kind of raw that he's that strong without it. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on your kind of perspective, viewpoint, upbringing, socialization, all those things. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I would say 2 things. One, I don't think Ichigo can learn Kido, right? Like he can, but like if he did, it would just be very similar to Renji.
Okay.
He has no.
It'd be a detriment more so.
Ichigo would never be Kisuke or Aizen level of Kido.
He has shit of his spirit energy.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Totally.
You could train for 100 years and it would never be that level.
Yeah, and I think with the prodigy thing, I kind of look at it like because I've ran track like most of my life, and like I've known a lot of very like prominent athletes, but it's like it's one of those things where I think prodigy just means you have a very strong head start and a ability to pick up or do things at a faster rate.
Yeah.
So with that, you still need a level of effort along with it. You know what I mean?
Effort,
it only
drive,
does
a sense of purpose, the mentality to handle the pressure of being a genius.
Yes. Because I've known so many athletes that were like for track that went like nationals in like high schools, right? Like their freshman year. Why is it as a senior you're running the same times? what is happening? You know what I mean?
Sometimes
because they don't
what's
try
that one
anymore.
quote?
Hard work beats
Hard
talent.
work
When
Yeah, there you
talent
go.
doesn't
There
work
you
hard.
go.
Work hard,
Yeah, I know
yeah.
exactly what I was talking about. There you go. Thank you. I'm about to Google it.
Well, you said it yourself earlier in the stream. Fucking Fuji's a perfect example of this.
Mhm.
When you're a genius,
He had no drive to win.
he had no
Yes,
drive to win, but then
yes.
he had one goalpost, and that wasn't actually
The
good.
Bible tennis.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden he lost, and that was actually great. It sucked for us as readers.
Yeah,
in
but
a
it
way
was a
because
good
we
moment
looked-
for him because he needed that
It's
to
a
push himself to the
great-
next level.
Yes, because he would have stayed stagnant his entire career.
I totally.
Kind of reminds me of Almeida then.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
he was arrogant. He was so
and-
arrogant though. Come like, bro.
But he stopped. Remember, he stopped.
He
working
stopped
out.
practicing
I stopped
all
going to
together.
practice, yup.
Same with who's the guy with Agon from iShield 21.
Oh man. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have these guys that they can do it all, but then it's like, imagine where you would have been.
Yeah.
Imagine what you're stealing.
But on the flip side of that, I'll just quickly say, as a sports fan, that I have I talk to a lot of sports fans, and at the end of the day, there are people that believe that if you don't have the championships, you can't be like the GOAT. You can't be one of the best players in your position or whatever. Yeah. And I think that's total horseshit. Some of the greatest quarterbacks, goalies, whatever
context
sport
matters,
you play,
but I probably agree. But context matters.
Do they deserve a Super Bowl? 100%. Do they deserve a Stanley Cup? 100%. Did they ever get it? No. It does not mean. Look at their numbers.
Chief with me. I was thinking of Hasacha too today. Yeah.
Yeah. Like all I'm thinking of is the greatest tight end of almost all of football was Jason Witten. He never won a fucking Super Bowl, but he's one of the greatest. His numbers dwarf everybody except one player. One player. He's in the Hall of Fame before he retired. That doesn't happen in the NFL. And he never got a Super Bowl. He never even went to the championship before the Super Bowl. But he's still, so it's one of those opinions that there's also the fact that you can work really hard and maybe never get there because when you're playing team sports too, sometimes, you don't make it either.
And team sports are not made equally because one thing that I've always actually listen, my main sport were soccer and track and field, really, right? I did play ball, I did swim, I did a bunch of stuff, hardball, all of that. But one thing about basketball that I always liked was that I couldn't win a game by myself.
Yep.
If I'm on point, if I'm whatever the case is, you can't defend 5 people, but you can score on 5 people. Soccer is much different. You have a keeper and 10 people, so 11 people on the pitch, and I'm like, it's not the same. It's so hard to singularly dominate a soccer game, especially if you're like a defender or something. Like, what are you gonna do? Get out of position and go be striker? Like you have to think about how the field shifts when the ball's on the other side. You have to shift into things like that nature. So like it's they're not made equally. So I totally agree with you on that. I feel that.
Yeah.
I always laugh that when I think about certain things about real life, I always default to anime or sports. I have two gimmicks. I got sports. I got my sports history. You got
your sports. You got your anime. You're good to go. You're off to the races.
If it works, it works.
I got nothing else. I was talking to someone the other day with something. I'm like, yeah, it's like we're talking about something like it's like if you're guarding me straight up, I'm gonna go right because I'm right hand. Why would I go left on purpose? But it's harder for me to go left. Not that my left hand is bad, but my right hand is bad. I got 2 gimmicks, bro. I gotta get a deeper bag. But okay, back to Bleach real quick.
Okay, wait. I want to say the misconception. I think.
Oh yes, go ahead.
Ichigo's not a bland character. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of this narrative. I am sick of this fucking.
He's
narrative.
not bland at all.
This is
actually one of the best.
This is the
worst. If you're gonna go to Ichigo, then segue into the next point right away. Then, because is he a bad lead, a good lead, or somewhere in the middle?
Okay. He is a phenomenal lead.
How do you see Ichigo as an MC? Chat answer as well. Yeah.
He's my favorite character in Bleach. He is the GOAT.
He is
one of the best shonen protagonists of all fucking time.
Talk to them.
This nigga Ichigo's GOAT.
There we go.
I know, the topic of realism can kind of be whatever, because it's an anime. I want to escape realism. Shut the fuck up, okay? like I also like Ichigo is just great. He is the most realistic and so much like a person that it's just great to see him.
He's
There is no
so relatable.
there is no like Ichigo does this, he goes down, he goes up, and he's always up. It is a Ichigo goes through a actual roller coaster of growth, up and downs, and emotions, and it's great. And he always learns something and applies it, and I just love it. And I think this kind of goes into the family dynamic, like as you said earlier. One of the best like initial moments is Ichigo talking about his mom and his dad talking about like I'm not blaming you. I want you to be happy. She would hate us if we did this, right? And that's why I think Ishin's like one of the best fathers in Shonen. Their relationship is good.
He's one of the only fathers around in Shonen. So
that's what I'm saying. Fair, and I think it's interesting to hear from a so
I'm gonna name you Gone, and I'm gonna be gone. I'm sorry. I love that joke.
That's
I
love
that
joke. That's a funny.
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
But it's you have a guy who was a captain of Soul Reapers, right? A dude who's fucking killed Hollows and did this, and he's like, dying really isn't the end. It's you still have to do what you want to do and just enjoy it while you can, right? Ichigo's protective nature is one of the best protective natures done well, I think, in anime. Mm-hmm. And I think and that's why I think, and this goes to another, Fullbring arc is not a bad arc. It is a quintessential arc of character growth for Ichigo.
It is comedy peak. It's a peak of comedy.
Ignore him, but keep going.
Like, oh my gosh, like Ichigo, like I don't like know how to like even go into it, but it's just this is just a character that I feel like if you look at, you'll just see how well he's been done. I think probably my favorite part though is not to ramble a lot, but it's just the lows, right? He gets depressed a lot. He loses a lot. And I take that and I appreciate that because there's nothing worse, I think, than main characters or characters that always win or can't lose because it's just unrealistic and there's no like real weight. Ichigo gets his ass kicked all the fucking time. But he always gets back up and learns from it. And I just really like that. I hate the bland thing. I don't think he's bland. I think he's funny. He's protective. Like people try to say he hates his friends and like he has no relationship with his friends. He loves his friends dearly. They actually hang out. They actually do shit. It's just so fucking hard to like explain shit.
One thing I love, I'm going to piggyback on your point, Miles, because one thing I love about Ichigo, right? He'll say things that you wouldn't expect a main character in a series like a shonen to say that feels like something a normal person would say. Where he's like, when he was fighting Ulquiorra, for example, and Ulquiorra used this Segunda Etapa, and he's like, you need to give up because you can't beat me. And he was like, bro, do you think I'm fighting you because I think I can beat you? I'm fighting you because I have to beat you. And I thought, like, when I read that, I took a moment and thought about it. I was like, yo, he really doesn't think he can win. But he's fighting here because he knows he has to be here to fight. Like,
he is
if I don't, who will? Dragon?
Man.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
He's a ride or die.
It's like that, but like in a more realistic way, yes. And like, I just love the way like his protective nature with his friends. Like Tatsuki's grilling him like, where Orihime at? And he's just like, just don't concern yourself.
Yeah. Aren't
with
we
me
Nakama?
anymore. Like,
aren't we friends? Yeah.
Like Ichigo's like the epitome of courage, and I think that's lost on a lot of people.
I love that was a moment we should have talked about just briefly, was the fact that she punched his ass into a window, slammed him on the floor, and was beating him up, and was just like, and she was just so upset, and even the friends got it. They didn't know what was going on, and even they were like, Ichigo, don't you think it's time you let her know? She's clearly upset. You know what I mean? Like, that was a great friendship moment that you don't see. Like, everyone treats it like the Dragon Ball Z shit where Tien and Yamcha and Krillin, they're always phased out. It happens in every shonen. It didn't actually happen in Bleach. These characters weren't strong enough to keep up, but they were still relevant.
Yes.
That's why I give respect to Chad. I know Chad gets shit, but like Dad is actually strong, and he was always there whenever he was needed.
He became a WWE champion at the end of the series.
He got money though. He rich.
He's solid. He's rocking solid.
On a protective nature, like just to keep going, like even when they was in Hueco Mundo, when he's fighting Grimjow, when he put the mask on, he didn't want Orihime to look at him with the mask on because he knew what she had gone through with her brother when her brother was a hollow. Yes. So he made sure to not look at her with the mask on. And then when Grimjow fired them little things coming out his elbow, I still don't know how that works. How do you fire shit like that out your elbow? But when he protected her and he looked at her and then he saw how scared she was, it affected his fighting. He started getting his fucking ass whooped because he scared her. And that was something that he was trying to avoid.
And then
Team
the whole
4-star TN is better.
Sorry, Grimjow. It looks like I can't get hurt anymore. And it was like fucking yay. That's what we're talking about.
And then he put the motherfucker in the dirt, as he should.
Okay. So here's my answer, right? Ichigo, when I was younger, when I spoke about writing and storytelling a lot, I had a tendency to believe there was one way to do something. And I had a teacher in college that kind of changed my perspective of that because he would often compare storytelling to music. And I'm like, music is pretty subjective in terms of genre. And like, for example, in a rap music, you're supposed to stay on beat and stay in rhythm, have a good cadence. But there's tons of very popular rappers that made a name by not being on beat. You feel what I'm saying? That's unorthodox, but that's their thing. So you could be like, yeah, the hero's journey, for example, because that's something everybody's pretty familiar with, so I'll keep that as an example. But you could remix it, switch up the order, do it your own way. Like, there's no right way to do anything specifically, right? So I believe as the main character of a story, this like you had to have a distinct and very overt goal. I want to be Pirate King. I want to protect my family. I want to become the CEO of this company, whatever the case may be.
The greatest there ever was Pokemon Master.
Yeah, exactly, right? I that was my belief when I was a little bit younger. That changed over time. I thought that the central plot had to be something super explicit to that degree. I no longer believe that. And through talking to some people and revisiting Bleach on my own, I did find Ichigo to be a lot more multifaceted than I gave him credit for, and a lot more human. I tend to like very human characters. It's fine if you put a character in one thematic role or whatever the case is. Like, okay, you are comic relief. You are the straight man. You are the calm, cool, collected genius. You are the hyperactive knucklehead. That's fine. That works, depending on the narrative you're telling. I'm not mad at that. But what I actually ended up kind of changing my opinion on Ichigo is that he is very human. And anytime he's kind of fell into despair and lost hope, I actually think every time it's happened except once. The one time I laughed at him is the Fullbring arc. I already thought he was tweaking. I actually get it. I get it, but I thought he was tweaking. Like, even you, Dad? Like, bro, are you serious?
Yeah, that made no sense.
Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Like,
that made no fucking sense.
That made me laugh every time that he fucking killed Ginjo. But sorry for another day.
I like it.
Another day.
No,
but
that motherfucker should have went straight to Kisuke and been like, yo, I want my powers back.
Yeah.
At the beginning, that arc never should have happened. Let's be real. But anyways.
Sensei, what's happening? What's happening, my guy? Sensei leg love, my dude. But yeah, I changed my opinion has shifted because I'm like, he's anytime for a lot of occasions where he's kind of lost hope, I'm like, he's actually the only person who really gets it. I don't think they can sense Aizen's Ryatsu. He gets it. It's different. No one else gets it. Like, they're like, oh, we'll do our best and do our duty, but you don't comprehend how incalculable his Ryatsu could be right now. But you're doing your duty as a Soul Reaper, as a captain, whatever the case is. But Ichigo's like, no, I can feel it. We're done. Your watch is changing the future. We're done. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I really think about the moments where he's like, what the fuck what am I supposed to do? I'm a teenager. Like, what do you want from me? Like, I actually find it very relatable the same way I changed my opinion on Shinji. Like, get in the robot and fight these aliens. Bro, I'm 14. No, I don't want to. Be a better dad to me, Gendo. Like I get it. So I will always admit that I never ever really had a liking to Ichigo like that. But I've changed my opinion on him over time through various conversations and seeing people's opinion on him. I'm not gonna act like he's my favorite character in Bleach or top 10, but I would probably put him somewhere in the middle, but a little above the middle. So if the middle is 5, put him at 6.5, teetering on a 7. He's fine. I'll probably Ichigo.
Yeah, and that's my thing. I don't get why people have this weird thing with Ichigo of like he has to have a dream. I don't get it. Like you want him to be Captain Commander, you want that to be his dream. I don't get it. Like
no, I'll tell you what. We already covered this, Pat and Naya and I. We already covered this before, but it was because in the era that Bleach happened, there was no other popular anime that didn't have I want to be the GOAT.
Right.
Every single one.
Most mainstream shonen, it's like, what do you want to be? I want to be the best carpenter in the world. Like they had like a very established, simple goal. But
everybody had a goal.
Yeah.
And Bleach was different in the sense that Ichigo did not, and everyone shit on Ichigo for it when it was like, no, it's finally time we grew up and realized that maybe a 15-year-old doesn't know what he wants to do for the rest of his fucking life.
That's what I hate. We've all been teens. Like, we don't know what the fuck.
I have read Siren, by the way. Yes, I completed it. I hated how it got axed, but I love
Siren's good.
Siren's good. I read Siren.
Yeah, Siren's pretty good.
But that's why I think, because I think of Ichigo kind of like Yusuke. They're there to protect and care for others, not to be the strongest in the fucking universe and murk everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
And over time, you kind of learn to like absorb those different types of like ideologies, beliefs, and goals, and drives, and motivation, and purpose, and stuff. So everyone's different. Because even Suna, when I think about it, Suna's being pushed to become the next boss of the Wongula family, but he's not trying to be that himself. He don't want that. Niggas? He don't want that. He's just trying to be like Kyoko and like chill out. So, nah. But okay, hold on. Speaking of Yusuke, this is a great segue, right? So, this specific line, I remember, I'm pretty sure it was from a Little Karibo Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge episode where he said, I like Bleach better when it was called Yu Yu Hakusho. But I often heard this sentiment through many people, and I want to contextualize when it became prominent. It was actually the Fullbring arc, where people said Bleach is just Yu Yu Hakusho, but with swords. And I believe the comparison they're making is Ichigo to Ginjo the way Yusuke was to Sensui. Because Sensui was a spirit detective, whatever, before Yusuke was. The same way Ginjo was a substitute Soul Reaper or Shinigami before Ichigo was. And things like and things like, you know, he's like a regular teenager, kind of delinquent-y, and it's like, oh, like there's like these powers and beings you can't see in this other world and blah blah blah, right? Like it's not it's one of those things where like it's like when I think about people saying Tower of God is the One Piece of webtoons. Like, no, you're wrong. But I get why, if you think about it at a very surface level, you will come to that conclusion. Every floor is different. It's a completely
Food Wars
different
and
place.
Fairy Tail are the same thing because they got a lot of fan service.
There you go. It got a lot of different floors. It's an ever-expanding cast, right? And like, we go to different floor, like, oh, like this is like a night world. This is like this world. This is luxurious. This is like primitive. The same way you go from island to island and blah blah blah. You travel with your party and you get a bunch of in-arc specific characters that may bleed into other arcs. Like I see where there's minimal overlap. To the point where, like, I get why someone would say this, but I believe that you're wrong. Do you guys think there's any credibility to the statements and comments that Bleach is a Yu Yu Hakusho clone, so to speak?
Oh, no. Clone? No. Fuck no. Absolutely not.
It's a very lazy argument because they both dwell into the same subsection of, like, demon exorcist type manga where it has to deal with spirits and stuff. And both Ichigo and Yusuke don't have a clear-cut goal per se. So they look at them and they're just like, okay, yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho and Bleach, they're the same. No. Bleach, the differences between Yu Yu Hakusho and Bleach is that Bleach is actually more creative when it comes to the power system, and the cast is much larger. And the things, like I said, the characters drive the narrative. With Yu Yu Hakusho, it's more like Yusuke is on a journey to discover himself because he doesn't have any role models. And he's the path that he's on in his life, he's gonna be somebody that amounts to nothing.
In my opinion, the idea of a carbon copy is absolutely ridiculous because you know how many unoriginal stories there are if you read enough mythology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just a huge rabbit hole.
How many times, even what people told as perfect animes, for example, like Full Metal Alchemist and stuff, Seven Deadly Sins, still there. Seven Deadly Sins, the manga, Bleach, Buddhism, fucking Angels and Demons, Darksiders, Diablo. One Piece has fucking literally Thriller Bark. Need I say more? Rocky Horror Picture Show, anybody? You know, like everything is referenced. Everything is used. Zombies, werewolves, vampires. Everything has an origin that was based off something else. Other than basically Lord of the Rings, everything is based off of something. Game of Thrones, Forgotten Realms, World of Warcraft, all based off of Lord of the Rings.
I truly believe to some degree, everything is derivative.
Right.
Isn't there only Isn't there only like 4 or 5 actual true stories or something like that?
Pretty much, something like that. Like if you were to break it down enough, so the idea of a carbon clone is like
ridiculous.
Cloning a series would be just a really quick thing. My buddy, one time we were like in like 8th grade, and we were both writing stories and stuff. We were into animes, video games, blah blah blah. And he wrote this story, and we were always writing stories. And he wrote the first chapter. He said, "Here, read it. I think it's really good." I read it, and I said, "So you wrote Ocarina of Time?" And he went, "Wait, what?" And then he read it again. And he goes, "Holy shit!" And it was literally 3 spirit stones, 3 this, you know, and all the stuff. Like he had it was blatant. Like we're not talking like, okay, I can see the similarities, like the inspiration. It's no. This is literally the story of Ocarina of Time. And it was like, and he didn't see it when he was writing it, and then he was like, oh shit, so he scrapped it, and then he moved on to other things. But the thing of the matter is that, yeah, like, there's no way, how do you compare Yu Yu Hakusho to, I don't even see, I've read both. I don't even see the real,
the point that I made was the only real, like, okay, you got, like, the Sensui dynamic with Yusuke.
But even then,
but yeah, I know it's different. The 7 personalities, yada yada, the black tape, everything. But like that's the overlap. Where I'm saying like if you are a person who only looks at things at a very surface level, I can see why you can say that. I don't agree with it, but I understand the sentiment.
Read it.
Yeah, they're not.
But by that logic, I can say that One Piece is copying Dragon Ball Z because Rayleigh and Luffy is Goku and Master Roshi. It's a mentor character relationship. There's an old man with a beard, and he trains the main character. So clearly, it's copying. You know, like it's so weak. Like it's so loose. So
people like these are so nuanced, right? Like if we look as nice, you said the people use the Ginjo thing, right? Yeah. Like. Yeah, you can make the argument the event is slightly similar because someone leaves an organization because of what. But the means in which why both people left are completely different. And how people can't realize that, like, she actually saw the black box, the black tapes, right? Yeah. That was like kind of like, it's been a while, but isn't that supposed to be like a reflection of Yusuke? And it's like, this is a young person that lost his innocence, right? And became depraved. And he had to save his innocence by literally creating other personalities to do the dirty work of to kind of cleanse the world, right?
Yes.
Genjo didn't have that. Genjo literally, they just tried to murk him. That's it. They just tried to murk him and his Soul Reaper friends. That's it. That's all it is. That's it. They're not comparable. Genjo didn't lose his innocence. He just got betrayed. That's it. And their relationships with the main characters are not similar whatsoever. Ichigo and Yusuke are similar in that they're teens, but that's it. Yusuke is a delinquent. Ichigo isn't. Ichigo's actually smart. Ichigo,
Yes.
it's established in the beginning, Ichigo tries to stay out of trouble because he's
Yeah.
always got bullied for having orange hair.
Orange hair. Yes.
That's why
He
he
gets
always had his
treated as
grades
a
up and do his
delinquent.
things so he doesn't get in trouble. He doesn't look for, the whole point is Ichigo never looks for fights, but he's forced in them. That's the whole point. Yusuke was ready. Yusuke liked working
because his life sucked.
Like, they're not the same. Shishui and Yusuke's relationship is not the same as Genjo's and Ichigo. Ichigo was trying to understand Genjo, but even through understanding said, I'm going to kill you. That's what he said. He said, I hate your eyes because you're trying to understand me. And Ichigo's like, yeah, but I'm still going to murk you. And he did. That was Ichigo's first human body.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, he
really. Yeah, I mean,
that's how I was saying. He murdered that man in cold blood.
Like,
yeah.
So that's why, like, this is always one of those things. It's always just a slippery slope with like writing. It's like this is this. Well, I mean, kind of, but like you have to just think about it.
It's something that I speak about often, right? Where I'm like, it is probably very impossible at this point to create something that's truly original from top to bottom. But what I find is the determinant factor of whether or not you're probably going to create a different story is, did you personalize it to your life? When I think like about something like Akira Toriyama creating Frieza, because was it landlords or was it hotel or like a hotel owner or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
He's like, they're like the worst people ever. And that's the conception for Frieza.
I never heard.
His idea was greedy landlords who make money hand over fist, and they keep people living in slums.
I think of sorry if I got this wrong, because I remember reading. Was it Am I thinking of Hickman or Remender saying that one of the arcs they made was based off one class they had in the 10th grade, where the teacher said something and they felt type of way, and they created this character. I think of I think of Araki being like, I went to Egypt, literally. I traveled the world. I went to these places to see and interact with these people and how their lifestyle and what's different, so I can incorporate it into my story. Like, to me, that is the most important part, because you have to understand, like, I've been an editor. Actually technically still am one, but I've been an editor. I've been editor for a newspaper, and a lot of times people ask me to look over their essays and stories and things like that, and I got paid for it. Mm-hmm. One thing that I noticed that a lot of up and coming or inspiring story creators, whether it's a manga, a novel, or whatever the case is they'll do this thing, and I hate it because it's lazy, and I'm like, you're going to create something uninspired and unoriginal. This is my main character. His name is Xylar White. His personality is a bit of Batman, a bit of Goku. I'm like, bro, you use other characters as a placeholder for this motherfucker's personality.
I hate that.
This arc is called The Sweeping of the World. It's kind of like Sanctuary meets The Emperor Strikes Back, and I'm like, bro, if you do this, all you're going to do is create a fucking carbon copy of something. It's unoriginal. Tailor suit these things to your life. I definitely earlier spoke about the fact that I used the Gote 13 in the Pantheon of Gods as like a whatever. But every personality that I created for the main characters was based off somebody I knew in real life. My best friend, somebody on my soccer team, my dad, my sister, whatever the case is. Like, that to me is actually the deciding factor of you kind of creating something at the very least interesting to go through.
Because if you write based on someone, you are going to unknowingly, even if you don't see it, you are going to write their flaws and their pros and their cons, and that's going to come across in your story, even if you don't see those flaws or pros.
You may not realize you're doing it.
Right, and it's going to come through, and readers are going to recognize this character is not perfect. They are flawed because of this, that. Because you know why? Because you based it off someone real. As Naya said, how would my dad react in this situation? Well, my dad would say, go fuck yourself. Okay, so that's what I'm going to write the character to do. And it's like, there you go. And it works. If that's how you make a 3D character, you need to base them off real experience. There's I don't see any other way.
Real experiences. And also, I think like creating the world first and then kind of creating events and people off, that helps a lot, right? That's like you have archetypes, but people can be very different with inside archetypes, right? Escanor and Kenpachi archetypes are similar, where it's like, we are LeBron, the main guys, where it's like we could probably beat the big bad or the second big bad whenever. You know what I mean? But their power, their abilities, are very tailored to their world. Kenpachi exists only in Bleach. He's a character that's strong. He met a previous Kenpachi. He did all this. He has his bankai. He can split his soul. Yada yada. Right. Same with Escanor. He got a power from an angel. You know what I mean? They have the same archetype, yeah, but they're not the same character. You know what I mean? And people, I think, just look too, as you said, surface level, or just very like, I see this and this. I see one connecting point, therefore it must be the same, without looking at the 24 other different points.
That's right.
Sorry, I was muted. I was talking. I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, I agree with that. Totally. But honestly, though, some people won't get it. But like, this is kind of like my realm, right? So like, this is why like I totally understand it. Like,
you cutting out? I can't hear you.
Me?
Yeah.
Like crazy?
I thought that was just me.
Hold on. Okay, I'm not dropping frames, so it might be Discord. So just give me a sec.
Spiritual pressure too strong.
My reaction going crazy. It's kind of the best I can do for now, but.
All right, you're good.
Okay. Do you think the perception of the series has changed or is changing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
People
you see the wonders that a new anime can do? You see this shit? I know y'all see this shit. When that trailer dropped, oh my goodness.
Even I was like, bro, that was moving me.
I'm sorry.
Well, what are we really talking? Are we talking about bandwagon people? Because that's exactly what we got.
Bro.
Oh, Tom Brady. Tom Brady is in the cast of Bleach. We're all gonna be Bleach fans all of a sudden because it's coming back. Go figure. You know. Is that what I'm saying, bro?
These people weren't in the trenches when Ichigo was shitting on, bro. I don't want to hear it, bro. Fuck these people.
Yeah. People hated Bleach during the Fullbring arc. People hated Bleach at the end of Bleach and stuff. And like, other than like basically King of Lightning and Tekking and James Hansen, no YouTuber was fucking saying good things about Bleach. So they're all full of shit. You know, there was 3 main YouTubers that were actually praising Bleach at the time. To be real,
people saw 30 seconds and went crazy.
Tekken likes Bleach, right?
Oh, Tekken loves Bleach.
He loves it.
That's like his main. He likes it more than Bleach, right?
That's what put him on the map. All he did was Bleach for like up until like for 5 years.
Still does Bleach videos. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he does Bleach videos now. That man, he's a Wikipedia unto himself. His brain is crazy. Maybe because he doesn't drink. He's a smart lad. But the idea is that his whole channel, he got 500,000 on Bleach alone.
Damn.
Like that's how he got his thing was Bleach. So, but yeah, Bleach B. There are way too many bandwagon people on Bleach now. Bleach is coming back. Not only the anime. When the anime came back, it was sort of a lukewarm bandwagon fan. Then we got that drop, that anniversary chapter, and everyone's like, "Oh, we're getting an anniversary chapter. Isn't that nice? We'll get 70 pages of Bleach. That'll be nice." It's like Hell Arc starts. And everybody went nuts. Now everybody's claiming, "Oh my god, I'm so happy Bleach back." No, you're not. You shat on Bleach for 5 years. Go fuck yourself. Don't give me that shit.
They saw that anime trailer and went crazy. I'm like, you guys are fake. You know you were real.
This is the thing, right? When the Arrancar saga finished and Aizen was defeated, I noticed like the community lost interest because Aizen wasn't the main focus anymore, which I understand because Aizen was the main focus for practically damn near the entirety of anybody who had been following Bleach in North America. So now that he was gone, it was just like, now what? Then we get the Fullbring arc. I personally like the Fullbring arc, but I can understand why people didn't like it because like ignored. But like I said, Bleach is a series where the characters dictate the narrative, and because of that, people's attachment to Bleach comes from how much they like the characters. So most people's favorite characters are in the Gotei 13, and they were not present for damn near the entire Fullbring arc. So I can understand why people are like, "Oh, this isn't moving me. This is boring." Da da.
Can I just say one thing real? No, seriously, no trolling.
Yeah, go ahead.
No trolling. I really think Book of the End is one of the craziest abilities I ever seen. I think that ability.
That ability is crazy.
Amazing. I love that ability, bro.
Literally,
we hate it. It's one of those. I know what Nia's trying to say.
Like fuck that nigga.
You love to hate it.
Yeah, but that ability, I would love to. Yo, if I had that ability, don't give me that power, bro. I'll destroy the world. Shit.
What I liked about the ability is...
Let Pat finish it for you first before you forget.
Oh, yeah.
But don't forget what you're thinking about.
Yep. I'm thinking.
I'm just saying, like, the Fullbring arc happened, and then the Gotei 13 weren't present. So then they were like, oh, it's not moving me. I'm bored. And then they came for a little bit at the end, and then the arc was over. But then, like, it was kind of like a weird place in the community because, like, the arc finished, and then Kubo was like, I'm not done yet. So we were like, okay, so now what? Dang, the way he started out the 1,000-Year Blood War arc,
great
where
start.
the Quincy's were bodying the captains. It took everyone by complete surprise. And then we were all, like, everybody was all in. We were back. We were like, yes, Bleach is here. We're going to be in our final arc. This shit is going to be one for the ages. And then, like, over the course of the arc, like, with the Quincy's coming back after they were defeated and then, dragging on its feet and then Kubo's health failing him, like, it kind of lost its steam. And then towards the end, like, the ending was a little bit rushed and then people had negative feelings.
But what you said, Pat, don't forget, the majority of the arc, people tend to forget the majority of the arc was solid.
No, I love the arc. To me, it's a 9 out of 10.
Yeah,
I really like the arc.
I think a lot of people also got mad because a lot of the fake out deaths as well with the captains.
Yeah,
everybody does it. You know what? If you took away the last 20 chapters, how bad is the arc really? There's not a whole lot wrong with the arc, but everyone treats the arc like it's the devil. It
was just dragging its feet at certain moments. But for me, I really love the arc. I think it's really good. But Bleach ends the way it does. It gets a pretty unceremonious send-off. And then, like, after maybe a year, people just start shitting on it. Like, straight shitting on it. Because, the anime at this point had gone on hiatus. And people were like, oh, it's not one of the big three. The big three is Dragon Ball, Naruto, and One Piece. And then they're talking about some...
That's something I saw a lot, for sure.
Yeah, and then
never happened.
They talk about some... The anime is never coming back. And then, like, Bleach fans are in the mud. And Bleach is a terrible series. And I'm just looking like, how can a series that has over 100 million copies sold and has been prominent in the anime community since people in North America have pretty much been widely following anime, how can this series not be great? Like, what are y'all talking about?
Let me turn around, Pat, for a second. And oh yeah, I'm looking on my bookshelf. I'm 74 of those fucking copies. There you go.
I'm looking over. I see the same exact thing. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, crazy. You own 74. I own a weird number, right?
Man. But yeah, this happened, and then when Burn the Witch came back, not Bleach, when Burn the Witch came out, that's when people started changing their tune. Because Shonen Jump started failing a little bit with their new series. It wasn't moving people like that. Then they saw Kubo's art style again after not seeing it for like 2 years.
These lame ass MCs on a sad gimmick.
Shut
up, man. Where's Jotaro at? You got bitches. You're wrong. Fuck off.
Pat,
wrong
no, you know what? Pat's not wrong.
Bring back raw ass MCs.
Yeah, he came in, and you know what? I wish. Here's one thing I wish that
Tanjiro's cool though.
Like another thing was Toriko's manga came back. Mitsutoshi. He came back around the same time around Burn the Witch with Build King.
Yeah, Build King.
And even though Build King was not hitting, and I'll be honest, it was not hitting.
I read none of that.
But the fact of the matter is,
the first
you know what Jump was doing?
I'm not a Toriko stan. I don't hate it though.
I'm a huge Toriko stan.
I don't hate it, but I'm not a stan.
Toriko's goated.
Toriko's a series that I never really like. I used to be a dickhead on TL just when people were hyping it. But Toriko never lied to me. That's the reason why I never hated on it. It's like,
it never
what are
lied
you
to
here for?
And it's got,
we're
it's
7
got-
feet. We're brawling
food
as
and
hell.
fighting.
We eat good and we throw hands, and that's what he gave me.
Here's
I'm
what
not
Toriko
mad
is.
at him.
Toriko is the greatest hype manga of
you're a
all time.
Toriko character. You should like it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you are. There you go.
But this is like when Kyle calls me a Baki character. Stop it.
Yeah, but Pat's not wrong because like at the time you had Burn the Witch come back. Being a Bleach stan in 2017 was shitty, was awful. Everybody hated you, and then all of a sudden, Burn the Witch came out. Build King happened. We were bringing. What was happening? Oh, go figure. We were bringing back the guys we axed too soon with solid fucking series that weren't that bad, and they were bringing them back, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, like. And there was no apology. There was no bullshit. And everyone was like, oh, well, you know, Build King's not that good. I'm like, yeah, but Toriko was like, Jesus Christ, fuck.
Nah,
you know?
when I saw the way SJ tweaked for Burn the Witch,
Yeah.
they gave him a one shot. They say, Kubo, make him one shot. He made a one shot. And the reception for the community was beyond what they expected. They were like, can you do more of this? He said, sure. And then, not only that, they animated it. I ain't never seen a one shot get animated. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's fucking
So
Kubo.
When I saw this, I thought to myself, the anime is on the way. It's gonna come back. Yeah. And then people were still laughing at me. I was like, all right, what series you know that sold over 100 million copies in the manga never had their anime finished? It doesn't happen. It's going to come back.
It's coming back.
And Lord behold, when they dropped the announcement during COVID, people went crazy. Then last year, was it last year? Yeah, it was last year. Yeah. When they dropped the trailer for the anime, my God, when I tell you my timeline exploded. And I'm looking around like, y'all motherfuckers not fooling me.
No. And you know what the problem is? Like, I reacted to that trailer myself on my YouTube channel, and fucking, I was there jamming out to number one remix, you know, because I mean that's exactly, and I was there jamming out, and you know what pisses me off? I know what you're talking about. Your timeline was filled with a bunch of phonies, a bunch of fakes going, number good, it's so great. It's like, you motherfucker, you weren't here in 2016, you weren't here in 2014, you weren't here in 2012. Get the fuck off my timeline. You don't count. You ain't a stan. Get the fuck out of here. You know, I don't like that fake shit. I don't like it. You want to stand Hunter x Hunter, and like the Hunter x Hunter stands, I gotta respect them, because when it does inevitably,
why do we gotta respect them? What's the reason? Bro?
I will respect it for one reason, in the same way that they gotta respect me and my. What I'm saying is, I want to be above them now. I want to be the guy who nobody respected us for being Bleach stands when it was down. I'm going to give the respect. I'm going to give benefit of that to the Hunter x Hunter fans for when it does come back. I'm not going to be the one who said they ain't going to have to tell me I told you so. I'm going to sit back like I never told you different. I just said the series sucked. I didn't say I wasn't coming back. You know, I'm going to be sitting on my high horse the entire time. The entire ride.
You're on the highest chair of Organization 13. Exactly. Them niggas looking down.
Chair Sama is up in this bitch, man. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but even if it comes back, I'm gonna poop on it though, for real. Like, not it though. It's not the wave. It's not lit.
Oh, dude, I've tried to read that series 4 fucking times. Still never got to apparently the Chimera Ant arc, which is apparently fantastic. Still, and I even said
the narration arc.
Oh, my argument.
It's a great arc. It's
yeah, but everybody tells me that. Everybody tells me
I
that.
like it. Wait,
but here's my argument.
The election is my favorite part of Hunter.
I'm going to tell you right now. If I had to read. I read over 100 chapters, because this is before Chimera, because 100 chapters gets you into Greed Island. I know that for a fact.
100 chapters. Redacted, talk to me, talk.
So you get 100 chapters into a series, and I'm still forced to read this garbage, and you're expecting me to believe that Soul Society is on the horizon after 100 fucking chapters? Listen, bitch, I dropped manga series after 10 chapters. You've convinced me to read 100, and I'm still not moved? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. I ain't reading this shit. I ain't going for another 200. I'm sorry.
Wait, have you guys watched the game?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a speeder on this story. I was reading Hunter x Hunter when he was scribbling and he went on hiatuses every 2 weeks. Now he's just gone. Different type of hiatus. But I was around for that. A lot of your guys' introduction to Hunter x Hunter was the anime. That was your intro to Hunter x Hunter, and that's how you experienced the majority of the narrative. We did not have the same experience. Experience matters. I always say this.
Very true.
I always say this. Your experience doesn't necessarily change the contents of what's actually in the story. I get that. But it matters. The reason I would argue Katekyo Hitman Reborn means so much to me is because I experienced it with like-minded individuals, and we had a blast doing it with my friends in high school. We had so many jokes for everything. Everyone had their own little gimmick or agenda. I was a Sanji stan. My boy McGee was a Mukuro stan. My other nigga was a Suna stan. Yamamoto stan. When Yamamoto ran into the wall versus Genkishi, we roasted him. We would be like, yo, who am I? We're just run into the wall and drop on the ground. And we start cracking up. We're like, yo, Yamamoto. We're talking about, yo, Iemetsu channeled all the ass whooping Suna deserved his whole life for being a loser, a dickhead, getting no bitches, and failing all his classes into one punch and knock that nigga out, bro. Like, we had so many jokes. Like, that shit matters. It doesn't change the story, but your experience counts. My experience with Hunter is fucking terrible. Terrible! He fixes a lot of the terrible drawings in the actual volume. But reading that weekly when he scribbles Killua and fucking Kite in the background, suck my dick. You suck. I hate you.
I hate you.
Because you don't have a shitty story. Hunter x Hunter's not shitty, but you present it like a fucking dickhead. If you are a comedian and you could quantifiably, let's say there's a way to actually measure and quantify what a good joke is. Let's say Pat has a legitimately hilarious joke, but he can't tell it properly. He's not like, pausing and letting the audience sit on it. Not using certain inflections and speeding up and slowing down when it matters. He still has to tell the joke in a way that's compelling, so we laugh. I think Hunter x Hunter is a good story. I think Togashi tells the story like a fucking moron.
It doesn't help that you have a character who has one facial expression throughout the entire story.
And I'm a show don't tell guy.
And says, well, my dad left me to do this job, so that job must be amazing. That's why he must have left me. Fucking goes to become that job, reads a recording from his dad who says, no, I didn't do that for you. I just don't want to fucking see you. And that affects him how much? 1%? 50%? 100%? No character development whatsoever. I'm fucking done. That's why I can't go past Greed Island. He gets a recording from his old man the entire drive of his journey. If Ash Ketchum got a story from his old man in this story, who also wasn't around, and said, I don't ever want you to be a Pokemon trainer shit, we would have gotten a whole fucking season of that shit, of Ash coming to terms with the fact that his old man didn't want him to be a Pokemon trainer. There would have been character development with that shit. There was nothing with this guy. And he stayed one blank. Oh, Killua, you still want to go on a journey with me? Oh, Hunter exam. Oh. Go fuck yourself. You're a terrible version of Yo and Ren from Shaman King. Okay? Ren was a better Killua. Yo's a way better fucking MC than Gon. Gon's a shit MC.
You got body
fuck Togashi, man.
Body writers on. That's all I know.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with those points, but I'm not going to tell you guys you're wrong for feeling the way you do. I mean, I think Hunter x Hunter is a great series.
I think that's the thing.
I really like Hunter x Hunter.
I think that's lost a lot of people. I really don't think it should be as bad. I really hate how he tells that story. I hate it.
Yeah.
I always talk about Samurai Jack. Always. My easiest example of show don't tell. You'll watch an entire episode of Samurai Jack and he doesn't speak a lick. Doesn't say a goddamn word. But you know what he wants to do. You understand his motivations. You know what he's thinking and all of those. Mm-hmm. This is not a novel. This is not a light novel. This is a graphic novel. There is art and literature in the book. If you cannot tell me your story through the artistry, you are a bad mangaka. I don't fucking care.
I agree.
We brought up this whole thing with Bleach and the silent movie stuff. If you have an expression on a character, a serious character like Byakuya, and he's shocked, I can read an entire chapter of Bleach with no dialogue, and I can understand what the fuck is going on. Because the characters have certain expressions, because Kubo knows how to tell a story through his characters. That's just a fact.
Yes, I agree.
And I keep the same energy, by the way. It's not Tagashi's not the only person who got this from me. Let me not. You probably don't know what it is. The Wicked and Divine is an Image comic book by Jamie McClevey and Kieran Gillian. There's this one. This is when I stopped reading that series. There's a chapter that came out where there was about 18 pages of black she drew the boxes to drop pictures in. There was nothing but black in it with a date, 300 BC, 400 BC. And I said, I bought this volume, right, with my money. Where the fuck is my content? Why is half the chapter dates? And then the last 4 pages, you drew on it. And I gave it back. I keep the same energy. If you're gonna do shit like this, go write a goddamn novel. Completely different story with me.
Oh, don't worry. Nah, they did that in a novel. It was called Twilight New Moon.
See, I couldn't get past Twilight. I hated that book.
There are chapters in the second book of Twilight, because I read all the books. They are far better than the movies, just so you know. But
yes,
they're not great, but they are far better. And there are literally chapters. Chapter 3, November. Chapter 4, December. Chapter 5, January. That's it. It's one word. It's fucking hilarious.
It's I couldn't get past the first book, but I do also see the perception of Bleach changing a little bit. I see that. I don't know if it's because the reason why I asked the question, do we think people legitimately hate it? Because I think no. I think it was just like one of those. Oh, it's funny to make fun of Bleach. We'll just
it was a punching bag.
It's just people are always afraid to like say they like things if they think other people don't like them.
Yeah,
like true. I feel right now, honestly, even though I never liked the series, I feel bad for guys like Attack on Titan fans who legitimately like the series.
No, I don't feel bad for them.
They don't deserve. They don't deserve. They don't deserve a nice.
I'm sorry.
They don't deserve a place in heaven.
I'll tell you why. Because if you like Attack on Titan right now,
you're gonna burn to hell.
You are gonna get burned, and I know what it's like to be on the other end of that stick, and I just don't want to be the bully on the other side.
Oh, I
That's
will be the bully.
I'm not gonna.
You need bullies. You need bullies.
No,
you need me.
I don't see. What's so good about Attack on Titan?
No,
nothing.
I agree.
Hey, that's a real question. What's so good about Attack on Titan?
Somebody tell that nigga no.
Can I just say this? Attack on Titan is the perfect example of a good story, but I'm sorry, there is no interesting character in this fucking story. Hey, everybody is so fucking boring.
Everyone
only
except
Levi, and I just like him because he's a fader.
There you go.
I don't care. I do not care if everybody died or not. I really don't care.
Yeah,
I really didn't care.
But like, I'm not gonna hate on like some people. Like, I'm not a big FPS gamer, right? If you want to play Overwatch and Halo, that's fine. I hate Halo and I hate Apex because and all those fucking gun games because I'm just like that fucking is just a loot box fucking like a fucking lucrative. That's a gambling fucking bullshit scheme, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you play it, I ain't gonna fucking make fun of you. You go sink your money into that. I'm gonna go play Skyrim for the 85th time because Bethesda released another version, and I'm an idiot too. But you know what I mean? I got fishing.
I'm gonna make fun of you. I'm a bully though, so
yeah, exactly. But my point is, I'm just saying that like I'm trying because I didn't like how it felt when people were telling me that like Bleach is trash and this is trash and stuff. So I try my best. Like what I always say is like, you want my opinion? Attack on Titan is shit. But if you like Attack on Titan, better for you. I hope you enjoy when it comes back or whatever. I ain't gonna enjoy it.
I had heat with the fan base, so my position is different. I hear what you're saying. I'm like that with a lot of things, but like I really thought those fan bases were dickheads. Those Jaegerists were absolutely, completely obnoxious and super.
Eren Jaeger's not an
I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it, and it's one of those things that used to annoy me about the Dragon Ball fan base back in the day. We're gonna get back to Bleach and finish the last two topics at some point, but we'll finish this tangent properly though, because people will talk to me about Dragon Ball, and I'm like, this is so funny. You don't even understand Dragon Ball. And when I hear Eren fans talk about Eren, I'm like, you don't even understand Eren. And I'm so happy. Shout out to Satsuki the Savage. If you have not checked out his channel, go subscribe to my guy. He has a video about Eren, and he's the only person I've seen who understands Eren. Ooh. Eren, when he went through the time skip, everyone is talking about peak fiction, greatest character, development. He's so different.
He got that idea from me, Naya. Don't fucking let him fool you. I talked to him in a chat on Grimm's Discord before that, and I said I was going to make a video about it saying that this is before everybody hated Eren, and I told him, and he went, oh, and I gave him all my points, and he rehashed like half of them in that video. And I did.
Damn, Reaver's the ghostwriter. I'm about to pull up on him on that. But
no. To be fair to the man, he did already have most of those thoughts himself because we were like hyping each other up. We were agreeing. It's like, yes, why do people think Eren is so great after the time skip? He's not. He's fucking shit. I'm like, I know, man. So we were agreeing a lot.
Whether you think Eren's a good or bad character, I don't like him, but that's not even my point. My point is that people were talking about how much he developed. He's so different. He's so dynamic, and I'm like, Eren went through one real tangible change. He is no longer operating from a point of ignorance because he has the information to know about the Marleyans and Paradise and all the other things. So he's not a stupid person who was dropped on the island who just thinks the Titans are this overwhelming force coming from nowhere. He has the knowledge. He knows other humans are sending these guys blah, blah, this, and the other. But Reiner even says this. You haven't changed when he's mixing him in a fight.
That's right.
He can't fight. He still needs Masaka to come save him. He's the same fucking nigga. But people were all like, oh, the development. Oh, I'm like, oh my God, you guys insult my education every day. You don't understand anything about writing and static and dynamic characters. Just because he did a change does not make him a bad character. You can like Eren. I'm not even going to argue if you like him or not. But to look me in the eye and tell me Eren is a completely different character in the time skip is absolutely fucking false.
He was because he got long hair and stubble. He's clearly now a badass. He's three-dimensional as fuck now.
Oh God!
That's the way it works, man. You don't know that. You know. You get a little bit of stuff going on.
HIV video, nigga. What?
Yeah. What?
Hey, yo.
No way.
Goku's fighting HIV now.
Is it about his heart? His heart? His heart? His heart. I never seen that, bro. But okay, hold on, real quick. We could talk about this in a second. Let's talk about the last two things real quick. And I just want you guys' general thoughts and opinions on the newest chapter of Bleach with Ichigo's son and the Hell Arc stuff, and then the return of the anime, the trailer you saw, and just your general thoughts and opinions and how hype you are for all those things. And we'll call it a day. So who wants to start? I guess I will because I went silent. Okay.
Yeah, it's your stream.
The anime will have to speak for itself. I like the visuals I saw, but I do think they chose very specific ones to kind of blow me away. I like the particle effects on Zangetsu and the Senbon Zakura pedals looked really cool and stuff like that. They really look really good. So I'll just leave that at that. I'm not a fan of that arc through and through. We'll see if the anime can change my perspective to some degree, but all right. I actually always like the third. I think it's the third or fourth Bleach movie, the Hellverse chapter. I always like the hell shit. So the fact that the manga was gonna go into it, I'm like, oh no, I'm here for this. This is something I actually was interested when it concerns Bleach. So we're gonna explore some stuff related to hell through the manga. I'm here for that. I enjoyed the chapter, all things considered. I don't know if it's fully because it's been so long since I revisited Bleach or whatever the case, but I read it on stream and I had a blast. Mm-hmm. That's all I
got. All right, then I'll go next. So the anime coming back, I already reacted to that on my channel. I was fucking hype as shit when I heard the anime was coming back. Then I was hype as shit when I saw the trailer and I heard number 1 playing again. I'm like, this OST is fucking still hitting 15 years later. And I'm like, this shit raw, and I was happy as hell. I am a little weary of the shininess of some of the character models and stuff, because the trailer showed a lot of stills and they look kind of shiny. But then again, we moved away from sort of hand-drawn animation.
The art style is different now.
The only reason
the technology that we have and stuff
yeah,
available is different too.
I'm not worried.
And it is what it is, you know.
It is what it is. Yeah,
I'm not worried because it's the same studio and it's the same staff that worked on it back in the day. So they'll do it a good job.
Yeah, and I know that like computer, like I know I'm never gonna get myself like a Boo Saga Dragon Ball Z hand-drawn animation ever again. I know that it's sad, but I know it. So it's just sad to see sometimes. But I'm still hyped about that. The manga chapter coming out. Everybody was spoiling shit. Everybody was spoiling shit. But the best part was that no one fucking knew that last part when it was like, no, this wasn't just an anniversary chapter. Kubo's writing another arc of Bleach. And everybody went fucking wild, and I loved it. I loved being back into the Bleach because right now, I'm just going to quickly say that other than One Piece and sometimes Dr. Stone, nothing hitting for me anymore. You know, like Food Wars is gone, Seven Deadly Sins is gone, Bleach is gone, Beelzebub is gone, Air Gear is gone, Fairy Tail's gone, everything's gone. Everything that I liked, Toriko's gone, everything's gone. And Black Clover is not a new Bleach. My Hero Academia is not a new, even though I didn't like Naruto anyways, it's not a new Naruto. There hasn't been, like, there are some good series. Jujutsu Kaisen's not bad and stuff, but it's not that level for me. I don't know.
Eden Zero is pretty good.
Eden Zero is, like, once again, it's not as good as Rave, and it's not as good as Fairy Tail for me. You know what I mean?
I think
like, that's...
I haven't checked out Eden Zero, so I can't speak on it. But people tell me it's his best series. But I actually don't like Rave Master.
I think it's a rough start.
I like Rave Master. I actually don't hate Fairy Tail. I don't think it's good.
Neither do I. Yeah, neither do I. I know its flaws, but the thing is that I miss going to work. Like when I was going to work like 7-8 years ago.
I'm not reading JTK ever again, so I'll never know.
Yeah, fair enough. But when I would go to work, I remember.
Actually, if Toto comes back, tell me. I'll read it. I like.
Yeah, fair enough.
But he comes back with his ability, Boogie Woogie. If not, keep it.
Boogie Woogie. I remember, because I carpool to work, right, and we have a coffee break at 10. I remember, like on a Thursday, because that's when it used to be released, right? I remember the Thursday, I couldn't get through all the chapters on the car ride to work and on my coffee break time. I wouldn't interact with coworkers, nothing. I sometimes wouldn't get through them till after, not even lunch hour was enough to read all the series that were keeping me entertained 7-8 years ago. Now, I check One Piece. Like, I can wait for Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't even care if I read My Hero Academia. Oh my god, it's Friday, I better read... No, not feeling it. I'm not feeling the way I did about Food Wars, Bleach,
there was a time where for like Shonen Jump series, at the end of the week, you were hyped for so many things. Because for me, it was a big three. Yeah. Plus Reborn. Plus like D-Green Man. Plus Claymore. Like, you had so many things you were looking for. It's not the same no more. I feel that.
Yeah, it's not the same anymore. And that disappoints me. And it's one of the things when I made the video at the beginning of this year saying what I want from 2022 in manga is that I need Shonen Jump to fuck off and not axe a series after 15 chapters. I need them to let a series survive 6 months.
I actually want to watch that. That video and there's another video Haku did that I want to watch.
I'm
gonna peep them.
That's fair. I really just want. I want to be excited again for Fridays. You know, Fridays is when we get the scans and the translations. I want to be excited for Fridays, not because it's One Piece Friday, because it's Manga Friday.
I feel that.
Is that so much to ask?
No. Yes. Yes. I mean, speaking from myself and no one else in here, I've fallen off a cliff when it comes to anime and manga, right? So there was a time where I would read so many, keep up with so many, and now I can't be bothered. Just you gotta kind of be a favorite or something that I cover on the channel frequently for me to care about it. That includes a myriad of webtoons and whatnot. Cause something that I think is lost in some people. Like I think if you were just a manga person, it's not that hard, maybe, to keep up with it. But I think people tend to forget that I'm into everything. I like sports. I like life. I go outside. I work out. I make videos. I got work to do. I like to read books. light novels. I play visual novels. I like manga. I love comics. I love webtoons. Like I like gaming. Like everything, right? So like my palette and my diversity is like it's a lot. I think it's a lot more diverse than most people because it's a little wider variety. Where most people are like, I like anime, manga, and anime manga type games like Persona 5, and that's their whole aesthetic and niche. That's all they do. I like battle shonen and or battle seinen, and that's all I like. I like slice of life shit. That's all, I'm not like that. I dip my toe in every pool. So I think that the way that I look at stuff in general is a lot different than the majority because I have so many things to compare it to. Where someone could look at Aaron and be completely mesmerized by him, and I'm like, that nigga stink. He not moving me.
Yeah.
Because I have so many other characters that I can pull from. Like that's this is a way better version of this type of archetype. We spoke about archetypes earlier. Your badass rival kind of battle maniac. Your Kenpachi, Vegeta, Escanor hype types. They come on screen, you're like, oh, they about to get a body, right? I think you have to think about all those things when moving in. But most people that I speak to are very much anime and manga people, and that's it. That's where it ends and stops. Starts and ends there. And it's hard for me to have certain talks with them because it's like you just don't get it because like you never picked up Mistborn. You never picked up what's something else I really liked that like I don't think something I really liked that like you know you never played like the Zero Escape series. Like there's just like your pal you can't I can't really talk to you because you can't hang with me. So not I don't care about being an elitist and being a gatekeeper. I don't fucking care if you care I'm the condescending, but like I'm not trying to be condescending. That's how I am. So my mind works.
Listen,
if you're like, oh, I like Ace Attorney, I'm like, hey, yo, what games did you play? I watched the anime. The conversation's fucking over. I'm not talking to you until you play the goddamn visual novels. I don't have shit to say to you. I don't give a fuck.
Listen, man, I get people in my stream saying that you sound like people. What they call me, they don't call me an elitist. They call me a boomer. They're like, oh, okay, boomer.
I am old. Shit.
Yeah, and I'm like,
I'll be 29 in a month.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm 31 this month, right? And I turned 31 on January 1st. And I'm like, I'm 31. And I'm like, but I said, yes. But I accept it. And I tell my stream all this time. I said, listen, you go to someone who's never seen a movie in their life, right? Mm-hmm. And then they go to the movie theaters and they see their very first movie and they tell you that's the greatest movie they ever seen. Okay? Fine dandy. Now you go to someone who's seen 10,000 movies and they say that movie's a 7 out of 10. Whose opinion? It's all, and this is what I said. Everybody's opinion, right? And I said everybody's opinion matters. Fine, dandy. I said, but how much weight do you put on the person who's never seen a movie versus the guy who's seen 10,000 movies? And I said, and I'm not saying that I'm necessarily right or wrong when I give you guys my opinion. And I say this to the stream all the time. I said, but I've read over 200 manga. I've been on this earth for 31 years. I might know one or two things more than you. Just putting it out there.
And that's not a bad point in my opinion. It really isn't.
Yeah. That's I'm not trying to be arrogant or an elitist. I'm just saying that look, you guys have read 20 manga. I've read 200. Let's keep it real. I've read more fiction. I've read more stories. I've read more books. I've seen more shit. Let's be real, you know?
Yeah. Cuz I'm not a movie buff, so I'll usually defer to someone else, you know? Like I don't watch that many like live action movies, so to speak, so I feel that, man. So who would answer the question though?
Me.
Go ahead.
I guess one going on to the I just want to do a little hard hat. I do want to just say Eden Zero and the Four Nights, the Natsu no Taizai sequel, they're both good. I think they're good. I think they're worth checking out. But going to the Bleach thing, I think the anime is gonna be good. I think my only concern, I hope they use it as a chance for Kubo to add what he didn't have the opportunity to in the manga. I hope they do that. I hope it's not a one-on-one.
My Discord is constantly telling me that Kubo is very heavily involved, according to Kubo's own official Twitter. Okay. So I think that's cool, is going to change shit, which is good.
Yeah. Other than that, I think it'll be fine. And then with the Hell arc, I'm very interested. I think overall, I think it's cool. I like that they brought back the Kain and Chiba thing with like the spiritual like density thing in like first class and second class and stuff.
Yep.
My only thing, and this is the weird thing, is how the fuck Ichigo's sword works now is still so confusing. That's my biggest thing.
I can explain that.
Yeah, that was already explained.
With like the sword and the sheath thing.
Yeah. So like, you know how when he found out that he had Quincy powers and hollow powers, right? And then he manifested both of them.
Yeah.
So that
Wait,
it could be his
can I
new...
explain it? You just tell me which part I'm missing then.
The last like 2-3 chapters of Bleach.
No. I'm saying like, can I tell you what I think, like what I know, and then you just like
go ahead.
Divert me to the right. So he has this true Shinkai, which is the sheath, which is the Quincy short sword, and his long sword, which is the like his white and his hollow and his soul reaper powers, right?
Yes.
He goes Bankai, the Quincy part covers it as like a sheath again.
Yes.
Yuha broke the Quincy part. His Bankai underneath just has a similar appearance to his old Shinkai, but it is still his Bankai.
So during that fight at the end, when you have fought him, he stole Ichigo's Quincy powers.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
Which broke the white covering.
Yes, so now, because he stole the Quincy powers, it hasn't been officially stated, but I'm assuming that he got him back?
He gets him back in the light novel, yeah.
See, I haven't read the light novel, but I was just going off the assumption that he doesn't have them anymore, since he stole
he got him back.
Because it reverted back to the old Zangetsu, so I'm thinking, okay, since he doesn't have his Quincy powers anymore, it's just the hollow powers and the Shinigami powers, and that's why it's the old Zangetsu now. But I mean,
Kubo
at the time, that is what happened.
Yeah, Kubo like has like these like recent like conversations, and he like explains it. I think there's like a thing on Reddit about it where like he like kind of like it kind of leads to more questions, but the way it makes it seem is like he can switch between the dual and the single blade, which I kind of don't.
Yeah. He already stated. He stated that the Zanpakuto is an Asuchi, which is the formation of your soul.
Yes.
So it's a manifestation. So at the end of the day, he said that Ichigo simply prefers it to be in its classic state, but he leaves it open-ended.
Skins like a video game.
Yeah, he could go into dual blades if he wanted to. Is the way Kubo implied it. Is that he prefers it to just be in the way he is.
So it's still technically in its Shikai state, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But other than that, yeah, I think the Hell arc is good. I think I can't wait to see which all the captains and stuff that come back. But my question is, they mentioned Yamato's name as like one of the souls they put down, but he was killed by Yuha. Shouldn't his soul be exterminated from existence?
No.
He wasn't killed by Yuha. He was killed by Lloyd. Or whatever his name was.
He was killed by Yuha.
He was killed.
Oh, you're right. Yuha did kill him. I'm sorry. He's only finished him. That's true.
Or does it only work for hollows?
That's my fault. My bad.
Yeah, that was stated to work for hollows. It was never stated that it eradicates every soul, not humans.
In other words, he's gonna draw him dual wielding. I don't know. Maybe to people it'll be jarring because fighting with one sword and two swords is completely different. I don't know. A short sword too.
I mean, but at the end of the day, the point is that
in a rush though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all right, man. You guys got any closing thoughts? Any last words?
I have one question.
Oh shit! Pat did not go. My fault.
I thought he did.
No, y'all did. But
my poor boy.
the manga having the last chapter, well, the additional chapter with the start of the Hellverse, I was so enthralled because we've already explored every other subsection of the universe except for Hell. We've been to Soul Society. We've been to the Soul King's Palace. We've been to Hueco Mundo.
By the way, that burn the wish shit not real to me. I don't accept.
Nah, that shit real.
I don't know how it would like
the eastern
they
and
would have
northern
noticed
part,
it,
bro.
but that's just me.
That's not moving me, but keep going.
But we have a chance to extend it so that it can connect to the main universe, bro. Let Kubo rock.
Yeah.
I guess if I let,
We'll say,
all
nah,
right.
to be fair, if we let Kubo's had a long time to figure out the details and iron shit out. If we give him the time, he might make it work.
Just let it be known. If it's not hitting,
Nah,
you go hear me.
No. Naya, you not rocking with dragons?
Listen.
I know, right?
I like dragons.
Listen, in One Piece, they put
Phoenix Merchant though.
They put a Sim City and then an island of feudal Japan in the same fucking universe. I'm pretty sure Kubo can put fucking the British Empire in with fucking feudal Japan too. Just saying.
All right, man. Keep going past
Hogwarts meets feudal Japan. Let's go.
Let's see.
But yeah, I'm really excited for the Hellverse because this is going to have like where the majority of Ichigo's enemies throughout the series have gone, like Espada-wise. Like you could see like Sazela Pearl knows who Ichigo is, but Ichigo never met him. So like it's gonna be people like that where the objective was to take him down, but Ichigo never even came across them. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how that goes. We're gonna see what's going on with Kazui, like he's opening the gates of hell or whatever he's doing.
Yeah, that was
he got
crazy.
Soul Reaper powers.
And what we were talking at the very beginning of the stream now, if this is all the souls, this is hell. This is all the souls. That means Rangiku can meet Gin again.
Oh shoot!
But Gin, they didn't do that. Don't they have to specifically do the ceremony?
No. That was explained in that Hellverse chapter. That was to do it to appease the gates of hell. That was a totally different thing. They still go to hell regardless. When you die, you go to hell. The thing is that they were doing that shit because there's too much spiritual pressure of an average captain to let it floating around in the atmosphere. It would basically. It'd be like walking around with constant kenpachi. Everybody would die in the Soul Society if you let it. So what you do is you do the ceremony, so you erase their spiritual pressure and you chain them in hell. It's actually a terrible thing to do to the dead captains, but it's necessary to keep Soul Society safe.
Yeah, that's wild. But
and in a previous war, they had 2 captains with extremely high Reiatsu die.
Yep.
So that's what like throwing everything out of whack. So now they have to rectify it.
Yeah. And they said Yuha and Aizen both were like holding back like the balance. Which was
they basically said, okay, you just eliminated. Let's see, the original 4 captains: Ukitake, Unohana, Yamamoto, and Shunsui. The only one alive is Shunsui. The other ones are literally in hell. There upsets the balance right there with Yamamoto himself. Aizen doesn't count because he's in the Mugen fucking place. Yuha Bach is destroyed. Who is balancing out hell right now? We have all the power in hell. Nobody's got the power in the living world anymore. Everybody's gone. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
That shit's gonna be raw. That shit's gonna be amazing.
I have two things I want to ask real quick.
What about anime, Pat?
Oh, the anime? Nigga, you hear the remix to #1?
I did.
We're gonna be in for a classic.
It was my me. All right, man, go ahead.
One is just a quick like thing. One, did Kubo get like inspiration from the author of Shaman King when he redid Renji's Bankai? Because that to me just looks like an oversoul. Did anybody ever get that?
He worked with what's his name?
Yuki Takei.
Yeah. Kubo worked with him for a time, like for a year. Like,
because that reminds me of like Yo's like Swan thing so much.
But, yeah.
You know, now that you mention it, I can see it now.
I never
really thought about it.
I never looked at it that way.
It does look a lot like the evolved Oversoul. Yeah.
And then my second point is Kubo also mentioned that the wizards can actually go into a Rexione state. So we might see that in the Hell Arc.
Oh.
Yeah, so we might see that in the Hell Arc.
Oh, well, Thing did it, didn't he?
Who? Ichigo?
No, you said Fullbringers?
No,
the
Wizards.
Vizards, yeah. Didn't Tozen use Resurrection?
Nah, he's not a Vizard.
Tozen?
No,
he is. No, Tozen did go Rexion.
Yes, Tozen did, but he's not a Vizard.
He was modified by the Hogyoku.
Yeah, he's not.
I didn't know that's my fault.
He's not a true Vizard.
He is like Kubo. I think in the interview,
because I thought
Kubo
he put a
still
mask on,
classifies
but his mask was completely white. I guess to signify that he was blind.
Kubo kind of classifies him as like a thing because they use Tozen as a reference to ask the question.
Think of it this way: he's a second generation Vizard.
Yeah, because
that's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Aizen refers to the Vizards as failed Arankar.
He's stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
so we might see that in the whole arc.
He's a new Soul King, but is that not what novel is that novel canon? And should I
that's a can't fear your own world one.
Or should I?
They use it.
That's that. Here's the deal: everyone has been arguing me, Naya, because I'm a big Bleach stan. Everyone's arguing me on the stream like, "Oh, that shit's canon and not." Here's my reasoning. I'm just gonna wait when the anime comes out. When the new arc comes out, anything I see in the manga done by Kubo, that's my new canon.
I only asked the question because I started hearing a lot of because I was watching a couple of videos on Bleach, like I said, to prepare for this, and I was hearing a lot of things I've never heard before. Like Aizen secretly wanted Kenpachi not to be a part of the Karakura Town thing because he feared his potential, which came full circle in the war. And I'm like, I've never seen an inkling or hint of that throughout the story. And I really don't think that Kenpachi's a good match for Aizen in the sense that Aizen's too smart.
Yeah.
Not even if they were equal in strength, and I don't whatever how it is.
You know how that would end?
I just think Aizen is too smart for Kenpachi's arc. Like Kenpachi's raw, and he's gonna overcome a lot of things that are not in his favor, just based off who he is. But I do think there comes a point where it's like this is not a good matchup for you, regardless.
Yeah.
And we saw that even in the very last arc when Mayuri's like, "You're not fighting. Is it the left or the right arm of the soul?
Pernitas.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like, no. Your dumbass will die. Let me handle this. Move."
There are some things I like about the light novels. Let's be real, like the confirmation that Kisuke's alive and stuff. Things we didn't get at the end of the manga, but then
people thought Kisuke Urawa died.
Yeah, everyone thought that everybody was dead. Kisuke, Yoruichi, everybody died in the death ball. We never got confirmation they were alive, so people were worried. And it was confirmation in the light novel that they were alive. They survived. It's like, okay, cool, right? Mm-hmm. We like that information. The thing that I don't like is when they expand lore like that, and they're like, oh, the 8th Kenpachi was the most dangerous and had this crazy Bankai. I'm like, I don't
is that the guy with like the constant release Bankai or some shit?
Something like that. And I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck. Like, that's a character I will never see in the manga, so I don't care. Just, you know.
It's a very interesting conversation to have in a sense that, like, sometimes I think about ancillary information from outside sources divorced from the literal story itself and how much credence I put into it. Think supplementary.
I'm very much an elitist of the original.
Yeah, I'm very much okay with supplementary information in the sense that it's like, what did you? Okay, for example, Tower God. What did you show me in the webtoon? You showed me this, but in your blog you said that. What you're saying in the blog is not moving me because of what I'm looking and reading and seeing in the fucking webtoon. I don't like Viva cards. If you want to tell me, yo, Rayleigh's blood type is -Z, that's cool. His favorite food is fucking pussy. That's great. But like, do not tell me Sengoku's a conqueror and that shit. I'll slap the fuck out of you, bro. Are you kidding
horrible.
me? Are you kidding me?
I hated that. I still hate it.
Even the fact that we got names of devil fruits. It's like when you introduce a character, just put the name in
What the hell is wrong with you?
Like, I'm glad to confirm that Sengoku has conquerors. I always said that he clearly did. But the fact that we found that out in an SBS and not in the manga, that does hurt
wild.
Me. It does hurt. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Again, I think sometimes there's complementary information that's like, oh, that's interesting. Sure. Like, you brought it up earlier, where it's like, this is not important to the story of the arc of Bleach, but it's nice info to know. You slap that in an information data book. That's the thing you slap in there. If you want to actually quantify powers and stuff like that, whatever, sure. But like, there's certain things that I'm like, you do not tell me this through an interview. You do not tell me this in a data book or Viva card or whatever, a blog post. You show me this in the narrative itself.
That's right. I agree 100%.
So,
listen, Kubo, like, as much as I stand Bleach, Kubo wasn't perfect and Bleach is not perfect.
Nothing is.
Yes.
Nothing is flawless.
Yes.
Yeah. You might think it's a masterpiece, but it's not flawless.
Yeah. That's true. Except for Lord of the Rings. We ain't going to argue that one.
but damn, is it fun.
That is not flawless, but it's good.
Hey, only
Kubera's almost
If you
flawless.
Naya, if you complain about those fucking eagles in a ring, I'm gonna slap you.
Yeah, it wasn't has nothing to do with that. I truly do not believe there's a perfect story.
That's
but
fair.
my
That's not a bad stance.
I could tell you a story.
agree.
I could tell you a story was kind of perfectly tailor suited for my personality, sure. But
Sure.
nothing on this planet is flawless, and nothing on this everything is imperfect. But it could still be a masterpiece. So, like, I don't necessarily like if you say, yo, you think Monogatari is perfect? You gave it a 10 out of 10? No, I think it's a masterpiece. I don't think it's perfect. My 10 out of 10 comes from the fact that I think that what he intended to do, he did. Sometimes I think about what your intent was, and if you accomplished it, I'm going to give you points.
That's
This is a comedy series.
I like that.
Did I laugh? I did. 10 out of 10. Good job. This is a
Okay,
love.
for
This is a
Atsushi
love story
Mayuri.
with drama and shit. Oh, there was infidelity. I thought the drama was good and the interpersonal relationships were good. You get a 10. You know, like I think about a 10. I'm not gonna judge a shooting game because it has maybe not the greatest hand-to-hand combat. I'm a judge. You know what I'm saying? Like I think about all those moving parts. So that's all. That's all to say.
Yeah, like I think Bleach's big thing is just we could have just had more. That's it.
Yeah. As I said, that was my one
See,
problem.
Avatar:
with
Last
what's the
Bender,
flaw of
one
Bleach?
of my all-time favorites. That's still not perfect, bro. But it's
That's fair.
amazing.
Yeah, Avatar's a lot of flaws.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
do we have any closing comments for Bleach, guys? Any closing comments?
my only closing comment. I said it yesterday on the stream. The most iconic phrase of any power-up for any power system in any series you'll ever fucking watch is when one of them niggas say
Kamehameha. Oh.
Kai. Nah, when them boys say Bon Kai, that's when you know
wave.
shit just got crazy.
Turtle wave beam.
Bon Kai.
I feel that. Miles, any last words? Any final things to say?
No, not at all.
Griever.
I just gotta say, now I feel like number one.
Hey, shining bright for everyone.
I don't know the lyrics. All right, yeah. My final words are Byakuya the fucking GOAT. All
That's a
right?
fact.
Oh, wait, I do have a closing statement after you, actually.
No,
Go on.
I gotta
Sorry.
go last, so go. I rescinded that. Go ahead.
Bleach, I just want to say at least Bleach's ending did not go against the purpose of the story like Naruto.
Oh, we gonna get to that. We gonna get to that.
And I only hope that One Piece does the same.
No, One Piece, I'm
That's
not
my-
worried about. They always have great endings for every arc. I'm not worried about it.
All right. Like I said, Byakuya the GOAT. He got to get the most. He has the best Bankai mastery. He's the best rounded captain. Not a single thing he doesn't do at an elite level. Put respect on his name. Thank you guys for coming through. Shout out to my fifth Zen gods, Kyan, Sunny, Scope, Tris, Revenant, Chris, Chromie's on the Big Abdel. We out. We're gonna be back in February. I don't know when. I'll keep you guys posted. The next revisionist history we're gonna do is gonna be Naruto. That's next month. The month after that, do you want to do Dragon Ball in March or Fairy Tail in March?
Dragon Ball.
Okay, so we'll do Fairy Tail in April.
Ooh.
And then what do you want to do? What do you want to do in May? Soul Society. Saint Seiya or Gintama?
Gintama.
Okay, all right. So you got the order there. Y'all be safe. Let me know what you thought about this stream. If it was a good idea and stuff. I thought this would be a really good idea for a certain series and whatnot. So yeah. You said more Honkai Impact. I'm a Genshin man, bro. I love Genshin Impact, bro. It's my favorite game ever, dog. Every time I think about Genshin Impact, I get so I'm talking so much shit right now. Bye.